Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Uncivil Law. So I saw this little clip posted on ABC News, apparently from Nightline, where ABC decided to sit down with a panel of the real killers from the Karen Read trial. I haven't watched this yet. I thought maybe we could watch this 7-minute clip together and enjoy this bit of stupid. All right. So what do you have to say for yourself, real killers of John O'Keefe?
And yesterday was the final letdown.
Oh, wait, hold on.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. Yesterday was the final letdown.
So you were disappointed in the criminal justice system, how it's let you down? It let you down? How did it let you guys down, incidentally, by the way? How did it let you down? Wouldn't it have let John down? How's it let you down? Did it let you down because you expected the criminal justice system to be as corrupt as you are, to be as dirty as you are? Did you expect 12 jurors to be as corrupt as you are? Too bad that they didn't know who you were this time because you didn't testify in this trial. Too bad you weren't allowed to stare down the jury in the jury room this time with your dead ass eyes that are devoid of life and ethics. Too bad you weren't allowed to stare them down. Is that how it let you down? Is it because they wouldn't give you what you wanted? They wouldn't let you pin it on the girl? Did it let them down because maybe now people might potentially, at least hypothetically, start looking at you a little bit more? I mean, probably not, to be honest. Probably not. There will probably be no further investigation. There will probably be no further prosecution. But your exposure is more than it was yesterday. Is that why it let you down? Is that what's making you sad? Oh well.
And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and
stand up for us. Stand up for us, as opposed to stand up for John. Okay.
hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time.
No one protects you? You need protection? No. I thought maybe if you just told the truth, that would be fine. No. You need protection for your lies, maybe? I don't know.
Some of the key players in the Karen Read trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All 5 of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that
We're all just witnesses. Yes, but witnesses to what? And incidentally, by the way, that would be a strictly correct is the best kind of correct, right? I mean, the killer is in fact a witness to the crime, right? A witness that cannot be compelled to testify against themselves, but technically correct is the best kind of correct. The killer is a witness to the crime. So, maybe you are all just witnesses. Fun times.
nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Read!
It's the case that is.
You guys wouldn't know the truth if it bit you in the ass. What's really disturbing is that you might actually believe your own lies. That's the really dark part. When you start to believe your own lies, and actually it's even worse than that. Like, so there's multiple levels to how bad it could get, right? I am a liar. I believe my own lies, and I can no longer tell the difference between the lie and the truth because I've so effectively deceived myself. So not only do they believe their own lies, maybe they can't even tell the difference anymore. Yeah, maybe that's what's going on.
Captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Read, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
That was a pansy-ass blizzard. I keep rejecting that being called a blizzard with the snow tracking level snow. I remember the videos the next day when they went to the John O'Keefe's house to get her SUV. I could see green on the ground, man. I could see green on the ground the next day. That's not a blizzard. You guys are pussies up there.
Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. and hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down.
Not a lot of people there supporting the Commonwealth, which itself is pretty telling. Like, we did this whole interview yesterday with the PhD person interested in social psychology and social trends. And what's really interesting is because we were talking about like the mob, and we were talking about like the lynch mob, right? This is an issue, of course, and it's been an issue in history. People gathering together to call for people's heads, perhaps unjustly, leading to a environment that can be very dangerous. And this is like the opposite of that. I don't know if the anti-lynch mob has ever been studied before, but this is like an anti-lynch mob because it's like basically the exact opposite. No one is supporting the Commonwealth. No one is supporting the prosecution. No one is calling for, the head of the murderer or alleged murderer, right? Everyone is saying, oh no, this is some bullshit and she should be freed. And you have a really large audience outside calling for that. Has anyone studied the anti-lynch mob before? Because this is a very weird phenomena. This is some good, interesting shit, man, that's happening.
Yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
Yeah, I continue to think that suit has some purple in it. People were mocking me when I was saying, "Oh, that suit is a shade of purple." I don't know. Karen Reed's suit. It's like, oh, it's like, if you think I'm like insane for calling that a shade of purple, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe we're just doing the dress all over again. I don't know, man. Kyle looks purpley to me. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole.
Oh, wait. That woman had, I gotta see that. Wait, I missed that. Hold on.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like.
Okay, I missed out on a merch opportunity, apparently. I did not think to create Solo Cup earrings. Wow. All right. So I missed out on that merch option. Wow. But she's ready for her blood collection needs anywhere she goes. Wow, that's amazing.
Some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for...
Well, it's nice that you acknowledge the family finally exists in this interview, you piece of shit.
Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've...
Oh, wait, I saw some Micro Dot's got some love out here. Well done.
Becoming open season for endless...
Micro Dots gets a nice little shout out there on the banner outside the courthouse. Shout out Micro Dots. That is hilarious. That is hilarious, man. Awesome. Well deserved too. Well deserved. If I see a piece of uncivil law merch in this crowd, I'm going to lose my shit. Unbelievable.
This conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people.
I don't know, strictly speaking, that it was we who dehumanized you. As opposed to, I'm not sure it's we who dehumanized you as much as we recognized that you were dehumanized. But maybe I'm quibbling.
People. We're almost like caricatures.
Yeah.
We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's
Well, no lies detected.
touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
I will be a happy person if I never hear Jen McCabe's voice again, unless it's during her allocution after being convicted. I would sooner listen to any of these people other than Jen McCabe. Her voice has got to be the worst voice I've ever heard in my life. I would sooner eat sand. We just need a Jen McCabe filter. Every time she speaks, we need a voiceover. We need a voiceover. Someone else to speak for her because I can't deal with it.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney.
Holla, looking good. Both of you looking good, by the way. I mean, you know, for that casual fit, I mean, she was obviously rocking the suit, and, you know, Alan Jackson rocks the suit. But, you know, they're both rocking that casual fit. Alan Jackson's shoes are a little formally, but, you know, for a cash fit. But, you know, look, also, is Jackson jacked? Look at those arms, man. Look at that arm. Jackson is jacked. I thought only Alessi was jacked. Does this team work out together? Do they have a workout routine? Can I be their workout buddy? I will go to the gym for them. I'd say I'd spot him, but, you know, probably that won't work well. He can spot me, though. Holy shit, man. Damn. Shit.
Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
That's a good question.
We took what we thought was the high road.
Right.
Did you? Did you really? Okay. Also, I have to say, you know, although this is probably unfair, or at least pot calling the kettle black coming from me. So I'm not really sure I can really get away with saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. As opposed to Alan Jackson and Alessi and Karen Reed herself, and I think literally everyone else on the defense team for that matter, the fitness and fits of the clothing of this panel, you know, well, we could work on our fashion and we could work on our fit, and maybe we should lose some weight. These guys are inspiring me to go to the gym. I wasn't really able to go to the gym for the last couple of weeks. I tried it one time and I was like, oh no, this isn't going to work. These guys are inspiring me to go back to the gym, man. After the stream is over, I'm going to go to the gym. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
The court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a
Don't go chasing waterfall.
local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never. Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have...
Not really. Not really. I'm not sure how many people it would actually take, but conspiracies don't necessarily need that many people. Some of them could just be idiots. Some of them could just be, not necessarily in the conspiracy. I'm not sure how many people is the minimum number for the conspiracy, but it's not necessarily everybody. Yeah.
Multiple cops on 2 different police departments.
Yeah, not necessarily. No, not really.
Examine. Firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says
Well, but you don't understand how people bought it? Well, because if Karen Reed didn't do it, then we're starting to look for other suspects. And, it would have to be someone that was at the venue. So, there's that. But yeah, it doesn't actually require everyone to be in on a conspiracy. right? You only, how many people do you actually need to be in on the conspiracy? It's actually not as many as you think, right? Other people could just be not being particularly diligent because it's a cop. The thin blue line, they're not really, doing the due diligence they should. They're not really paying attention. But yeah, how many people do you actually need on the conspiracy? You don't need everyone to be in on the conspiracy. That's not true.
He and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister.
God, that woman is ugly. That woman's face, man. That woman's face. Holy shit, dude. Christ.
Barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it together.
I didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer.
What? What? Okay. You think you have information there might be a dead body on your lawn. Why didn't you go outside to look? Well, I'm a Boston police officer, not a Canton police officer. Uh-huh. What? If he was a police officer in Portland, Maine, I would want to know why he didn't go out and look outside. If he was a police officer in El Paso, Texas, I'd want to know why he didn't go outside. You don't have any curiosity? You don't have any curiosity? You don't think maybe you might want to, professional or, oh no, it's not my jurisdiction. I am just that sensitive to jurisdictional boundaries, man. Oh man, no, that dead body, man. That I'm a Boston police officer. I'm a Boston police officer, and I was doing my patrol. I was just out of my patrol car one day, doing my route, as I do. And I saw a dead body lying in a field. And initially, I sort of was going to go out and look at it. And then I remembered, oh no, wait a second. That side of the street is not Boston. Oh, that the city limits stop in the middle of the street. Oh, that's right. Oh, it's only the other side of the street that's Boston. This side of the street isn't Boston. It's outside of my jurisdiction. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm not going to radio that in or anything. It's not my problem, man. Not my problem. It's on the other side of the line, man. Definitely not gonna radio that in or alert anyone or call 911. Man, I don't want to step on those toes of the other officers of the other jurisdiction, man. They crossed the county line. It's on the other side of the county line, man. I have no interest in this thing. Sure, that's definitely what's going on. That makes sense. Holy shit.
I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone.
It took you that long? It took you that long to get up and wake up and downstairs? By the time I woke up out of my deep slumber, the police were already in my house. I guess he sleeps really deep, man. He sleeps really deep. He didn't hear any of the commotion or he didn't hear any commotion whatsoever. So by the time he got involved, man, the police were already in his house. Oh, sure. Wow. Okay. I guess he really sleeps sound, man. Damn.
There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course.
To be honest, Well, not so much with the yellow tape, but running out in your underwear a little bit, maybe. Yeah. I mean, you're a cop. You're a cop and you don't run out just like, no, I got to be in full uniform, man. I got to be in full uniform, man. I'm only in my underwear. This murder happened and I'm in my underwear. I am not interested in that. I am not interested in that. I can't be bothered to step outside and wonder what the commotion is. Like instinctual. The fact, that would be understandable, right? If he, wouldn't that be pretty understandable? If this was the story, hey, isn't it true you stepped out in your underwear? Well, I'm just a trained officer. I'm a trained officer. I'm trained to respond to all kinds of situations. And there was a crisis. And to be honest, it didn't even occur to me what I was wearing. Didn't even pass my mind. I just saw a problem and I am running into this. I am running into the hazard. I'm in my tighty whities. Well, that's just the way it is, man. This is happening right now. I am the one that's here. And maybe it's a little embarrassing. I'm in my tighty whities and you get to see my bulge, but man, I didn't even really think about it. I just leaped right into the situation, ran straight into the danger, doing my cop thing. It didn't even occur to me for 30 minutes I was in my underwear. If that was the story, wouldn't you understand that story? Wouldn't you get that? I'd get it, right? I'm a trained machine. I'm a trained machine. It didn't even occur to me what I was wearing. I'm just, running into the danger, underwear, naked, whatever. But no, I got to make sure, man, I am so well trained. I am so well trained. Got to make sure that uniform is just spick and span before I do anything. I wasn't really on patrol. I was just in my personal car. I was just driving around as I do, in my personal life, running an errand. And, I saw a dead body in that field. Now, this dead body was in Boston, but, I wasn't in uniform. So I made sure to get in uniform before I did anything, man, because it's just part of the procedure. This is great. This is awesome. I love this stupid. This stupid is real. This is great.
Course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would never.
Not to try to kill him.
Little tappy tap. This is from 2023, by the way, but still, it's like stupid.
But try to
tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV, to hit John's body.
And this is like the thing where I sort of for me, the easiest way to solve the problem. There are many ways to have reasonable doubt. What is the most reasonable doubt, I suppose, is a bit of an esoteric question, right? What is the most reasonable doubt? What is the easiest way to solve this problem? And for me, the easiest way to solve the problem is even assuming the collision happened, how did it lead to the injuries that caused death? That's for me the easiest way to solve the problem, right? So okay, maybe I gave him a little tap, but assuming I gave him a little tap, how did it lead to death? Right? This is what I keep saying. The two things, no matter what theory of the state you buy, right? No matter what theory you buy in terms of what time it occurred, how fast the car was moving, the angle of it, how John O'Keefe was standing, what he had in his hand, no matter what combination of the facts you buy, right? For the state to be right, two things have to be true at the same time. The collision has to occur, right? And the collision has to occur, creating a disabling injury, whatever that is, and simultaneously not create any broken bones, torn ligaments, and bruising, right? Because that has to be true. It has to be true that the car hit him to create a disabling injury, whether that killed him outright, whether it merely knocked him unconscious and he succumbed to the cold, whether it disabled him in some other way, and then a dog, got to him, whatever, right? Some kind of disabling injury. because obviously he's lying on the ground, not moving. So it's disabling in some sense, right? Whether he's dead or not, it's disabling in some way. So you need to have a car create a disabling injury, yet simultaneously not create any broken bones, torn ligaments, or bruising. How is that the truth? How is that the truth to beyond a reasonable doubt? Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. But how is it, what happened to beyond a reasonable doubt? It doesn't make sense. I can't get there. So okay, pressing on.
With my car, no.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt.
Yep.
And that was enough for us not to convict.
Well, that's just a truism, but yes, thank you, juror, for understanding the assignment. If you have reasonable doubt, then yes, that is enough not to convict. Thanks for just stating the truism, but yeah, okay, great.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold?
How long?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors.
Where is Chloe? Where is, if they have, okay, I am willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on this issue. I'm going to try. All right, this is going to be hard, but I'm going to do my best. All right, I'm going to divorce myself. I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to do my best to take this explanation. All right. Convince me why you got rid of Chloe in a way that makes sense. Okay, I am prepared to be sold. All right, let's do this thing.
Regarding the Alberts dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say.
But why'd you get rid of Chloe? Why'd you rehome Chloe? Why though? Okay.
They're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all
Sure.
Contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Because you're a bunch of liars? Yeah. Okay, that was exciting. There was, let's see if we can find this interview with Proctor, because I saw some of this and we can cover this as well as too. So give me a second to Google. Oh, first of all, let me read the super chats that came in and then I will deal with the Proctor thing in just a second. All right, hold on. Fan funding that came in. Amanda Page has been a member for 20 months. EV323 for $10 said, Kurt, thanks for all your coverage during the trial. You're a badass principle of justice guy and an empath. I'm not sure about that, but okay. Who calls out BS without sugarcoating anything. I appreciate you and your channel. Yeah, not a lot of people call me an empath. That's interesting, but thank you. I appreciate it in the event. Josh H for $5 says, honestly, why are the McAlberts and Proctor out giving media interviews? Don't know. Don't really understand that one, but we're doing what we're doing. I don't know. Amy's positive pathways, or I can only hope that their interviews will be used at a future trial. That will be exciting. Amy's Positive Pathways has been a member for 3 months. Amy's Positive Pathways for $5. If they didn't do it, they wouldn't be here. I thought something shady happened in their home, even if they hadn't done it, threw Karen under the bus. By the way, incidentally, yes, I have seen the photos of the garage with whatever it is on the thing. I don't know if that's blood. It seems like it's not blood to me, but I'm not an expert, so I don't know if it's necessarily indicative of anything. But I've seen the photos, and you can judge for yourself. Spank Hank for $1.99 said, look at how hard he's lying. Yep, the lying is real. Cat in Virginia. Does the Virginia snow also track cats? That's actually a question we didn't get the answer to. When the weather expert said it was an amount of snow to track a cat, did he mean specifically snow like in Canton or in Massachusetts as opposed to other kind of snow? I mean, I don't know for sure. Maybe snow in Massachusetts has different qualities to snow in other places. I mean, you know, the composition of snow is probably a little bit different in different parts of the country. You know, I'm not an expert, but that seems like a reasonable thing to believe. The snow is probably a little bit different in other parts of the country. So maybe there's some properties of Massachusetts snow that make it particularly apt for cat tracking. That could be true. Maybe. We didn't get clarity on that issue. Kat in Virginia said, for $5, you can see them looking at each other, hoping no one will contradict their agreed upon story. I sure did. AKA the cat lady's been around for 16 months. Dayton Daddy said, do you think they're confident the feds aren't coming? Yeah, the feds' jurisdiction here is really, really small. The feds' jurisdiction is very small, and I don't think the feds are going to do anything. If I were a betting man, I don't think the feds are going to do anything. And if they're going to do something, it's going to be on a slightly more global level. Like, it won't really be Karen Reed. It will be more systemic issues. So I don't know the degree to which that's true. But if the feds are going to do anything, it's probably not John O'Keefe specific. It's probably more corruption writ large. But, you know, only the feds can determine what they're going to do, but that's my best guess. Gigi became an uncivilian. Spank Hank said, if she takes a plea, it's over. If she doesn't, it's going to be an episode. Words of one of the murderers. You better believe it, man. Kurt Smith for $5 said, the only reason start qualifying not helping is if you already know what happened, you're trying to avoid getting involved. Pretty much, especially if you're a first responder, right? Especially if you're a first responder, a trained police officer. If you're just a normal homeowner, I can understand it a lot more, right? Because in that situation, you're being flooded with all kinds of emotions and dopamine and adrenaline and all kinds of fun things. And so that can be confusing to a person. So if freezing is a fairly typical flight or fight response, right? We forget about that. Flight, fight, or freeze. So freezing is a very common flight, fight response. So if it were just a normal person, a normal home, and they kind of froze because they didn't know what to do, and they were just sort of in a, like, they didn't know what to do, and so they just kind of like noped out, that'd be understandable. For a first responder, less so. AKA the cat lady for $5 said, the prosecutor placed Barros on the Brady list. Is there a way to help him? I don't know anything about that, and no. Janice Vetter for $4.99. I was supposed to feel sorry for Proctor crying during his interview after what he did. I don't know. We're going to watch the Proctor interview in about 5 seconds, and that's going to be exciting. Alan Parker gifted 20 gift memberships, longtime supporter of the channel. Very much appreciated. And can the FBI take over the investigation? Because one of the suspects is ATF. No. The ATF jurisdiction here is really small, or really minimal. The federal jurisdiction is small and minimal, right? The feds have no inherent jurisdiction. The federal jurisdiction here would be due to, even if the ATF agent killed them, unless they killed them in the line of duty, no, right? So, yeah, the federal jurisdiction here is really small. The federal jurisdiction is basically for the corruption of the police force, deprivation of civil rights by someone under color of law. Like, it's 18 U.S.C. 241, 243. So that's the federal jurisdiction here. And that would be probably more systemic. But yeah, in any event, J. Michael RN gifted 50 gift memberships, very, very generous. And Just Rhonda gifted 5 gift memberships. All right, let's see if we can find this Proctor interview, because I saw there were like highlights or something where Proctor all right, Loophole Lawyer covered it. So we'll watch him watching it. We're going to react to the reaction because that seems like the reasonable thing to do, I guess. All right, let's react to the reaction.
Just remember dropping them.
All right. All right, let's see this. All right, shout out to this channel. Make sure to give him the credit for it too. This is Loophole Lawyers, the name of the channel. Apparently, they posted it. It says Vince the lawyer in the comment. So maybe this is a reaction to the reaction to the reaction. It's not even his in the first place. I'm not even sure whose content it is at this point. In any event, we're going to react to this. All right, Mr. Proctor, if you don't mind. It's Mr. Proctor, if you don't mind. Let's see what you have to say about this. Allison Becca said, don't forget the Fed's charges for Farwell for the Sandra Birchmore murder. I don't know anything specifically about the Feds with respect to Sandra Birchmore. But again, it would be the same kind of thing. It would be 241, 243, deprivation of civil rights by a person under color of law would be the charge, presumably. But we could look into that. Dighton Daddy said, 499, is still puzzled about Morrissey. I remember the DA came out right away on the Murdaugh trial. Yeah, all kinds of things. All right, Mr. Proctor, if you don't mind, what do you have to say?
Just remember dropping to my knees and laying on my lawn, like crying. That was tough.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
I wouldn't change anything.
Really? Seriously? Really? I can think of some things. Like, at a bare minimum, how about an interview of everyone in the house, like at the time of the thing? How about like trying to, as best as you can, separate everyone in the house from everyone else and trying to do individual interviews, whether it's you or someone else? Maybe you get a whole bunch of cops and maybe they all do separate interviews. How about that? That might be a good idea. No? All right, never mind.
Nothing.
No.
The deceased is a cop.
No, nor should it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
This is Michael Proctor, a former Massachusetts state trooper who was the lead investigator tasked with determining who killed John O'Keefe.
There's a little more emotion involved.
That afternoon,
you would think.
Proctor and Buchanan interviewed Brian Albert, who told them John never came inside his house.
John O'Keefe and Karen.
Yeah, how about go to the scene? Yeah, sorry. I apologize, right? I like forgot that he never even went to the scene in the night in question. Yeah, how about going to the scene of the crime? Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot how stupid it was for a second. You're right. Yeah, how about going to the scene of the crime? You're right. Holy shit. Oh, wow.
Never entered my house.
Jennifer McCabe, she also says
John never came in the house.
During my training and experience, I've been to pedestrian strikes where both shoes are right at the point of impact. People get ripped completely out of their clothing and their clothes are at the point of impact.
They noticed damage to the right rear taillight.
This is interesting. ABC showed a police report which indicates taillight to be shattered. And as we know now, it was shattered not at 34 Fairview, but at the Sallyport Garage in Canton.
In their official police report, they describe it as shattered.
It's a large housing unit, so a significant chunk is missing from that taillight.
Trooper Michael Proctor is relieved of duty effective immediately.
Suspended without pay.
Just remember dropping to my knees and laying on my lawn, like crying. I couldn't even talk. I was complete hysterics. And I just remember my mother being like, what? And I kind of gathered myself and I'm like, they relieved me of duty. What really got me was my union rep. He had to come over to my house and pick up all my uniforms. And the one time I broke down was putting my Class A uniform. You go through a 6-month academy and you're very proud to put that uniform on.
Wah, I can't wear my uniform.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you can probably rent a cop uniform or buy one from eBay. You can still dress up as a cop at parties, which, by the way, just for the record, is fully legal. It's only illegal if you're trying to fool people, like for the purpose of deceiving them. But you can dress up as a cop. You can dress up as a Marine officer. You can dress up any way you want. It is fully legal. You can put on that police uniform. You can even put on all your badge. Well, probably not so much the badge. That might be a little bit problematic for very technical reasons. But you could put on something that looks similar to the badge. You can put on your awards and everything. You can still cosplay. You can cosplay. Cosplay is legal. So you can find that used uniform on eBay. You can rent it from a shop. You can go to Party City. They probably have something cop uniform adjacent. You could even dress up as sexy cop, although I'm not sure I want to see that, but you could. Freedom of speech allows you to say things I definitely don't want to hear or see. So you can continue wearing your cop uniform and wear it around in public. Just as long as you don't like try to hold yourself. If someone says, "Are you a cop?" you have to say no. I just like to dress as one. But you could do it. Go have fun with your cosplay. Lol. Oh Lord.
Uniform. Wah. How do you think Karen felt putting on a jail uniform and facing potentially wearing it for the rest of her life?
In March, the State Police Trial Board dishonorably discharges Michael Proctor on 2 charges.
I don't know any trooper that's been.
Hey, is Microdots in the chat? I saw someone say they love Microdots. If Microdots is here, I just want to let you know you did great work. And a lot of people really appreciate it, and we did really enjoy seeing your name on the faux license plate banner thing outside the courthouse. That was pretty badass. That was awesome.
Punished for personal text messages on their personal phone.
There's a disturbing lack of uncivil law logo though outside the courthouse, I have to say. Tisk.
I'm fired.
Nice. Cheers to that.
A supervisor on one of Proctor's text chains,
Trooper Bukaki,
is also disciplined.
We learned that
Trooper Bukaki is the best name ever, man. It is the most appropriate name. I mean, wear it loud and proud, man. Right? I'll paraphrase the line from Game of Thrones. It was Tyrion who said it. It's like, you're a bastard. Wear it proudly, Jon Snow. Wear it like armor, and it can never hurt you. I am Bukaki. Yeah, wear it with pride, as one does. Like the whore you are. That might have been a touch much, but whatever. I'm a private dancer for money. Do what you want me to do.
they no longer care for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
When I first started investigating this case, I thought someone with special needs, this person right here, was testifying, and I couldn't understand why. But it turns out this guy's an actual detective. The residents of Massachusetts not only hired this guy, they promoted him. And I don't think
this pleases me. I don't know who generated this AI. But whoever did this, respect. +1 channel point to whoever created this. You're my hero.
I think he has special needs.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Trooper Bukaki.
They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay.
Has any crime ever been solved in Massachusetts? This is a detective, I think.
And you can get rid of a dog.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting sometimes when you see these things. I grew up in South Carolina, for those of you who don't know. And South Carolina has its state police. They're called SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. And SLED has a bit of a reputation. And it makes me feel glad that, I don't know if it makes me feel glad or like a misery likes company kind of thing, but it's nice to know that Massachusetts State Police has similar problems. SLED has a bit of a reputation for believing that they are secretly the FBI and likes to pretend they are the FBI. They're just not really good at it. So they are too big for their britches, as we might say in the South. Right? They like to think that they're FBI, and they like to pretend they're the FBI, and they like to throw their weight around, but they're just not very good. And so apparently the Massachusetts State Police is no better. So I guess it's nice to know we're not alone or something. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog. Yes.
Okay.
For failure to counsel a subordinate during an investigation.
Trooper Bukaki.
And he loses 5 vacation days.
Aw, poor baby. He lost 5 vacation days. What's more surprising is he's in charge of Michael Proctor.
That she went CF McCarthy's, where she met John and some of his friends, and then went over to the waterfall and met a group there.
Why do we know the facts better than the lead investigator?
That's a good question.
That they were, it was Jen McCabe invited them back to Fairview Road.
They seize her car and they tow it. They then process the vehicle for evidence.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
This woman, man, this woman. I have to tell you though, and this is not ironic. I am just saying this actually straight face. This woman understood the assignment from what she was told. Like, she was told to do the right thing, and she understood exactly what that meant. And she did exactly what she wants to do. Some people have speculated that this woman, like her career in law enforcement, is done. I think her career in law enforcement is just beginning. She is going to be lauded, perhaps somewhat secretly. It won't be overt, but she will be lauded. She's going to get better assignments. She might get a promotion. I'm not kidding. I'm just telling you flat out. She's going to get promotions. She's going to find things in her career just to be a little bit easier. Yeah, she's going to be rewarded for what she did. As she said, her career depended on her testimony. She understood the assignment. I have no doubt that she will continue having a bright career in law enforcement, which should scare the shit out of all of us. But yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police. A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sallyport garage had a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. And if you don't, you can't reference what you know from the movie.
All right. There were cameras in the Sallyport.
The main issue with this witness is she said that she saw Higgy Bear and Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport with the SUV.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
Access granted, Brian Higgins.
Yeah, Jean Marie says, wrong about feds. Feds brought charges and state did not. Feds can bring charges. Yeah, the Fed jurisdiction is very small, though. And so if the feds brought charges against somebody, I don't want to know specifically why. So I'm not wrong about the feds. I'm really not. I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this for 20 years, I swear. I'm not wrong about the feds. The feds jurisdiction is very small. The feds can bring charges, but not in a very wide swath of situations. The feds don't have some like overarching power. So you need to look for the federal hook. So if they brought charges relating to Sandra Birkmore, I'd want to know what charges. If they brought charges against the police, it's probably 18 U.S.C. 241, 243, deprivation of civil rights by a person under color of law, because that would be the most logical conclusion. The other thing that they could be would be 18 U.S.C. 1001 for lying to a law enforcement officer, assuming they could prove it. If they brought charges like, so I'd want to know what charges and what domain. I'm not wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I swear. The federal domain is somewhat limited. We could look it up, though. We could find out exactly what charges were brought by the Fed under what theory of law and see if I'm wrong. But no, not really. They charged with killing a witness in wire fraud? Really? Outstanding. Wire fraud? They brought wire fraud into this? Wow. Okay. All right, cool. We have to look that one up. That sounds fun. Wire fraud? Okay, that's an interesting, you don't normally see that as a hook in this situation, but yeah, I guess. All right, sure. Okay. Fair enough.
In the first trial, Higgy Bear was questioned about whether he was in the Sallyport once the SUV arrived.
Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting?
Yes.
Yeah, of all the charges the Fed would bring of all the charges the Feds would bring, wire fraud would not be on the top of my list. So I guess it was unexpected in that way. But then again, there's a lot of U.S. codes, so what can you do? All right.
I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it records you going on. That's fine.
There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no.
Old Higgy Bear fell for a classic lawyer trick there. After Alan's question was answered, he paused, and Higgy Bear didn't know what to.
This is what Farwell's indicted for the Feds. I'll tell you what. How about we'll do one better? Why don't you just, if you wouldn't mind, we have a wonderful Discord. How about that? We have a Discord. If you need the address, just type !Discord, and then you could provide me the link to the thing. A link to either the U.S. Department of Justice would be great. Because the U.S. Department of Justice will provide a summary of the thing, and then they'll provide a copy of the indictment. And they usually do press releases in a case like this. So if you happen to have the link to the DOJ relating to Birchmore, that'd be great. And we'll look at the indictment and we'll read it, and we can we'll know things. And the best way to do that is by providing it to me on my Discord. So because you can't provide links in the YouTube chat, so that'd be great. Thank you.
To do, and generally someone that is being dishonest with you will then speak again, coming up with an excuse, and that's exactly what old Higgy Bear did.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
One thing to say I don't remember, it's another thing to say no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, is missing.
Objection.
Sustained. Did you receive a call at all around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
It's clear now that Higgy Bear and the Chief of Police Berkowitz were both in the Sallyport with Karen Reed's SUV when it arrived, and that little snotty cop told the FBI that they were both there for an unusual amount of time. It's really starting to appear that both Proctor and Buchanan had nothing to do with planting the taillight.
I'm going to skip ahead because there's more interview, I think, so I want to skip ahead to wherever the interview is. Is this all from the news special? It's just going through the trial?
It's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
Very obviously, you had access to the Sallyport.
Had access, yes, and that's a cut-through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all of that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Trooper Bukaki.
Correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had
the missing pieces from Karen Reed's SUV. Based on the investigation, what does the evidence tell you happened?
Later in the day, that collectively, as we all met as a unit, that
owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word. What was that word?
Nope. Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because he had Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And
16 hours in, he knew Brian Albert had.
Hulu has the full interview. Do I have to pay for Hulu to do it, though? Because I don't have a paid Hulu account. So I need somewhere I can see it that I don't have to pay for it. So where can I find that? Is that on Hulu? Because I'm happy to do it that way. It's for free on Hulu? Okay, let's pull it on Hulu. That's fine. $2.99 for Hulu. I don't have a paid Hulu account. So if it's not free, then, what are we doing? All right, back to this thing, I guess.
Nothing to do with it.
If I have Amazon Prime, I have Hulu? Really? I have a Hulu account because I have Amazon Prime? Really? This is new information. I didn't know I got Hulu for free because of Amazon Prime. Let's find out. All right. How do I log in? Log in with your My Disney account. I don't have a My Disney account, so it doesn't give me an option to log in through Amazon. So not so much. No. Yeah. I can't it says log in with My Disney. I don't have My Disney, so I can't do that. So never mind. Back to this.
Knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
You hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
Nah, we don't need to go there.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
It's all over X? Great. Provide me a link to the X thing in my Discord. Provide me a link to where it is on X on Discord, and I'll put it up that way. So help me out. That'd be great. Provide me the link. Pop it in general. That'd be great. Thank you.
No.
YouTube ABC? Okay. All right, the verdict. Yeah, we want to watch this thing. All right, let's give this a shot. All right, let's give this a shot.
An all-new 2020 starts right
2020 right now. Blah, blah, blah.
I said he's right there.
Here's a better one with just the interview. Okay, let's see if this is even better. Hold on. No, that's just 30 seconds. That does me no good. All right, we're pressing on.
His eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
She's accused of killing her boyfriend, a Boston police officer. Enough's enough. We've been quiet for too long.
Now, Justin, a verdict for Karen Reed.
The defendant are guilty or not guilty? Not guilty.
This is the case the whole country.
All right, let's just skip to the Michael Proctor interview parts because I'm not interested in all the rest of the bullshit.
Wait, people need to know what has been going on. They need to know the truth.
That'd be great.
And when we interviewed her before her first trial...
Okay, that's before the first trial, so that does me no good. Pressing on. Pressing on, pressing on, pressing on. There is no Michael Proctor anywhere in this entire 11 minutes, so that is of no help. So that doesn't work. Okay. Let's look at the Farwell indictment since that didn't work. Let's look at something else. Posted the 7-minute interview in Discord. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. We just watched that interview. That was the interview we watched earlier. That's what we started with. The interview with the family. This interview, this 7-minute interview. Yeah, that's the interview we started with, this stream. So we already watched that. So we don't need to watch that again. So never mind. That doesn't help us. But that's okay. We'll figure it out eventually. All right, let's do the I can't access the DOJ website that someone gave me. Someone gave me a copy of the indictment and it was incomplete. The link is incomplete. So that's of no help. So let me see if I can find it myself. Let's see. DOJ press release. Okay. Former cop arrested in, all right, Falwell. So this is from 2024. Access denied, access denied. I do not have permission to access these resources for some reason. I'm getting access denied when I try to access the DOJ website for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not even connected through my VPN. But for some reason, when I try to click on the link, it just gives me access denied. So that does not work. Yeah, Access denied. Yeah, Colin in chat said the link is working. Actually, no, it's not. Apparently, I don't have permission. Access denied. So, no. Is it because I have like a filter on or a blocker on? No. PDF? Great, PDF will help. Thank you. All right, cool. Let's take a look at this thing. All right, so this is an indictment against Matthew Farwell. All right, so what is the indictment here relating to this, relating to the Birchmore thing? Between on or about March 27, 2012 or April 1st, 2022, defendant Farwell was a sworn officer of the police department. In his capacity as a police officer, so like right away I know like where we're going with this, right? Farwell served as an instructor for the academy, who was a vocational education program for youth. The Police Explorers was designed to enable youth participants to learn about law enforcement careers. Sandra Birchmore was born in 97. In around 2010, Sandra Birchmore applied to be a participant in the Police Explorers. At the time, Birchmore was 12. She began participating in the program in around spring of 2010 and continued through the program in 2016. Prior to 2012, Farwell was a Police Explorers volunteer. He began as an instructor when he started working for Softwell. So we're kind of going with like probably like a trafficking grooming kind of thing, maybe, because we're transporting minors, or maybe we are in our color of law engaging with minors. So like, yeah, that sounds like that's the direction this is heading. Before Birchmore obtained the age of 16, Farwell engaged in sexual intercourse and other acts with Birchmore, which may or may not be legal depending on your jurisdiction. But interesting. I don't know whether or not it would change if you're a police officer or not. Probably not, actually. As a matter of federal law, unless you're transporting the minor across state lines. So, yeah, if the mere fact that he's a police officer and having sex with a 16-year-old wouldn't be a federal hook unto itself, and it might not even be illegal depending on the jurisdiction, but let's press on. The Stoughton Police Department required employees, including police officers, to accurately report their time and attendance in order to receive wages and overtime. She was 15. No, it says right here in paragraph 4. Oh, before she obtained 16. I misread it. I apologize. It does say before 16. I misread it. My fault. So she was 15. I apologize. Yeah, I don't think the age of consent is 15 in any state anymore. So I don't think that would be legal in the United States. It might be illegal in some countries. Isn't like the age of consent in like Italy like 12 or something? But I don't think the age of consent is below 16 in any state anymore. Although I'd have to double check. Although if you get married to them, maybe, which it leads to interesting things, but they're not married, so we can go past that hypothetical. Yeah, so if you get married, you can have sex with the under 16-year-old, but that isn't the situation, so let's press on. The Stoughton Police Department required employees, including police officers, to accurately report their time and attendance in order to receive wages and overtime. Okay, so that's going to be the fraud because they did the clocking wrong. That's kind of hilarious. During some of the shifts in which Farwell was supposed to be performing his duties as a Stoughton police officer, he was instead engaged in sex acts. Time card fraud. That is hilarious. I mean, it's just hilarious that that's what we're hooking him on, right? It's just like, we're not hooking him on the sex. We're hooking him on the time card fraud relating to the sex. That's kind of mildly hilarious. You got to appreciate that. He failed to disclose that information to the police department and took steps to conceal his conduct. In or around December 2022, Birchmore learned she was pregnant. Birchmore told Farwell he was the father of the child. On or about January 20th, Birchmore's friend called Stoughton Police Department and told a department employee that Farwell had had sex with Birchmore. Shortly thereafter, a Stoughton Police Department employee told Farwell about the call. On or about February the 1st, 2021, Farwell killed Birchmore by strangulation. Please don't do that. Shortly thereafter, Farwell staged Birchmore Canton, Massachusetts apartment to make it appear as if she committed suicide. Oh, okay, so he's fabricating the scene and stuff like that. Okay. All right, killing the witness of a crime. Okay, because she's the witness of a crime. That's interesting. She killed Birchmore, a person known to the grand jury with malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, maliciously, and with premeditation, intent to prevent the communication by any person to law enforcement of information related to the possibility of commission of a federal offense. To wit, 242. Yeah, because of the deprivation of color rights in violation of 242. I said 241, 243. I was getting around it. So 242. Coercion and wire fraud. That's interesting. That would actually be somewhat difficult to prove, actually, that he did it for that reason, as opposed to him just doing it, generally. Because he has to do it with intent to prevent the communication relating to federal offenses. And so that's a little difficult to prove that he killed her for specifically that reason. But interesting if the federal government can prove it. But yeah, you can't kill the witness to a federal crime. So if they can prove that she was intending to report, or that would help. But if they can prove that he killed her for the purpose of preventing the communication of her relating to the federal crime, which would be the deprivation of color rights, I'm not sure how she would be a witness to the wire fraud. I guess she would be, because she'd be able to testify what they were doing at the relevant time. But yeah, that's actually somewhat difficult to prove factually. But if they can prove it, hey, why not? All right, cool. All right, so all that stuff is interesting. Now, there was another juror interview that we can watch as long as we're here, but let's read some super chats as well that came in while we've been talking. Ditchin's daddy said, I'm still puzzled, led about Morsi. I remember the DA came right away in Murdaugh. Allison Becca said, Sandra Burkmore was killed in Canton. Farwell charged with first-degree murder by feds. Well, no, he wasn't, at least in this indictment. He wasn't charged with first-degree murder. He was charged with killing the witness to a crime, or unless there was a second part of the indictment, which there might have been, but no, there was not. So at least in this indictment, he was only charged with killing the witness to a crime. He wasn't charged with first-degree murder. Yeah, but that's okay. Pro Gamer says, hi, Kurt. Isn't the not guilty verdict wonderful? Very wonderful. It's extremely wonderful. I'm very, very happy. The jury understood the assignment, and they did the right thing. I really didn't believe the Commonwealth would stop. I don't believe so either. Did I hear AJ on Howard Carr saying Bev sustained every single objection during ARCA? Statistically impossible. I did not, but if you provide a link to it in the Discord, we could listen to that interview, and I would like to. So if you can provide me a link in my Discord, I'd appreciate it. Stefan Hallodre said, I got Proctor's uniform. The class A1 is nice. Josh Passell for $1.99 said, couldn't the drunk too? Chloe Albert said, I hope Proctor was honest with the gas station about why he needed off. It'd be bad to lose another job because he called in sick and they saw him on TV. Nice. Plosa Mom became an uncivilian. Shelby for $1.99 said, BH listed house a few days ago. Confirm, deny? I can't confirm or deny it. But yeah, and then Just Rhonda said, Uncivil has 6,338 people watching, which is awesome. And I appreciate that you were here. Yeah, someone in Discord provided the link to Loophole Lawyer Proctor interview. I believe that's what we were watching already. So yeah, that's the interview. Yeah, we were already watching that interview. And then people said, let's finish the interview though. See what else there was in this thing.
Nothing to do with it.
You knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
You hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
Nah, we don't need to go there.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
Nah.
Questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop. Right? Did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes. We had the one shoe found at the scene, taillight pieces at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, her statements. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? We knew we were right.
Case over.
Very confident we knew that what had transpired.
Which was?
Karen Reed backed her Lexus vehicle into John O'Keefe.
His highly offensive text messages about Karen Reed, they rocked that first trial.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. C-U-N-T.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Within hours of that.
No ass, baby. That no ass thing gets me every time. I don't know why that particular one gets to me. Maybe it's just the way he says it. Maybe it's just his delivery of it. But every single time he says that no ass one, it always kind of makes me smile. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know, man. My presumption of innocence, don't want none unless you got buns, son. It's so stupid.
First trial ending, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty by the Massachusetts State Police. He was later fired. Who are you writing to?
My good buddies that I've been friends with since first grade.
And then Bird decides to chime in.
My good buddies.
Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote. Ken hasn't had a homicide in like 20 years. So they're naturally interested. Just regrettable messages.
How did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you, Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
Well, according to my response at the time, apparently. But in all the content and the messages, what you don't see is a conspiracy.
What do you see?
I see someone who's caught up in the moment of investigating, a fellow police officer and just saying inappropriate things.
Can you see why people called you sexist and misogynist?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could 100% understand why. It was made in jest.
Well, at least that's some self-awareness, so I'll give him partial credit. So, all right.
Oh, it's a figure of speech. Hopefully she kills herself like that. Not literally.
That's a figure of speech?
Yes.
Do you use that commonly?
Yes. Not.
Really? Is I hope she kills herself a common is I hope she kills herself a common expression? Oh, I guess I'm hanging out in the wrong circles. Chad, I hope you I can't even say it. I was gonna say it as a joke, and I can't even say it because I don't know, man. I'm not buying that. I don't know, man, where we're hanging out. I don't know about that one.
Commonly, but it's a figure of speech I made in jest. It wasn't literally.
They're referencing the text messages indicating he wants Karen to off herself.
Really, I hope she kills herself.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she killed herself, or calling her the C word?
So don't spell it. You go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
In a court of law, you must be specific. You cannot abbreviate.
Those feelings developed as the case went on.
I mean, can you see how people might think, he was caught in this instance speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
I 100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own.
White, male.
It generates an emotion.
What happens to those of us that are black, not a police officer, and not a man?
And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
And some of his texts were with colleagues, including 2 superiors.
At the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan,
Trooper Bukaki,
liked his conduct with a big old thumbs up.
When we first got into her phone, the number one thing I wanted to review was location data, text messages.
What did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far. And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct. And when we got into the phone, I texted the guys at work, our work chain, that joke. No nudes so far, guys. No evidence because it didn't happen. I spent 2 days on the stand. That was Alan Jackson's opportunity to bring that up and question me on it.
Specifically asking you whether you planted evidence.
Yeah, not one question. They believe.
I truly believe now Proctor and Buchanan were so dopey, they had no clue the evidence was being planted.
that
might be true.
The state police.
That's fair.
Multiple units within the state police, the Canton Police Department, about a dozen civilians are all in this conspiracy to frame a woman we don't know. And over the last 2.5, 3 years, not one person has said, wait a minute, I'm not going down for this.
It's not framing, it's covering up a crime, which is a lot easier to do. But don't worry, Proctor, we're coming for all of you, especially you, Higgy Bear.
Here's what really happened.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it.
Wow, did you hear that? Maybe I should have avoided this by looking into other people's cars just to say I did it. That is what we call pretext in the law. You don't look into other people's cars just to say you did it to support your original conclusion. You look in the other cars to find evidence, you big dope.
There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner.
Nah, you solved the case in 16 hours.
But overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do, and so I wouldn't change anything.
Proctor's being very credible here, and now we know Higgy Bear and Berkowitz knew they had a mark in this dope. After all the evidence that came out, he still believes that his investigation was thorough after 16 hours.
Nothing.
No.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
I guess I have to.
Yes.
That'd be helpful.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
We're speaking about Higgy Bear here.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Uh-oh, Higgy Bear has that too.
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Not that hard a question.
Motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There was no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Trooper Bukaki.
And I did, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right? You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct? At 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe.
Hell yeah, our Higgy Bear can whip some ass.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask.
They were friends. They were friends.
He said, "You're kind of a loner." I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with." And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
Some circle of trust is
I think we should do a merch giveaway because we have 6,000 people here. We haven't done a merch giveaway in a while. Well, actually, we've done a lot of merch giveaways, but now's as good as time as any to do a merch giveaway, right? All right, so let's do a merch giveaway. We've got 6,000 people here. Why not try to win some merch, right? So let's win some merch. So, okay, let's do this thing. All right, so I'm going to give you a phrase. I'm going to provide it to you in chat, exactly what you need to type. And then all you have to do to enter is then type exactly that phrase that I give you, and then you'll be entered in chat. And if you want to know the rules are contained in !rules. So give me a second to set this up. And we will do, well, first of all, let me just watch this and then let me finish my thought so we don't disconnect things. But let me just do this. Okay, and it's going to be here and here and here. And this is going to be the phrase. Great. And it's all watching. All right, cool. So this should work. Let's give it a shot. Exciting. So the phrase is, we reached 150K subscribers exactly as I just typed it into chat. Simply type that phrase, 1 entry per person. $20 worth of items from our merch shop is your potential prize. Please see the rules for further details with !rules. And this interview, we'll listen to this and finish this off.
Second John turns his back, Higgy Bear's making out with his girlfriend.
We're friends. Sorry, the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe. They were friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him. Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree? He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
As we've uncovered, it was more than horsing around. It was Higgy Bear trying desperately to get Karen's attention. It wasn't practice fighting, but Proctor and us also missed the fact that Higgy Bear was taunting John just moments before he left the bar. Then text him 20 minutes later, ask him if he's coming to the house.
At 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Depends what that, I don't know what the call was about.
I'm sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So.
Right, and you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you're unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't see his phone, correct?
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing?
No.
Wow. It is just amazing that this was the person who was the lead investigator on a case that could have sent Karen to prison for the rest of her life. Now that we know Karen is not the killer, we are pursuing all the people that had the means, motive, and opportunity. That leaves only a few people that could have committed this crime. And we are moving our cuddly Higgy Bear right to the top as the #1 suspect.
Facts. That was a very entertaining video. Very good. All right, cool. Let's draw and see who won, shall we? All right, we'll give you 30 seconds and then we're going to do the drawing. So 30 seconds or 25 at this point to type the phrase. Again, I'll just give it to you exactly. So you can just cut and paste it. You can do anything. Just cut, it's not that complicated, guys. 15 seconds. And yeah. And we'll do the drawing. And our winner is Madita Finn. Madita Finn is our winner of our prize. Congratulations, Madita Finn, for winning our wonderful merch giveaway. I hope you enjoy your new $20 worth of merch. Please, again, just type !rules It will tell you exactly what to do to redeem this prize. Please do those things, and then you can get the prize. So that's great. And thank you, Medita Finn, for entry, and that is great. Thank you for participating. All right, cool. That was fun. All right, let's do this interview with Alan Jackson from the Howie Carr Show. And listen to this for a while. All right, cool. So this is from the Howie Carr Show, as we can see, and it appears to be audio only. So we're just going to listen to this and see what it has to say.
Howie Carr, Boston Herald columnist and radio hitman.
Howie is sort of an insidious force in this area.
By the way, do we have Howie Carr? He's around here someplace. Where's Howie? Where is Howie? You know Howie Carr? Howie, where the hell are you? The legendary Howie. He's got that radio going. We love Howie Carr, right?
Etc. And it is Joe.
I had how much doubt? Pleasure, Howie. Thanks for having me.
So what did you ever, were you ever in any doubt, or how much doubt were you in as to whether or not you could get a fair trial in Norfolk County the second time around?
Oh, I had how much doubt was I? I was in enormous doubt. I mean, I never doubted the evidence. I never doubted her innocence. I never doubted Karen's. The just result should be that Karen walks out of that courtroom in the front door, through the front door, not the back. But did I doubt whether or not I could get a fair trial? About every single minute of every single day. Yeah, I doubted it significantly. I think we may be the only duo, lawyer and client, who has gotten back-to-back acquittals on murder charges. I mean, we got back-to-back acquittals. When has that ever happened?
Double jeopardy, and I thought you were going for triple jeopardy yesterday when they brought back they said, oh, we don't have a verdict after all. I mean, you're going into the record books. You got two murder acquittals here in a row.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever meet another lawyer who can claim that. Yeah, this team has gone through the gauntlet.
What was it like having basically the judge tied your hands, the defense's hands behind your backs, didn't she? What was that? What was that like?
First things, it was difficult. I mean, that was the challenge, right? So Hank Brennan came on as this, sort of self-proclaimed stalwart of justice. We're going to make sure that Karen Reed gets a fair trial. That was just lip service. It was anything but that. The Commonwealth had a theme and a theory going into this case that they did not want the jurors, in my view, they did not want the jurors to actually hear the evidence. They had no interest in having the jurors presented with the truth and the evidence on both sides, even playing field. Everything they did strategically was to try to hide evidence, try to hide witnesses, try to hide experts from the jurors. They filed motion after motion after motion. And, well, that's one thing. I mean, I can handle a prosecutor. I can beat most prosecutors with my hands tied behind my back. I know evidence very, very, very well. The problem is when the judge is on the Commonwealth side and tends to lean toward the Commonwealth, that makes life very difficult. And I've got example after example after example of the Judge Cannoni making very bizarre rulings that just did benefit the Commonwealth over the defense. And they're myriad.
Yep. Yeah, we would get, people would be texting in and saying, why does...
between the two trials, it might actually literally be myriad. That was a very technical joke. For those of you who don't know, myriad is technically 10,000. So that was a very technical joke. I apologize. Never mind.
Jackson object to this or that, and I said after he's been overruled, his objection's been overruled about 1 million times in a row. I mean, he's just pissing off the jury if he keeps objecting because he knows what's going to happen, right?
So the court is a theater, right? There is a theater to courtroom advocacy. And part of it is
very much
the audience. And the audience is not the public at large. The audience is not the bloggers. The audience is 12 folks, or in this case, 18 folks sitting in a jury box. I had to play the odds. There was a witness I took, Howie. This is still just shocking to me. There was a witness that I took on direct examination. It's direct. and it's an expert, and just allowed to lead experts in every state in the union. You can have moments where you lead experts. Every question I asked was objected to by Hank Brennan, and 100% of his objections were sustained. I've never seen that in 30 years of practice.
Yep.
Literally, I think it was 49 objections and 49 sustained objections.
Which, when you sort of take note of that, the decision not to call Proctor makes a lot more sense. Because yeah, it's like, this is what I didn't figure out at first. I figured it out since then. This isn't the first time I figured it out, but it took me a while to figure it out. Why didn't they call Proctor? And the reason is because Bev would have denied his ability to call as a hostile witness, I'm sure. Brennan would have made every objection. He would have been so hampered on direct, he wouldn't have been able to get anywhere. The cross would have been the most robust cross ever. And because it's cross, he's just going to provide him all the answers, right? So that's why they didn't call Proctor, right? If it had been a fair judge, that was my problem. That was my problem, right? I didn't understand because I didn't sufficiently factor Bev into the equation. I was like, why aren't they calling Proctor? This doesn't make sense. What I failed to sufficiently calculate was Bev. That was my failure. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now. Yeah.
By Hank Brennan and the judge. Talk about trying to keep the information from the jurors. It's not like I was abusing my position trying to get information in that was not relevant. I just had to ask the question 17 different times in 5 different directions to get the information in front of the jury. I've never had a situation where the judge sustains every single objection by the prosecution. That's never happened. Statistically, it's impossible.
How about the fact when Brennan would kind of like, drift off and you would ask a tough question and she would ask Brennan, objection, counselor? I've never seen that in court. Have you?
No, never. It certainly seemed like the Judge Cannoni had an idea of what she thought should be presented to the jury and how she thought it should be presented to the jury instead of just being, calling the balls and strikes. That's what she's there for. Her job is very, very it's simple. She is a gatekeeper of the evidence, for sure, absolutely. So you don't want to allow abuses on either side to occur in your courtroom, but you allow the lawyers to try the cases. You allow the lawyers to direct examine the witnesses or cross-examine the witnesses. You allow the evidence to come in before the jury because ultimately the jury is the trier of fact, not the judge. The most important folks in the room are the jurors. So it struck me after a while, and it struck me in trial number 1. She did the same thing. It was just, in my view, abusive of the process, not allowing the system to just work. Let the witnesses testify, let the evidence come in, and let the jurors weigh the evidence, and then let the advocates argue about the weight of the evidence. That's a trial in and of itself. It's not difficult.
What would if you could speak directly to Judge Cannone, what would you say to her in criticism of what she did?
Well, I have to be careful.
Yes, you do.
An officer of the court. And
yeah, he does have to be careful. He has to be careful how he phrases this. That what he'd really like to say. It's like, he has to phrase this a little bit more diplomatically than he'd really like. I understand. Lord.
In which I'm pro hoc, and I can imagine I may be back here in Massachusetts again. I doubt I'll be in front of Judge Cannoni. But my suggestion would be just do better. Don't try to put your thumb on the scale. No judge should ever try to put your thumb on the scale. Let the evidence get before the trier of fact in a fair and, above all else, an impartial way. I did not feel this was an impartial judge. I just didn't. And I don't think anybody who's watching would argue with that.
No, it's I gave up a while. I tried to hold on as long as I could, and I held on quite a long time. But I can no longer say that she's fair from first principles, right? It's like there's only so much judicial temperament. There's only so much, range of discretion. There's only so much like latitude I can do. And I kind of ran out a while ago. It's like, this is not working, right? I can't justify. I mean, there are prosecution friendly judges, but I mean, God damn.
What about the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, who got 3,000 pages of evidence from the FBI, pretty much conclusively proving that your client did not strike John O'Keefe, and yet he went out and spent close to $500,000 to hire his own experts. What would you say to Michael Morrissey, the district attorney?
For Michael Morrissey, I have a lot more to say than I have to say to Judge Cannoni. For Michael Morrissey, the overall arching comment is do better. Do better, sir. You are in the job of seeking justice. You're not in the job of winning cases. And that's what it seemed like he was doing. And that's what it seemed like. That's all he was doing. And that's what Hank Brennan was doing. And that's what Laura McLaughlin was doing, who was writing all the papers, the abusive process, trying to keep all of our witnesses out of the courtroom. Literally, they spent hundreds and hundreds of hours filing motions trying to keep our witnesses away from the jurors.
They sure did.
We were able to.
It was a little absurd.
But it was not easy, Howie. I got to tell you, this is one of the most challenging. This is the most challenging case I've ever tried in my life. And we didn't win because of the process. We won despite the process that was put in place in that Dedham courtroom.
Facts. The process was not fair. I mean, it's just not fair. Judges come in many different. Judges are people, so that's helpful to understand. Judges are people, and judges have different temperaments, and judges like certain things and they don't like certain things. But as long as they do it in a uniform way, it's not that big a deal, right? That's the bigger problem, is like the lack of uniformity. Like, one level of frustration is that the judge is just like wildly off on something. But if they're wildly off to both parties, then it's annoying, but not as annoying, right? So, for example, like the Doe-Bear, Lanigan, Fry, right? Expert witness qualification, okay? Expert witness qualification. Can this expert testify? If they can, as to what, right? There is a gatekeeping role for the judge. There's supposed to be. There are cases. They're called Doe-Bear, Fry, Lanigan in Massachusetts. And they have some slight nuance differences, but not really. Like, fundamentally, it comes down to, is this scientifically reliable in the first place? Like, is this actually a scientific discipline? Like, so that's one question. Assuming it is this person qualified, however they became qualified? And what is the nature of their qualification, so they're talking about something they actually understand, right? That kind of is what it boils down to, right? Now, if Judge Bev was most judges, in my opinion, are too loose about Doe-Bear, Fry, Lanigan, like whatever we call it. A thing by any other name. Like, Lanigan's what they call it in Massachusetts. But Doe-Bear, Fry, right? Most judges are too lenient about Doe-Bear, Fry, in my view. Most judges, in my view, should be harder, right? So I'd like to think, if I were a judge, I'd be a little bit harder than your typical judge. I'm not going to allow as many experts to testify, right, as your typical judge. But as long as I'm doing that both ways, it's not a big deal. And if Judge Bev was like, for example, like with Aperture, right, for example, and like the witnesses that, the defense wanted to call, if she was just the strictest Doe-Bear, Fry judge that's ever walked the face of the earth, right? If she's like, basically, no expert witness is good enough for me, then like, I guess, then I understand the rule. The rule is just no expert witnesses, I guess. But if that was the rule, then, it's the rule. But but her lack of consistency between the sides is the problem. It's like, she doesn't apply the same standard both ways. It doesn't even come close. It doesn't even come close to being even to both sides. And that's just one example, of course. The frustration is very, very real.
It was a travesty, in my view, an absolute travesty.
What was the worst thing that they kept out? The butt dials, the FBI, the solicitation of a bribe?
You just hit the nail right on the head. The FBI. How can you possibly defraud a jury by saying, okay, defense, you're not allowed to mention the fact that ARCA was hired by an independent agency? The FBI and the Department.
No, I'll give the judge that one. I don't agree. I think for the same reason that wouldn't want it if the Aperture had been testifying for the Commonwealth, because I think it's just unduly prejudicial. Because well, potentially either way, like the fact they were hired by the FBI or not is like unduly prejudicial, because maybe you have a good opinion of the FBI and it gives you weight, or they didn't and it diminishes you. So I think I would agree to exclude the fact it was the FBI. So for many wrong decisions, I think I would have agreed with the judge on that one. But be that as it may.
Department of Justice, the DOJ, and at the same time allow the prosecution to get up and cross-examine the very witnesses that were hired by the FBI and call them your employers. Are you kidding? That was not a mistake. Hank Brennan did that absolutely on purpose, and he did it because he knew he was going to get a very favorable call by the judge. We objected over and over. We said he opened the door. This is perpetrating a fraud on the jury. This was not their employer. Nowhere close to being their employer. These witnesses' employer is ARCA. Yet when we went to sidebar, nope, you can't mention the FBI. And the Commonwealth was still able to perpetrate this just abject fraud on the jury. Now, thank God the jurors were smart enough that they did not allow that to affect their ultimate judgment. But that's the kind of abuse that should not ever happen in an American courtroom.
Did you think that Brennan was going to seek jail time for the drunk driving? No, I didn't. I told Karen going into the verdict watch, if you will, I sort of have the sound of the Jeopardy theme in my head when I go into verdict watch. It's brutal. It's friggin' brutal. But no, I told her over and over, look, there is a very good possibility that there's going to be an OUI conviction. Very good possibility. And that was in some respects, that was by design, and I'm sure it was. Explain that at a later time. But,
I'm sure it was by design.
There was, in my view, no way that Judge Cannoni could actually impose some sort of draconian jail time. Nobody gets jail time in Massachusetts for first-time DUI with perfect driving record, and that's exactly how Karen came to. She's not allowed under Massachusetts statute. She is not allowed to consider acquitted charges. And I knew in my heart of hearts.
See, that is the difference. And we looked that up. And there was I don't know if it's Massachusetts statute, but there was a Supreme Court case. Although maybe the Supreme Court was just referring to statute and they didn't mention it explicitly. But either way, yes, under Massachusetts law, you can't use acquitted conduct. Under federal law, you can, which is weird. We discussed that Supreme Court case the other day. So as long as we're here to learn something of legal value, because I'm a legal educator, and I like to provide you legal education because it's what I do. Right. So as a matter of the federal law, the government could use acquitted conduct to enhance the sentence of convicted conduct. They can use uncharged conduct and to enhance the conviction of the convicted sentence. So as a matter of the federal law, they can, but Massachusetts is allowed to provide more rights. There's no conflict, right? States can provide more rights. So it is more favorable to the defendant to not allow it. So Massachusetts can do that. Massachusetts has done that. And so the judge was not allowed as a matter of Massachusetts law, but they might be able to in your jurisdiction because the federal law does allow for it. So as long as we want to learn something of value, we're here. All right, cool. Excellent. Let me read a few super chats that have come in along the way so we can keep catching up on them. And by the way, thank you so much for your generosity. It matters. It helps a lot. And by the way, sorry for the glasses, but for those of you who know, I have light sensitivity issues and my eyes have been bothering me lately. And so we've got these stupid glasses on now, and that's exciting, but that's okay. Let's see, where were we? J. Michael RN has been a member for 15 months. Sarah Gould for $5 says someone needs to make a Princess Bride meme about x-rays. I don't have x-rays. Physic, tear these arms off. Oh, you mean these x-rays? Facts. Just Runder for $5 said on June the 29th, 2014, my younger brother self-deleted. I found Proctor's comment about Karen offering herself the most vile, evil comment of all time. Appreciate. Sorry for your loss. Queen Olive Ruthan became an uncivilian. Spank Hank for $4.99 said Paul O'Keefe had to change seats due to sexualizing a juror with his eyes that made her feel uncomfortable. I don't know if that was the reason. I've heard that rumor, but if that's true, that's mildly hilarious. Turtle Boy said that last night. Yeah, I'm not sure what his basis for that knowledge is, but noted. Stephen Hayes for $10 said, at Inside Your Bones, I think John was investigating BA, done shady things, and they didn't want it coming out. I think they wanted to see Karen knew what John did too. So good digging deeper. Rosemary J said, your legal experience is surpassed by no other. Thank you. I try really, really hard. I try really, really hard. It's one of the reasons I read as many cases as I do. It's one of the reasons I have like 3,500 videos discussing law. It's like, I try really hard to be very legally informed. And then sometimes we get to the state specific stuff and it gets niche. And then sometimes I lose the plot a little, but I hold on for a pretty long time, but that's okay. Thank you. Billy Mamazella has been a member for 17 months, and Billy Mamazella gave $2.79 Canadian. Congrats on the 150K subscribers. Thank you. Pro Gamer's been a member for 28 months. I'm a grandma. Don't know how to send a link. I saw AJ on Howard Carr. We're watching it as we speak. Thank you very much. It's all good. It's been a member for 4 months. Stephen Hayes for $5 said, at Arca Chicken Gun, he's coming back for the lawsuit. I hope so. Clay Godmother from Buffalo's became an uncivilian. Thank you for hitting the join button. It is only 99 cents to be a member of the channel, by the way, for those of you who don't know. We do have the cheapest memberships in the game. It is literally 99 cents a month. You get some cool emojis. You get some behind the scenes content. You get to watch cooking episodes. You get to watch editing streams sometimes. You get some cool emojis. You get that feeling of being a little bit better than everyone else because you're an uncivilian. You also get to bypass the barriers for chat because there's no time limit on members. So you get lots of cool stuff, and it's only 99 cents. It's a good deal, man. We literally can't make it any cheaper. Stephen Hayes for $5 said, Akaska 4986. I don't know time of Runkle's interview with the train tonight, so subscribe to his channel. Runkle kicks ass. We love Runkle. Thank you, Olive, for becoming an uncivilian. Thank you, Lisa H, for becoming an uncivilian. Thank you, Bella Brat, for becoming an uncivilian. Thank you, Thomas Fuchs, for becoming an uncivilian. All those things are extensively appreciated. Thank you. You get to watch me try to make watches, like literally. I try to take up watchmaking as a hobby. I still need to finish the last watch I did. I need to redo the stem on it, but you get to watch me make watches. I almost made a watch. It's really, really hard. It requires fine motor control, which I don't have, but I tried. All right, let's go back to listening to this.
I knew we were going to acquit her of everything having to do with striking John O'Keefe with an SUV. It just didn't happen. It just didn't happen, and there was no way they could prove it happened. So she was going to be standing before the judge with a very clean record, first-time DUI, with no real information, true information about her BAC at the time of the driving. So I was not concerned that she was going to go to jail. Karen was very concerned, obviously. Anybody who's in that position thinks the
I'd be concerned.
Their head. Obviously, she's
right.
concerned.
I'd be very concerned.
And good for Hank for not seeking it, and good for Judge Cannoni for not making it an issue of it. She was given the lowest level program that everybody gets for a first-time DUI, and that's exactly what should have happened.
Is the FBI going to get involved in this, do you think?
I wish they would. I thought it was sort of a sad day for the justice system when it was announced in court that, and Mr. Brennan took great pleasure in announcing in court that the FBI investigation was quote unquote closed. I've never heard of that, Howie. In part, and keep in mind, I don't know if your listeners know it, but I was a prosecutor for 18 years before I ever represented a defendant, and I did it at some of the highest levels. I've never heard of an investigative agency announcing to the targets the investigation is closed. That has never happened. So I still have questions about that, but it is what it is. Mr. Brennan announced it in court. I took him at his word. It was to me, it was a punt on the part of the FBI. I think there's plenty of information for them, plenty of evidence for them to investigate, and I think they should. And I think that if they're doing their job, they should look real close into the culture of the Massachusetts State Police, a culture that can foster somebody as dangerous as Michael Proctor and his
A cancer. I remember that's a memorable line in your opening statement. I remember that. Well, I want to play you one cut before I let you go here from Michael Proctor. What did you make of that? Have you watched that yet?
I haven't. I couldn't. I was in a celebratory mood yesterday, so I couldn't bring myself to watch Michael Proctor.
I feel you, baby. I feel you.
I suppose I'll have to do it now. Now you've shamed me into it. I've got to watch it.
I got to play you one cut though.
It's my will.
I got to play you one cut as he goes over his investigative chops here. Cut 9.
Sure.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner, but overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do, so I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
We work this case just like we always do, Alan Jackson.
That is the scariest phrase I think I've ever heard from a detective. Given what we now know about how this case was investigated and not investigated, for him to literally say on national TV, nah, not so much. I would work this case just the same way I'd work every other case, just like I do every other case. Every other defendant, every other defense attorney who has represented a defendant in which Michael Proctor has touched a piece of evidence should be clamoring for some sort of habeas corpus, some sort of retrial, some sort of redo, if you will, in Massachusetts. He is a disaster in terms of an investigator, an absolute abject disaster. For him to say, maybe I should have looked at another car, maybe I should have interviewed a couple of witnesses. Are you kidding? He acts like it's an afterthought. That is your job, sir. Do your job. Do your duty. You're supposed to be an objective finder of fact, and then present those facts to a prosecutor who then presents those facts.
Michael Proctor is like disaster fuel. I mean, I've said this before. It's like I've read Encyclopedia Brown. I've read the Hardy Boys. I feel like I could give it a go. I don't think I could have done any worse. I'm not sure if I necessarily could have done much better, but I don't think I could have done any worse. My first investigation could have been, holy shit.
To a jury. None of that happened. None of what I just described happened. And that is day one in law school. That's day one. You learn that.
How's Karen Reed doing right now?
Phenomenal. She is the toughest woman I know. She has a steel spine. She's got no quit. She's never given up. I think, we're all in a position right now. We've lived in the pressure cooker of the last.
Oh, we hit 151K while we've been talking. Oh, that's nice. Oh, we hit 151K. Excellent. Very good. Huzzah for uncivil law. 151K. That's nice. All right, cool. Keep hitting that subscribe button, people. Let's keep going.
3 years of this onerous, draconian system that's tried to break her and beat her down, and we've all sort of been through it. Nobody as much as she has. And I think she's just processing what it feels like to be, a truly free woman. She's buoyed by the tens of thousands, millions of supporters who have raised their voices in defense of her, and that's where she gives the credit. Look, we all worked really hard, including her. By the way, she's the unsung hero of the defense team. She's as good a lawyer as I've ever seen, and I've seen some damn good lawyers. She's as good as I've ever seen strategically, attention to detail, finding the evidence, finding the details, and exploiting those details and exploring those details in a courtroom. She's as good as it gets. But I think now she wants to take a beat, take a breath. She never wanted to be a lawyer. She never wanted to be in this position. I think she's probably going to a little separation from the justice system.
I hope she gets her job back in Fidelity. Alan Jackson, I'm so appreciative of you coming on and give our best to Karen. And I hope next month when you come back, you can come in and spend an hour with us talking about this case.
I'd love to. That's a gentleman's invitation. I will take you up on that.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you in about 4 weeks or so. Great, thank you so much, Alan. And Alan, thank you so much on behalf of everybody in Norfolk County and the Commonwealth. We're so happy about the way it turned out. Thank you.
Me too. You're welcome.
All right.
Talk soon.
That's Alan Jackson.
What a great interview. That was very, very cool. Let's read some super chats that came in while we've been talking, because you guys are very nice to me and I appreciate it. Let's see. All right. Olive became an uncivilian. Lissy H became an uncivilian. Bella Brat, for you, became an uncivilian. Thomas Futch became an uncivilian. James Carson gifted 10 gift memberships. Amber became an uncivilian. Key Nines became an uncivilian. The virtual juror for $10 voted no, but after HB employer crossed open season, in my opinion. Lawyer no. Bedrow at 2 p.m. Edit EDT. LTL Media, Nathan Reed at 6:30 EDT. Runkle 7:30. Anti-Deb, Cal Reed yesterday, and Elise's daughter this morning. Very good. Candy Marie gifted 50 gift memberships. Thank you very, very much. Stephen Hayes asks, how many Scooby-Doo episodes? Scooby and the gang probably could have done a better job than Michael Proctor. I mean, chat, you tell me. Your choices are 1, Michael Proctor. 2, Scooby and the Mystery Machine. Who are you hiring for your investigation? Let me know in chat. Catherine Frazier's been a member for 23 months. Bella Brat for you gives $10. I do believe I found you during or around the Depp v. Heard case. So happy you're here, Kurt. Your law expertise is so needed. Thank you. I do my best. And Bluefish gifted 20 gift memberships. Awesome. Very, very good. And we had a nice little poll going. Let's see what the results of this poll are, just incidentally. Let's close that poll out. You guys believe that the FBI should have been brought up. I'm not sure that it should be for, yeah. But you guys thought so. So you guys said 84% yes, the FBI should have been brought up. 11% wouldn't matter and 4% no. But that's okay. We don't always have to agree. I appreciate it. And you guys are here. Great. Let us read a Substack thing, and then we're going to listen to a second juror interview. And I don't know what there is beyond that, but we will do what we can one step at a time. All right, so we are going to read this Substack thing, and this is going to be a little jank, but we'll do our best. So apparently this is an interview that was done in writing, I guess, or at least a transcript of one with one of the alternate jurors, with Johnson DePetro. So apparently this is what was said. I was not a deliberating juror, so I can't speak to what the 12 juror deliberators were told. As for being an alternate, I have to confess to being very let down when Jim called my number. He called 3 other numbers before 17. I thought I was going to get through, but what can you do? It's luck of the draw. 6 of us had to be alternates. Yeah, that would be really, really frustrating to be on that jury so long and not allowed to participate. That would be incredibly annoying. How would you have voted? I would have voted not guilty for all charges except maybe the driving under the influence. I think she was drunk in the morning. They tested her that morning, but that doesn't prove when she was drunk when she left the bar, because she easily could have got home and got drunk. Yeah, and then this leads to a very interesting legal question, because Hank Brennan was right. The time of the DUI would be the time of the alleged manslaughter because it's a lesser included. The defense is like, well, it's up to the jury. And I'm like, no, actually it's not, because the time would have to flow from the greater. So Hank Brennan was right? If he thinks the manslaughter occurred at 12:40 in the morning, the DUI would have to be at 12:40 in the morning because it's a lesser included of the DUI manslaughter. So Hank Brennan was right. I think the defense wanted to explode to increase the scope of the DUI because they just didn't care as long as they only checked box 5. I think that was what they sort of learned from the first jury, right? I think they sort of felt like, that there was this issue from the first jury and they wanted to give an option, and they didn't really care really much about the strict legal niceties as long as they check box 5. So from the defense's point of view, at least from their trial lawyer's point of view, while 12:40 is the correct legal answer, from the defense trial's point of view, we don't care if it's 12:40. We don't care if it's 5 a.m. We don't care if you think she was drunk driving yesterday. We just don't care. As long as you check box 5 and none of the other boxes, we don't care. So I think the defense very deliberately tried to expand the scope of the DUI because they wanted the conviction on the DUI, or more to the point, they wanted anyone who wanted to convict her because she was drunk to give them every possible way to get there. It's like, we don't care as long as it's box 5. From a strict legal posture, we could appeal, incidentally, although she invites the error because she asked for it, and the defense also said we don't care. So she's invited the error a little bit. But from a strict legal posture, we could appeal and probably could win for appealing the DUI for this reason. But they won't appeal because they can't be bothered. Not for least of reasons that if they appealed, it could lead to potential resentencing or something. And they've already gotten as good as it's going to get. So yeah, they're not going to appeal, but they could from a posture of legal posture, because the jury, we don't know from the charge, we don't know from the conviction what DUI the jury convicted her of. And that's a problem legally. So yeah. Anyways, pressing on. How was Hank Brennan? Hank was very focused, very determined. He did a great job at crossing Sergeant Barros. He definitely tripped him up and got him confused by the pictures. He did. He baited him. He baited him, and he got him to say something he didn't really mean, and then he was too embarrassed to admit his error, and the whole thing went to shit. It was masterful, and it was incredibly dirty and very, very annoying. All right, pressing on. He was definitely tripped him up and got him confused by all the pictures, but at the time Hank came across as just rude, saying over here to witnesses was way over the line, and the thing with holes in the back of the hoodie that really hurt his credibility. You think? How was the blue paint? Lol. Honestly, my head was spinning. I thought it was a joke. It was. It was a joke. It was. And also, from a legal posture, the thing that really blew my mind was when Aperture Science. The thing that really blew my mind is when Aperture said that this was not meant to simulate what happened to John O'Keefe that night. Remember they said that on the stand? They said that the blue paint test was not meant to simulate what happened to John O'Keefe. Okay, I have a question. How is it legally relevant then? How is it legally relevant? For something to be legally relevant, it has to make a fact in dispute more or less likely. That's what makes something legally relevant. It has to make a fact more or less likely. If it's not even attempting to simulate what happened to John, how does that demonstration make any fact in dispute more or less likely? How is that a thing? It's not a thing. The evidence is not relevant. It should have been stricken. It should have been stricken. Probably the witness should have been stricken. And the whole thing was garbage fuel. Pissed me off. Pissed me off. I couldn't believe a forensic expert would do something so silly. All it did was demonstrate that if you intentionally put your bare arm against wet paint, the paint will transfer to your skin. I don't know how anyone could think that was a smart thing for the prosecutor to show. Yeah, that's a really good question. What was wrong with the case? There were some glaring holes for the prosecution. To name just a few, Hank kept portraying Karen Reed's statements as the scene is an admission, but it doesn't add up. I mean, that's what he was trying to do, that they were an admission, along with everything else, that they were an admission/confession. This juror didn't buy it, but I think that could have very easily gone the other way. Maybe it did go the other way for some other jurors. Who knows what other jurors were thinking, right? So maybe other jurors perceived it as an admission/confession. Maybe that was part of the difficulty, because that's a very easy thing to perceive in this situation, which is incredibly annoying. But this juror at least said, Karen Reed, they kept trying to portray the scenes as admission, but it doesn't add up. If Karen Reed admitted to killing a cop, why didn't any of the cops on the scene arrest her? That's a good question. Or even detain her or question her, or put it in reports. These are all very reasonable questions, incidentally. There's an officer down, and there's a woman yelling her admission to emergency responders to hear, but by coincidence, not a single cop heard it or thought to write it down. That's odd. It sure is. It's pretty odd. Yeah, those are all pretty reasonable questions to ask. You know, yeah, I'm glad you asked those questions. That gives me hope that you asked those questions. Thank you for asking those questions. No consistent explanation for the injuries. No medical doctors would say the car was involved. Yeah, you know, when literally not one medical expert is like, yeah, this is a car collision. That's challenging. That's challenging for the prosecution, you know, a little bit. If he's on the lawn from 12:30 to 6, where was frostbite? That's a good question too. The state just ignored this. Why? I'm not a true crime guy. I don't know about other murder trials, but maybe you do, John. Is it normal for the state to charge someone with murder when their own medical examiner can't call it a homicide? Well, it's not exactly normal. No. And there were many problems, yes. Is it normal for the state not to call the main detective? Nope. Not really. Now consider, is it normal for both these things to happen in a murder trial? Common sense would suggest no way. That's massive doubt. These are all very reasonable observations. What did the defense do well? Defense did a good job of establishing a reasonable doubt, especially with Trooper Mechanic. He was just so defensive. I kept asking myself, why are the police so defensive and evasive here, and not just Mechanic? Facts. Who were good witnesses? The scientists from ARCA were very convincing. You think? You think? They were pretty good, man. They're even better than the first trial. You know, they actually like had, you know, science involved and stuff, as opposed to a guy cosplaying as John O'Keefe and standing and stuff. Lord have mercy. And when cross-examined, they didn't get defensive or snippy. Contrast with so many of the witnesses for the prosecution. Brian Lowerin was maybe the most convincing, at least for me. I was born in Norwood when JFK was president and lived in Massachusetts my whole life. I've shoveled more driveways than I care to remember. If there was a body laying an inch or two with an inch or two of snow just off the road, there's no way the plow driver would miss it. So this witness liked Lucky. This witness thought Lucky was the most convincing witness. I agree. Lucky is my hero. Lucky is the best witness in this trial. Arca's okay and all, but Lucky is the best in this trial. He's my number one. He's my number one. Come after me. I like Lucky. But of course, according to Jory Ronnie, Lucky is a distractor. He's a distractor. God damn it, Jory Ronnie. God damn it. But this juror is like, no, I liked Lucky. He's pretty good. Yeah, no shit. At least, unless the plow driver was drunk or had skipped his route. Who were bad witnesses? Jen McCabe. You think? Too many things didn't make sense, especially she forgot who she called when those other agents asked her. Carrie Roberts kind of admitted to lying to the grand jury. She said she didn't do it on purpose, but still it made me wonder, why is the state calling someone who lied at a grand jury? Yeah. The Boston cop Dever. She didn't want to answer anything. It's kind of funny in hindsight, but at the time it made me think, why is a policewoman so reluctant to say whether or not there were cameras at a police station? Because she understood the assignment that was given to her by the chief of police to do the right thing, which she did for the chief of police. That's why. But yeah. How were the Karen clips to you? I didn't give them much weight. The police didn't do anything with her contemporaneous statements that morning. So what would years later, in my opinion? How do you think John died? I don't know. That is a perfectly valid answer for the jury. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Your job is not to figure out how John O'Keefe died. Your job is simply to figure out whether or not the state has proven each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is your only job. For the jurors who understood the assignment, I thank you. But what I do know is the state couldn't back up their theory. It sounds like this juror also understood the assignment. Right? That's all I'm here to do. Try to determine whether or not the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. That is it. I'm not here to determine whether or not there was a conspiracy. I'm not here to determine whether or not, John O'Keefe was killed inside the house. I'm not here to determine any of those things. I'm not even here strictly to determine whether or not Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. Strictly, that is not why I'm here. I am here for one purpose. I have one mission in life. Did the state prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt? That is my mission. And God bless you if you understand the mission. Thank God. For heck's sake, Hank even said something like, we don't know what happened, but we had a good idea. He sure did say that. I wrote that down at the time. I think, like, yikes, we have a good idea? Yeah, that doesn't sound like beyond reasonable doubt to me. You know? The state needs more than a good idea to convict for murder, right? Yeah, they're supposed to. You understand? You understand? There was an ocean of reasonable doubt. To me, none of the injuries added up to the state's suggestion. It had been drilled. If he had been drilled by the car, he should have more injuries. Yeah, for me, that's sort of where, again, for me, lowest, what is the lowest, what is the easiest way? What is the easiest way for me to decide this for Karen Reed's favor? What is the lowest hanging fruit? And this juror points out to me, what is the lowest hanging fruit? How are these injuries consistent with the violence that would be required to create death? How is that a thing? Assuming the collision happened, how did it then lead to death? Yeah, that's a really good question, right? If he was just clipped and spun around and stumbled and fell on the lawn, then he wouldn't have fallen enough to crack his head open. This juror agrees with me, I guess. This juror is me, I guess. Am I secretly this juror? I don't know, but this juror is doing exactly what I would do, so I guess it's great. They never reconcile that for me. They just seem to leave it open, like maybe it was a combo of those strikes and there's a mark on his arm. To me, it's extremely unlikely that you could get such parallel lines in the chaos of a shattered taillight. Yeah, that too. But most of all, how could there be no trace of John on any of the pieces? Dozens of pieces scratch and gouge the skin, yet not a single taillight piece had any human material on it? More doubt. Facts. These are all facts. It honestly would have been more believable if they said Karen got out of the car with a hammer and attacked John. The claw parts of the hammer could have made those arm marks, and the ball port could have cracked his skull. This is great. Lexus data backing up. I wasn't sure what weight to give the Lexus data, for example, the 75% accelerator pedal. Interesting, yes, but there's no definitive time link to it because of conflicting theories of time drift. It's that black hole, man. It's the unexpected black hole. It's a problem. And speaking of drift, Mr. Burgess's graduation drifted quite a bit. Man, that was tough to watch.
Aperture Science.
Yeah. Cell phone temperature for John's phone. State essentially said maybe it was John under John's shoulder outside all night. Defense said maybe it was in the garage from 12:30 to 5. Competing maybes equals doubt. Hank said she backed up, hit him, and left him. Why was he wrong? We never got any real evidence of a collision. Yep. Again, no medical doctor said his injury is consistent with a vehicle strike. Yeah. Yes, Hank said she hit him. Okay, but Hank's statements aren't evidence. Facts. Lawyers say lots of things. Can't take what your lawyer says at face value. What do you think of Dr. Wolf, the brain surgeon? Super accomplished guy. Very slick. Made me think of the Rat Pack coverting in Miami. Didn't help to prove a collision, though. That was a fun interview. I appreciate that interview. That was good shit. Excellent. All right, so now let's watch a video of a second juror who interviewed. So this is another juror who interviewed. But before that, we need to catch up on super chats because there are many, many super chats. So let's catch up on those. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. I closed this screen somewhere where it was. Oh no, here it is. It's just a different tab. Too many tabs, man. Let's read some super chats that came in along the way. Let's see. All right. Bluefish sent 20 gift memberships. Scarborough for $4.99 said, glad you're enjoying success, Kurt. Can I interest you in some Peruvian marching powder and a trip to where the shot Cool Runnings? No, I'm good on the Peruvian powder. Thank you. I'm good, but thank you anyway. Yeah. J. Michael RN. First of all, I only do Colombian. Peruvian is second rate. Duh. I mean, come on. J. Michael RN 499 said, if there was an appeal and it was overturned, does that renew the entirety of count 2? No, it does not. No, it would only renew the DUI. So it does not throw any of the other stuff into jeopardy. But yeah. Gail Pat became an uncivilian. Carolyn N became an uncivilian. Amy's positive for $5 said, did the new administration close down these kinds of investigations from the Fed? Well, we don't know, but it's quite possible, right? The change in administration is a non-trivial factor. We've had a new government since January, as I'm sure many of you have noticed, and this new government has different priorities. And there's a new U.S. attorney in this jurisdiction, in addition to, of course, there being a new attorney general. So yes, it's quite possible that it was shut down because of changes of priorities by the new U.S. attorney, which, you have to choose what cases to prosecute and what cases to further. And even the DOJ has limited resources, although, even the DOJ has limited resources, so they have to choose where to spend their time. And so, maybe that's what's going on. Or maybe also the other thing that you have to factor into this equation is the DOJ really doesn't like to bring charges half-cocked. The DOJ has a 99% success rate when you factor in plea deals. There's a reason they have a 99% success rate. The reason they have a 99% success rate is because they don't fuck around. The DOJ tends not to bring charges unless they've got you 6 different ways. The DOJ doesn't fuck around. So state prosecutors sometimes will fuck around and bring weak cases. The DOJ just doesn't really do that. Of course, there are exceptions from time to time. So that's part of the reason. But the DOJ tends not to bring cases unless they've got you 5 different ways. The DOJ does not fuck around. So maybe they weren't able to prove it to their own satisfaction. Maybe they only had 2 ways to do it, and that's just not enough for the DOJ, and that makes a lot of sense to me. That could be true. In on the joke for $10 says, if you cover John DePietro's backing into someone taillight, you'll have answered all my questions since not guilty in one episode. Either way, you're awesome. Glad I'm an uncivilian. Well, with respect to that thing where someone backed into someone else's taillight, I don't really have anything intelligent to say. Nothing more than anyone else has said. I don't have anything particularly intelligent to say about it. So, but it is what it is for whatever value it has. I'm Kelly and I grow it, became an uncivilian. Dragon Master, people have been parsing like whether the note that was left strictly complies with the letter of the law. And even if that answer is no, I can't imagine that anyone would prosecute it, right? He tried to leave a note that would allow the contact. And so that it's not strictly compliant, but he gave it his best go and it's fine. No one cares. Dragon Master for 78 sent became a gift, or sent an uncivilian gift, sent a gift membership. Amy's positive sent 5 gift memberships. RRB girl for $10 said, I live 15 minutes from this dumpster fire. We've been living under the yoke of this kind of fuckery for eons, and your comments have me absolutely rolling. Hope this will finally turn over rocks. And Super Cthulhu for $39.99 Czar said, love your coverage and guests you bring in. Well, thank you. I do too. I appreciate that. That's very kind. All right. We are now going to watch this interview with another juror from today. And then I've sort of run out of content. So if there's other content you guys want me to cover, let me know. Apparently there's also another interview from with the same juror that we did the Substack thing of, but there's audio of it. So we'll listen to that interview too. In fact, since we just listened to the same juror, we'll listen to it first because we just listened to that juror and now we can listen to a second source of that juror. So let's apparently listen to this juror. Well, no, this is what we just, okay. So there's no audio here. Okay. All right. So I was under the impression there was audio. So it's not listening so much as me reading, but that's okay. I'm here for the dramatic reading. I'm going to do this in best dramatic reading voice because I'm here to provide the gravitas that it requires. So I'm just going to do that. My exclusive interview with Karen Reed, juror number 11. Let's start off with the most important question. Do you think Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe? And when did you come to that conclusion? To be honest, on the first day of trial, as I observed Karen's demeanor in court, I was very suspicious. It felt like she was hiding something. Her confidence gave off an impression of arrogance. Over time, I came to understand that I was looking at a woman who had already lost so much. The fact that she was able to remain calm, composed, and actively involved in her own defense became something I admired. I had doubts, of course. I was initially inclined to find her guilty, at least of manslaughter. But the more holes we saw in the case, the less I believed she was responsible for John's death. For the past 3 weeks or so, I increasingly became comfortable in saying she did not kill him. Did you feel the judge favored either side in the trial? I wouldn't say favored, but especially during the defense case, I noticed a lot more of "I'll allow it" being said right after objections from the defense. I understand that certain words or facts can't be introduced, and sometimes attorneys try to get something in by asking questions they know will be objected to. Still, Dr. Russell, for example, was hard to follow due to the constant sustained objections from the Commonwealth. Who was the most memorable witness in this trial? For me, Mr. Yuri Buchanan. Because I was seated in the first row, I could see him clenching his fist a few times. It was very tense. ARCA was memorable for different reasons. They made a lot of technical information finally make sense to me. Did you believe the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm were caused by a dog? Yes, and I actually have my own theory about the dog's role in his death. I don't see those injuries coming from a taillight at all. Plus, the lack of more injuries on his body made it really hard to believe a collision occurred. Did you know the ARCA witnesses were first contacted by the FBI? No, I only assumed it was the FBI after one of the witnesses before ARCA mentioned another agency. What did you think of the video clips of Karen speaking in those documentaries? I think she wanted to speak her truth without having to go on the stand. Those interviews gave her better control of the narrative. I also think it was a strategic move by her defense. Her alcohol use was an undeniable fact. It was better for her to address it herself. Did you feel like convicting Karen of DWI was the right thing, or did you feel like you had to convict her of something? Absolutely not. The driving under the influence was the only charge I strongly believe the Commonwealth proved. She said in several interviews, "I was buzzed. I shouldn't have driven. My alertness wasn't where it should have been." Once we determined that the videos were admissible, I couldn't ignore the charge. What witness did you trust the most? I trusted the forensic scientists from the Massachusetts State Police Lab. Okay. They worked with what they were given. I also believe Dr. LaPosada and Isaac Wolf were extremely knowledgeable and stated their findings truthfully. What witness did you trust the least? Officer Kelly Dever. Her behavior in court made me question whether it's safe for someone who acts like that to be carrying a gun among civilians. Based. How hard was it for you to be part of the jury for this long? How were you able to do it every day? I have 4 young children under my care, and I work from home under a contract basis. I don't have a large workload because I'm the primary caregiver. It was fairly easy to manage their care with my husband and my extended family. I asked my father to help out as well, and he came from Brazil to spend some time with us. Brazilian based. Having this part taken care of, is actually very happy to have this part of the process. Did not mind leave the house every day to help the judge, as my kids would say. Lol. Once I got into the routine of going to the courthouse every day, it honestly felt like I was reliving my old life as an attorney before I had kids. Based. It made me think seriously about studying and learning more about American law. Maybe even leave the legal field again. Oh, so she's a Brazilian attorney. Oh, she's a Brazilian attorney. Oh, okay. All right. That's got to be interesting. That's got to be interesting on a number of levels. Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. It wasn't a burn at all, except for our deliberation day, when I felt extremely stressed and overwhelmed by the weight of our responsibility. What was something you want this to be known about this case or trial? I think I want to speak directly to the O'Keefe family. I was a juror who left the courtroom in tears, and it wasn't because justice had been served for Karen Reed, though I was happy for her and her family. I cried for Mrs. O'Keefe, Paul, and everyone in the John family. They didn't get the justice they deserve. No, at least not yet they haven't. I understand they might not want to hear from any of us, but I want to make it clear that our duty was only to determine whether it was a reasonable doubt. It sure was. If there was any chance Karen was responsible for John's death, then the blame lies with a sloppy investigation that made it impossible to connect her to the tragic passing. Yep. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. If you really believe that Karen Reed did it, then maybe you should be mad at the police for fucking this up in so many ways, in so many different directions. Yeah. We didn't fail the O'Keefes. The Commonwealth did. The police did. Personally, I believe she's 100% innocent. But even for those jurors who still had doubt, none of us could say beyond a reasonable doubt she did it. To Karen Reed supporters and advocates, please pressuring the DA. Keep standing up against corruption. And above all, I can still hope we can achieve justice for John O'Keefe. Well, that was a very inspiring interview. I feel proud to be an American. Hearing that interview, I feel proud to hear about that. Proud to be an American. All right, cool. Karen, Juror 11 is based, and I'm sorry you didn't get to be on the jury. All right, let's listen to this interview from Boston 25 because it seems to be a little bit. Well, we'll listen to them both because why not? It doesn't matter. So we will listen to this one from today, and then we'll listen to another interview, I think, with the same juror from Boston 25. We'll do it that way because that sort of makes sense. And it's my channel, and I want to. It's my channel goes a long way to many issues.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate.
How you doing, Paula?
Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And some.
All right, so this is the same juror. So this is interview number 3 with this non-deliberating juror. The juror from Brazil, based.
Sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Oh, she did deliberate? Oh. I thought she was non-deliberating. Okay, maybe I got confused. She did deliberate? Okay, never mind. I retract. I got confused. I apologize.
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe.
Yep.
So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
Don't know.
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house. I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take the stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula,
can I turn down my microphone? No, not really. It's 5 decibels higher than the audio of the clips. It's meant to be louder so that it pops above when I speak over it. So my mic is at -10, and then the audio of the clips is at -15. That's very deliberate, so that when I speak, it will be louder than the clips. So no, I can't.
There was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse, inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had no clue the amount of people there were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly.
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. Well, why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I can't imagine what they're going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah, very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy, so I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated. Thank you.
Should she just say no? What, really?
the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
Okay.
very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy, so I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Really? Really? The judge didn't even say thank you? Holy shit. Really? I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Fuck me. Christ.
Thank you.
Her perspective especially unique, considering, as you pointed out, her background. I mean, a lawyer herself in Brazil. So
very, very interesting. And a lot of people have said, you know, however you come down on this trial.
Right.
Oh, you think she meant no to it wasn't easy? Oh, okay, maybe because of the delay in the audio. Oh, maybe it was. Maybe it was something else that she was saying no to. Fair enough. I was just like, holy shit, man. Maybe you're right though. Maybe it was she was saying no to something else. All right, cool. Let's watch this Boston 25 interview. Give me a second to find that. I have too many windows open is what's going on right now. All right, hold on. Where'd it go? Too many windows open. All right, where's the link? I think this is, no. Is this right, or is this what we just watched? Okay, this is right. Come on, load for me, YouTube. Load for me. All right, let's watch this interview.
And what made you come forward to actually share your experience about being a juror in this high-profile case?
I actually want to give a message to the family, make them understand that, or at least hear us out saying it's not our fault that Karen Reed was innocent. I mean, the Commonwealth and the investigation couldn't actually prove and show evidence enough to make us convict her of anything. So I want to come out to let them know that we feel for them. Like, I personally feel for them a lot. I'm a mother, and it broke my heart to see the family leaving the courthouse on that day. But it wasn't her fault, and I hope they find who did it.
Let's talk about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion.
At first, most of us were on the same page pretty much. We were shocked with so many holes in the case presented to us. But there was some people who had questions, and we were there those 4 days to answer those questions. Where a heated argument, like, oh my God, we disagree and everything, no. But we had some disagreements about this evidence X or Y, and we talked through it. We were very respectful of each other, and we came out to the agreement.
Was there any particular evidence that you guys were really stumped on?
For me, specifically the taillight, we all took a look close to the taillight, and we couldn't make the taillight, the image on the taillight, the original taillight, compatible with the injuries on his body. Mm-hmm. So having a close look of the taillight helped me a lot, and I'm sure the other jurors too.
And that solidified it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned who might have done this. I know David Yannetti, her attorney, said, you know, there's somebody else out there that is responsible. Do you have any ideas who could be responsible, or do you feel the same way as you sort of suggested you do?
Yeah, I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside. So whoever was inside the house, we didn't hear from the owner of the house or Brian Higgins, who allegedly had some sort of, involvement with Karen Reed days prior. So, I mean, the spotlight for me is on them, but I can't say, just like they can't prove that was Karen Reed, I can't prove it was any of the people in the house.
Can you quickly clarify what happened when you guys came out with a verdict and then said, oh, actually no verdict? There was a little point.
Yeah, we had some questions about the slip and how to...
Oh, the slip.
Yeah, if we did right.
Got it.
And we sent back, and I mean, we didn't even send back, was in a deliberation room with us, but then because the judge knew that we had the verdict, she asked to seal the paper and bring it to her.
Is that the situation where she came back and said there was a verdict and then less than 30 minutes later? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked maybe, I think, an hour more, and then we came with the other verdict.
What were you guys split on, and how many of you guys were split on certain parts of this verdict?
I think, sorry, we're half and half as when we first got there. Like Friday, last Friday we didn't do anything. We were just like, we all want to talk, put it out, because too many days without talking about it. And Monday we start to look into the evidence, the witnesses and the videos and the taillight close. And we're kind of like half and half, and we had to see which questions, what make you be guilty, what make you feel not guilty for this.
See, like, okay, so if they were half and half or anything close to it, that 20% conviction number that I gave you, right? When I was doing the predictions, I'm like, 20% chance to convict. If they were anything close to half and half, yeah. Like, I mean, I thought 20% was a fairly well-informed opinion about that based on a whole bunch of factors. And it's like, yeah, you know, and depending on which half is louder than the other half, based on charisma, based on a whole bunch of things, like that could have gone the other way real fast. Right. So it's not just the raw number, it's the character of those people, not just in terms of their intelligence, but their ability to withstand pressure, their ability to want to please others, their ability, how charismatic they are, you know, other factors like that. So, you know, I you know, any given Sunday, it's like, do you want to roll those odds? Do you want to take a 6-6 and roll the odds about which way that breaks? You know, some other jury that's 6-6, it breaks a different way, man. Some other jury, if it's 3-9, it breaks a different way. You know? Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, Lord.
Charge and the other charge, and wasn't that hard? I think we are very respectful. We heard, and everybody left feeling that they did the right thing.
And how has your life changed since you've been part of this experience? I know it's still pretty early after, but has anything changed about your viewpoint toward justice or the justice system?
Yeah.
Since then?
So a lot of people were raising this thing, oh, she's an attorney, she shouldn't be a jury, and this and that. Just clarifying, I am an attorney from Brazil. My license is in Brazil. I never work in the U.S. I can't practice in the U.S. And I didn't lie when they chose me to be a jury. And nothing changed so far. I did like to be part of this because for me, you know, most of the time I'm a mom. I do have a part-time job, but from home because I have to take care of my kids. So being out every day, being there every day, getting this routine of working outside the house, actually I really enjoy it. And being in a courtroom made me feel like the old days when I was young. So the change was just my personal opinion about like what I'm gonna do next. But overall, I'm just waiting for summer to start and, you know, take my kids out and get this behind, and just I'm gonna keep following close because I want to see what's gonna happen. I want to see what's the DA gonna do next. I didn't have a chance to check the news and if they said anything.
I am so curious about this. When did you realize the gravity of this case? Obviously, you didn't know anything going into jury duty, but when was that point that you really realized, oh wow, we just made a decision and it was this big? It was the Karen Reed case.
When I heard the people outside last Wednesday, because I didn't know there was that amount of people outside. As we drive every day, we could see some people in pink, and I didn't know pink was her color. I had a bunch of pink shirts, and then I stopped using them because I don't want to give a vibe. But I had no clue. There were, I don't know, hundreds of people outside. It was that of a big movement. And Aiden, Turtle Boy, I never heard about him before that. So I saw that he was very involved in this and I recognized him from court. So I started looking at his work or his advocacy, I don't know. And yeah, I didn't know it was that big. I mean, the judge said when she was picking us for the jury poll, it's a media case, it's a big case, but I had no clue that big, like national big.
Right. So when you were sitting in the courtroom when the verdict came down,
when
what was going through your mind, and what did you hear in there?
I heard just people outside, and that's when I started crying, because that people outside made the family of Junkie feel very sad just hearing that. So that moment broke my heart. And then, I don't know, I just hope they find justice.
Is there anything that you would say to the O'Keefes if you saw them?
Yes, please keep fighting. We really don't think it was Karen Reed. The investigation was floppy. Believe that. Look at yourself, and keep fighting to find who did this to him, because he seemed to be a very nice guy. His niece testified, friends testify, and we had no doubt that was unnecessary death. But it wasn't Karen Reed, then let's find who did it.
Do you think the investigation was just sloppy, or do you think a potential cover-up with the police because he was a police officer?
I'm not going to say it's a cover-up, but was a sloppy effort. I would keep just being like sloppy and lazy, I would say too. But if it was a cover-up, let's find out.
Is there something that really stood out when you were listening to some of the testimony? Like, wow, when you say sloppy or lazy, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
No reports. Like, nobody made like an official report of like the GPS location of the evidence 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the ring camera disappeared. Oh yeah, now this moment, like 2 minutes, we don't have the recording anymore. So all those coincidences doesn't make sense.
And
did you guys ever talk about the dog or potential dog bites or anything like that?
We mentioned, I mean, you mean deliberation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we mentioned the dog, but not much. I mean, I think that's looked like a dog bite, but because it wasn't presented to us, like more information about the dog and everything, we put our opinions aside and just, focus on the evidence that was actually there.
Fair?
Did you always believe, or do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent, and did you always believe that from the moment you stepped in to be a juror to the moment that you walked?
No, I didn't know about the case, so when I first started, I thought maybe manslaughter because of the drink thing, that she was under influence overall. And but after the weeks passed by and the witnesses, and I just couldn't make her guilty.
Was there like a turning point, like a aha moment where you're like, okay, maybe she's not?
The Commonwealth witness judge, I forgot his name, Judge Welcher.
Yeah, Derek.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. So Dr. Welcher, car accident reconstruction, seemed a little off, and wow, they couldn't even prove that. So that moment was maybe an aha moment.
A little off. A little off, she says. Well, that's one way of describing it. Yeah. Little off. Yeah. This woman has my gift for understatement. Yeah.
And when ARCA came in and gave us such a good accident reconstruction to us, made sense.
Interesting. Is there anything else?
So before this trial, so last year, you never heard of the Karen Reed trial before?
No, I moved here February last year, so I think you guys were talking a lot about it. I saw.
She moved here in February of last year, and she's already sitting on a jury? Damn. Oh, maybe she meant like to the city in specific as opposed to the United States. It's like if she moved here in February and she's like already sitting on a jury, it's like, wow, damn. Welcome to America either way. Shit, right? Come on. Damn.
Boards, I saw some yard signs, free Karen Reed, but I was never curious to look to see what was it. I love crime, I love true crime, to listen to podcasts, but mainly in Brazil, mainly things that happens over there. So I'm not involved with social media, local news in the US, so I really didn't know much about Karen Reed. I just know her face and her billboard.
Interesting. Yeah. And what did you think about her presence in the courtroom? I know people have looked at her as like kind of cool, calm, collected, or showing little emotion at times. So I don't know what your perception of her is or was, or how it evolved.
I did expect more emotion. I was looking like, she doesn't cry, she doesn't move, she's just so calm and so present. But she was fighting for her life, and I I'm not judging. It's the way that she found herself in that horrible situation, and she need to fight, and so.
Okay, well, thanks for crashing. That was exciting.
And what made you?
Wasn't presented to us like more information about the dog.
Yeah, Derek.
So I think you guys were talking a lot about it. I saw billboards, I saw some yard signs, free Karen Reed, but I was never curious to look to see what was it. I love crime, I love true crime, to listen to podcasts, but mainly in Brazil, mainly things that happens over there. So not involved with social media, local news in the US. So I really didn't know much about Karen Reed. I just know her face and her billboard.
Interesting. Yeah. And what did you think about her presence in the courtroom? I know people have looked at her as like kind of cool, calm, collected, or showing little emotion at times. So I don't know what your perception of her is or was, or how it evolved.
I did expect more emotion. I was looking like, she doesn't cry, she doesn't move, she's just so calm and so present. But she was fighting for her life, and I'm not judging. It's the way that she found herself in that horrible situation, and she need to fight, and so good for her that she had the presence to do that.
All right, cool. That was interesting. Then apparently there's another interview with that same juror at evening. So this juror, I guess, is making their rounds. All right, another interview with the same juror at night. Let's watch this one. Oh, before I do, I should read the super chats that came in. I like to read them between the breaks, so make sure that you acknowledge them because it's very kind of you and I like it. And it's nice. Let's see. Lulu became an uncivilian. Chopped Trial says the feds have 30,000 texts of Sandra Birchmore that Trooper Garino, Karen's text message reader, couldn't find. The feds can prove charges. Maybe they can. I don't know. I don't know what the evidence they have. Maybe they can prove the charges, but, okay, fair enough. I mean, the feds don't fuck around. So, you would expect the feds to be able to prove it because the feds don't fuck around. But, it's just light noting it makes it difficult because you have to prove this specific thing. So, just taking note for whatever value it has. Alternate juror number 3 became an uncivilian. K. Bean has been around for 30 months. Stephen Hayes for $5 says, at JB, why are you dressed like a superhero's sidekick? JK, love the channel. PS, get a cape. Lol, Team Scooby all day long. You know it, baby. You know it. Yeah, the feds don't fuck around, so expecting that they have the evidence is a reasonable expectation. Perhaps I could have stated that better when I was covering it, because it was just like, well, you have to prove this specific thing, and that can be a little tricky. But the feds, they probably have it, so fair enough.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
Don't know.
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process, but in my opinion, he definitely went inside and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John Lucky's family leaving the courthouse melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many.
Poor? Was it a poor investigation? No, I wouldn't say poor. Yeah, no.
Flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers, they know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Paula, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other, the injuries don't connect with the taillight, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house. Was too many coincidences to be straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent in this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe...
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner of the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal, what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened through the day because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the the big crowds outside every day chanting. Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until, I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion for him before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it. But
you can absolutely say what happened in the deliberation room. The only thing that you really shouldn't do is identify any other specific juror by name or even like by reference as to what they say. But you absolutely can talk about what's said in the deliberation room, 100%. The only thing you shouldn't do is talk about any specific juror, even by reference to them. But like in a sort of global sense, what the jury is talking about, totally fair game. So you have freedom of speech. You have a First Amendment right. So you can do it. It's allowed. Tell the judge to fuck themselves. Yeah.
Of course, there were discussions of our opinions. And
I hope I can get this juror on. And be like, okay, yeah, well, you have a First Amendment right. You can talk about what happened in deliberation. Just don't identify any specific person. Don't say like a juror said this specific thing. Try to be like more global about it. But other than that, like, and strictly speaking, you can. It's not illegal. It's just bad form, because every juror is entitled to their own privacy. So it's not illegal. It's just bad form. But pressing on.
Proves and let's look into this, look into that until we get to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since like she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea come from somewhere on her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know, but definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light.
By the way, anyone know when the court is supposed to start today in the Karen Reed trial? Anyone know when court's supposed to start today in Karen Reed? Anyone know when we're supposed to get Spinny Fan on screen? I've been stalking that court TV. Been stalking that court TV all day, man. God. Where's my Spinny Fan? Where's my Spinny Fan? This sidebar's taking a long time. Lord.
The way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here. And
apparently someone on Twitter said, Adam Scott said, Kurt at Uncivil Law, losing his shit over the Jack defense team. I don't really think that's a fair characterization of what I did, but okay. Kurt at Uncivil Law, losing his shit over the Jack defense team isn't the coke through my nose laughter I expected, but here we are. He's usually funny as fuck. Added bonus, he does Scott's decision and worth a follow on YouTube's. Okay. All right. Noted. All right.
There, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I start shifting my mind to completely not guilty.
It does
killing him at all.
It does make me feel like inferior. It does. Yeah. Everyone who works for the defense team is beautiful and jacked, and everyone who is the real murderer is fat, overweight. It's like, if I needed more motivation to get jacked, man, like shit. Yeah. You think it was a compliment that I was losing my shit? Maybe it was. I don't know, man. I don't know.
And the OE wine was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or,
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focused on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, and I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
All right, so apparently this juror is getting around, and apparently there's, I guess, a live interview with this juror on the Howie Carr show, like as we speak, that's happening. This juror is making all the rounds, I guess. If this juror at this point, if this juror does not appear on my channel, I'm going to take it personally. That's all there is, man. If this juror does not make an appearance on the Uncivil Law channel, I am taking it personally, guys. Let me pull up this thing. Let's see if I can find a link to this. Or if there's, is there a live or what's going on here? She's going on Turtle Boy? Of course she is. She better come on my channel first. I want the exclusive, man. All right, what is going on?
Even in his wildest dreams, getting his job back shows how out of touch he is. Get thee out of the Commonwealth, Michael Proctor. I'm Howie Carr.
What is the most common question that J.J. Manning auctioneers get asked? Why would any auction their real estate? When you sign on with J.J. Manning auctioneers, you're listing your
Will I pay her? I don't really have a lot of money, but I'll give her $100 if it'll help. I'm not rich. I'll split some merch revenue with her. We can sell merch, and maybe she's good at selling merch. I'll give her a cut of some merch revenue. I don't know. Yeah, pay her with merch. Yeah, there you go. I'll send her some merch. I'll send her a solo cup. There you go. Yeah.
Mass. Mid-September, a home in the Oak Bluff section of the Vineyard, and a home in Lincoln, Mass.
We'll see what's going on here.
So if you have commercial, residential, or land to sell, contact Charlie Gill at 800-521-0111 or visit jjmanning.com. Call Charlie today and mark it.
Maybe we can crowdfund her coming on. We'll see if we can get enough super chats to support it. I don't know. I need more super chats so I might be able to pay the juror. Please send me more super chats.
Accused of murdering a Texas man, a Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States.
You got $50,000 from TMZ?
Under
Wow.
Trump, attempted illegal border crossings.
I don't have that kind of money. I don't have $50,000 money. I definitely cannot afford that.
Arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register,
ICE will probably arrest her. She's a U.S. citizen. She'd have to be on the jury.
Allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. In a world of economic uncertainty, where can you turn to?
How many ads do we have, man?
Gold surged to $3,360.
Juror Fund, thank you.
Weekly jumps.
Yeah, I can send her a solo cup with my autograph. That's priceless, right?
Goldman and J.P. Morgan say gold could hit $6,000 within a year. Why the spike? A weakening.
She could start a channel and be bigger than me? Maybe. Yeah, maybe she should start her own YouTube channel. Maybe.
IRA, 401k, or thrift savings plan, tax and penalty free into real physical gold and
I don't have any way to get to a clip because it's just live. I don't have the ability to go backwards. It's live, so it's live or nothing. I can't go backwards in time.
Gold.com. That's 833-324-4653 or HowieCarGold.com. And if you call in the next 30 minutes, they'll credit your account with one.
I was just told there's a juror interview that's happening, so that's all I'm listening for is for the juror interview. I can't fast forward through the ads. I have no, it's live or nothing. I can't.
Along with his chief of surgery, Dr. Thomas Brand.
She won't be back until 34. Yeah, I can't. It's live. There's no selector for time. I can't do it. So I guess we'll just have to do something else, I guess, because this isn't really working. Yeah, I can't. It is what it is. Let's see. There was an interview with, this is not related to anything that's going on right now, but this is just kind of hilarious. Mute it. If I mute it, I won't know when they come back. See, that's the problem because then I can't hear it. So that doesn't really work either. All right. So this story is not related to anything that's going on, but it's a thing that's happening. So yeah, of course she's a U.S. citizen. She'd have to be on the jury. Of course she's a U.S. citizen. Because she served on the jury. Yeah. Apparently the Milwaukee and Portland police are currently searching for an armed suspect named Looney Tune. Okay. A high-speed chase through Milwaukee and Portland early Friday ended with the suspect identified as 42-year-old Looney John Franklin Tune of Portland fleeing on foot after firing shots at officers. Apparently, this is a picture of Mr. Tune. Yeah. So that's all I have to say about that case that's happening. I'm sure the judge didn't say they couldn't. I'm sure the judge said they shouldn't. Because the judge isn't that dumb. But she absolutely can. She can say everything she heard, observed. She absolutely can. Legally. Now, out of respect to other jurors, she shouldn't identify any other jurors directly because they're entitled to their privacy too. But she can. She's free. There's a live stream on Rumble for the show. Let's see if that gets me anywhere in terms of anything.
How dare you? You could be allowed.
Defendants. Enjoy the sounds of summer with Raycon. Good for anyone. Network clinic. At the terms, you control the people.
All right, now we have to find the clip. Oh, Lord of mercy.
And you pick the clothes.
Will return.
The mailroom manager and I have
reliable and scary knowing that she's a member of having coffee, but I don't know what happened and why. Of the whole story, like FBI question mark.
Mm-hmm. Do you think anybody believes?
But we got in the first place. There was some doubts. Maybe she did the piece of tape.
Now, I remember when they were picking the alternates and the people in
Howie Carr. Howie, where the
show we had Alan Jackson, the defendant.
Yes.
In the 42. Yesterday we spoke to Alan Jackson, the defense lawyer for Karen Reed, and today we are joined in studio by Paula Brado. She was juror number 11.
Yes.
In the case, and thank you so much for coming in, Paula. And you wanted to say something first to the O'Keefe family.
Yeah,
If this is live in the studio, why isn't it live in the studio? I'm confused.
As one of the reasons why I want to come out and give my my story, my side of the story, was to let the message for them that it's not our fault that they didn't find who killed John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth and the investigation.
Oh no, Travis! Don't go down that path. Don't look at Wendy on Twitter. Travis, bail out hard. Don't look at Wendy, the former law professor. That is a path to madness. Abandon. Danger. That is a pile of stupid. That is piles of stupid you are not prepared for, Travis. You're going to have psychic damage if you watch that stuff. You got to bail out now, man. You got to bail out. Run hard.
That was Karen Reed, and for us, we had enough reasonable doubt that wasn't her, and we couldn't convict her of anything. And I really hope the O'Keefes find who actually killed John O'Keefe, and the DA reopen the case, and things keep going from there. I will be following. I'll be watching closely because I broke my heart to see that family leaving court that day.
How about seeing the Reed family in court? Did you?
Yes. Well, the moment of last Wednesday,
I don't know how on earth that woman was ever a law professor of anything. Like, not since that Stanford law professor woman have I been this confused about someone being a law professor. How are these people law professors is beyond me. When they're saying things that are this absolutely batshit against all basic principles of law. How are these people law professors? And slightly more to the point, how am I not a law professor? Incidentally, by the way, Travis, do you happen to know like the dean or provost of any like universities or anything? Can you get me an in for like being a law professor? Because I've got to be qualified. I'm just saying, man, I've got to be qualified. How are these? All right, never mind.
They were, of course, happy, tears of joy. I didn't pay much attention on them that moment. I was more looking for the family of John O'Keefe leaving the court. But yeah, I did saw them like being very emotional and happy for Karen Reed, and I'm happy for them too. I hope Karen Reed disappear for a while and can have a vacation, because I imagine it was a roller coaster for her, very drowning experience. Hell, she lost so much already, and her family as well. So I hope they can get some peace and rest and keep going with their lives. But the reason why I came out wasn't to get like validation for Karen Reed or Karen Reed's family. It was because really I would like John O'Keefe's family to know that we feel for them. I feel deeply for them, and I know the other jurors do too.
Now, I remember when they were picking the alternates and the people who were actually going to consider the case, Turtle Boy said he knew that he would know the fix was in if they got rid of jurors number 5, 10, and 11. So he, after watching you, he figured you were leaning towards an acquittal.
Yes, I didn't know who Turtle Boy was before. To be quite honest, every time I saw a billboard, free Karen Reed, and then next to free Turtle Boy, I thought it was some environmental problem.
That's mildly hilarious. She saw billboards that said free Turtle Boy, and she thought it was an environmental thing. That's funny. That's funny.
It's like, I'm not gonna look into it. No, I don't. Seriously, it's something with turtles. Maybe I really didn't know, because
that would be a logical conclusion. I have to give her that.
Brazil, and I moved to Massachusetts just a year ago, and I don't follow local news.
I mean, she moves to Massachusetts years ago, and she's sitting on the Karen Reed jury. I mean, like, come on, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, gosh.
I have young children, so I just watch Netflix all day.
All right, Travis, you got to help me out, man. Travis, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. This is 100% serious. I want to be a law professor. I want to be a law professor. I think I'd be a very good one. Con law is my principal interest, but I can teach kind of like any first law subject, probably. Property would be good. I can do property. Yeah, torts. I could do torts would be good. Yeah, Yeah, I could do torts, property, contract. I guess I could do in a pinch. But con law is my principal. Help me get a job, Travis. I'm pretty good. I know things. I read a lot. I'd be good. Thank you, Travis.
With cartoons, and my news and my social media is all in Brazil, and with the news over there and politics.
Yeah, obviously I can do IP because I'm a patent lawyer, so I can do IP. My torts professor was also my IP professor. He was a very interesting guy, Samuel Odie, a very interesting guy. And he was my torts professor, and he was also my patent law professor, and he was also my IP advisor. Very interesting guy. And so, yeah, I could obviously do IP law because I know that pretty well. So, yeah.
So I wasn't aware of Turtle Boy or Karen Reed. And when I think I saw him now that I saw his face. I saw him maybe twice at the trial. I remember him twice. And I don't know why he picked me as like his favorite juror, but thank you, I guess.
So what was the most compelling piece of evidence that gave you reasonable doubt?
The piece of taillight, no doubt. Like, see that piece of taillight close up, having in my hand, and compare the broken piece with a new piece and the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house at 5:07 in the morning on the 29th, and then her car being towed from her parents' house at 29 afternoon. I saw like red light coming out of it, so it couldn't be that much of a damage on a tail light if we could see the red shining. And we did a close-up, we stopped, we took a picture, we zoom in, and
this was the jury.
That was a jury, yeah.
Yeah, you just kept looking at it?
Yeah, we keep looking, making comparison with the tail light, the broken tail light, a real new tail light, and the videos. And that type of damage, that big damage, wasn't there when she left the house at 5:07, or when they told the...
Yannetti and Alessi are giving their first interview to Runkle? God damn. Runkle beat me. Damn it. Runkle's a good interview, though. I'm going to be a little envious, though. It sucks. Oh, well. Well, congrats, I guess, Runkle.
Car in her parents' house.
So do you think the tail light was planted at 34 Fairview?
That's one of the theories we had for not convicting her. Doesn't seem like her tail light was broken. Doesn't seem like it was a collision. And if it was a collision...
Yeah, he's not even American, exactly.
His body. So that was the reasonable doubt right there. We put her on the scene. She, of course, dropped him off. We know she had some drinks. So there was some doubts. Maybe she did back up and clipped him accidentally, like she said in her interviews. Maybe she backed up so fast that he got scared and jump away and fall. So many things could happen. But the collision being the reason why he died, I don't believe so.
How about all the videos that Hank Brennan played for you guys from the interviews? Did they have any impact on the jury?
It did, because at first I didn't know if we could see the videos and give a heavy weight to it, heavy evidence.
In deliberations?
Yeah, in deliberation we didn't know, so we sent a message to the judge, because with text messages she gave us the instruction that we should, considering the text message as state of mind of Karen Reed or whoever was writing the message, so we weren't sure about the video. One thing that some jurors point out is that the video was cut, so Brennan just want to show us parts of it, the parts that were interesting to him, right? Clearly, we all knew that. The parts
that were designed to influence you.
Yes.
And you understood that had been selectively edited.
Of course, we all did. We are a group of smart people, and every juror has this clear. Like, of course, he selected. Sometimes we even mention they explain things so many times to us, so repetitive, feels like they think we're not going to understand. But
Brennan kept doing that over and over again. He kept if he liked an answer, he would ask that. He would ask it again and again. Did that impress you when he would do that?
No, that was annoying. Because we got in the first place. You don't need to keep repeating. It's fine. We got it, the message. I missed what we were talking about. I'm sorry.
No, so let me ask you, who was the most credible witness, do you think?
Credible.
Just believable.
Believable. Dr. La Posada, the last doctor from the defense, she gave an impression of being extremely knowledgeable and sincere and straightforward on her answers. The police lab experts, their findings were believable, and they work what was given to them. So if they have a shirt with a DNA of a taillight in the shirt, because that was given to them, so they work what the material they had. So I trust them; they were believable.
Was there any witnesses that you didn't find believable? Like, for instance, the Dr. Blue Man group, or the guy that had taken 17 years to get his college degree?
Yeah. So Dr. Blue Man, I think they just did a poor job. As a business, I think they should, keep up with the game and get better results next time as a accident reconstruction. I don't think he could be trying to just give us the false impression, but he just did a poor job for the amount of money he was paid.
Did that bother the jury?
Yes.
$400,000?
Yes.
It really did bother?
Yes. Every time we get in the buzz, especially in the beginning, we always think how much money the city, the state is putting on this police.
Lots.
Following us, the buzz and everything. And then on top of this, all the money was spent on the Hank Brandon and this aperture. Yeah, bothers me a lot.
So what about the scratches on John O'Keefe's arm?
The scratches didn't seem like came from a taillight, because if the taillight hit him and caused that, I think the damage on his t-shirt or hoodie would be different. The direction of the scratches were too similar to be caused by something just cracked.
Do you think anybody believed that they were caused by the taillight? Anybody in the jury?
Yeah.
Really?
There are people, yeah, definitely. There are people who weren't sure.
I tell you, man. Like, yeah, man. It's like, I hate to be proven right, but like, this is like one of my frustrations personally. Like when I was trying to tell people, like when I was trying to do like these odds of conviction, and I was like, oh, here's how they could do that. And there are people, I don't know if they really mean literally what they're saying, but what they were literally saying is like, there's no way there's no way a juror could believe this. There's no way, the state didn't prove anything. No juror could believe this. Are you trolling? Are you trolling us by saying a juror could believe this? How did they prove anything? Right. And I was like, no, I'm not trolling. There's a 0% chance of conviction. That nothing makes. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know what I need to do or like how I need to express it differently. But people, it's like, this is why I was trying to tell people. I'm like, you need to get out of your own perspective. Is like, you need to get out of your own perspective and try to remember like how other people might view things and how other people might view and what other people's biases and prejudices are. And you have to try to like look at this in a broader lens of range of possibilities. And I'm like, this juror is just telling me what I already knew. Like, yeah, some people believe that the taillight pieces caused the injury. Some people believe the collision happened. Some people, I'm sure, believe those statements from Karen Reed were admissions and confessions. I have no doubt in my mind. Like, and yeah, I don't know what it is about me telling people like, no, this is more tenuous. Like even the 20% number, people are like, are you trolling or whatever? I'm like, no, not really. I'm not really trolling. It's like, do you believe me? Do you believe me now? Do you believe me now about the 20% number? Like, I wasn't pulling it completely out of my ass.
I do believe looks like a dog for you. It feels like a dog. But some people think it could be something else, not a dog or not a taillight. It could be something else.
Now, there was one thing that never came out. It was frustrating to people watching at home who knew what was going on. And that was the fact that Doctors Wolf and Rentschler, you know now who they were hired by. Mm-hmm. They were hired by the FBI. Mm-hmm. And, and does it bother you now that they kept that information from you?
No, it didn't make a difference because once they said, oh yeah, we are contacted by an agency. So Jane McCabe said that right in the beginning, an agency or an entity came to her house, and that's raised the suspicion in my head, maybe the FBI. And then later on, the Officer Dever.
Yeah, Kelly Dever.
Yes. Yeah. She also said, yeah, this entity or this agency called me. And Alan Jackson made sure the words entity and another agency, not the defense, not the Commonwealth. He made sure we knew that. So if we exclude both of them, FBI, and I think everybody noticed, everybody realized.
That's what we were wondering at home. We were wondering if you guys were getting the message.
Yeah, I realized right in the beginning. I don't know how long it takes for other people to realize that, but every time after Jay McCabe bring it up, and Alan Jackson mentioned a few times, and then Dever came in, was okay. It's FBI. I have on my notebook like FBI question mark in many places.
What about the fact that Jen McCabe, she was one of their star witnesses. She admits that she lied. First question she's asked by the other agency, she lies. What did that make you think? Because
she was right in the beginning, I was very open-minded to hear everybody, and I didn't make an opinion about Jen McCabe at that point. She could be overwhelmed in that morning. Her friend just died and she doesn't want to talk to anyone. I don't know how the FBI agents look like, if they look like someone from church who want to give the word of God. I don't know. I don't know what, she maybe didn't want to talk to anyone because of the situation and she lied right away. But now that I have a better sense of the whole story, yeah, I think maybe she wants to be prepared first. But my personal opinion, I don't know.
Did you believe anything she said?
I think she had a good, believable story, but I don't think it states the fact because it doesn't make sense, the story.
In what sense?
The way it was, one thing that really bothers me, how she was always saying, and Carrie too, she was hysteric. She was screaming. She was crazy. It's like, of course, her boyfriend just died. And for me, stop pointing out. Felt like a witch hunting, some type of thing. Like they want to get Karen no matter what. I don't know. Nobody were there. I don't know what happened and why she would lie. But the story was well said. The tale was good. But didn't seem to.
It was rehearsed.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah.
It was rehearsed.
Yeah.
But as you studied it
doesn't seem to be true. Yeah,
a little bit.
It came apart. What about Kelly Dever? Now you brought her up. She was another the Boston police detective, and she had a false memory. How did you react to hearing suddenly about a false memory?
For me, false memory is like remember if I had breakfast this morning or not, because I was in a rush and I had to leave the room. I don't remember. I have a false memory of having coffee, but I don't know. A false memory full of details, like what she falsely remember, it's too much. And the person, she was called by the commissioner, right?
Michael Cox.
Yeah, why? Do the right thing. Why? I mean, don't you trust your cops already going to do the right thing? You really need to call her. And she just started, who is called from the boss right in the beginning of their career to have a tip on how to react in the court.
Facts.
So she wasn't believable at all. And she was uncomfortable to watch her behavior because she's an officer after all. And she's, among us, and she carries a gun. And she was not reliable and scary, knowing that she's around holding a weapon, honestly.
We will have more of the interview in a while. We've had to edit it for time, but we'll have the entire unedited interview up on the website, howiecarrshow.com, shortly after the top of the hour. I had my first appointment at Perfect Smiles, and it was a good thing I scheduled it early.
All right, cool. That was a very interesting little interview. Very, very good. All right, I appreciate that interview. Let's watch an interview with Lucky, because Lucky's the greatest. Let's see, because I think there's an interview with Lucky. Is it just text? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's very much here. Yeah, I thought there was an interview with Lucky, but it's just like a very, very brief blurb. Doesn't look like there's an interview with Lucky. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, unless I'm missing it. Maybe if I Google it, maybe it'll pop up. Doesn't seem to be. All right, never mind. That's disappointing. Let's see. What Licky say in the blurb? I guess we can read the blurb for the value it has. It's not very much, but we can read the blurb for what it has. Karen Reed, this is from TMZ. Karen Reed, retrial witness happy she's free. She went through hell twice. That's very much true. Karen Reed deserved to be acquitted after being put through the gauntlet twice, so says the star witness in the case. Brian Lucky Lauren, the snowplow driver who testified during Reed's 2 trials he didn't see John O'Keefe's body, lying in front of the house where the Boston cop was there found dead, tells TMZ he's happy Reed was not found not guilty on the murder and manslaughter. Excellent. Lauren tells us he always thought Karen was innocent, and going through last year's proceedings, which ended in mistrial, and this year that ended in acquittal, means she went through hell twice. And because of Karen's struggle, Brian feels she deserves all the TV, movie, and book deals that are inevitably coming her way. Preach. When Lauren said he's flattered, Reed supporters think he played a critical role in helping her go free. He insists he was just doing his job and only told the truth. Well, that's why you're our hero, Lucky. Because unlike so many witnesses who have problems with these concepts, you came in and told the truth, clearly. It was uncomplicated because it didn't have to be complicated. It was just clear, very clear, and just clean because you told the truth. It was great. You're our hero. The most honest man in the courtroom. Lauren's bombshell testimony certainly helped Reed earlier this month when he told the court he drove past multiple times, including around 2:40. He says he could clearly see the front door, but asked when he saw anything lying in the snow. He replied, "I saw nothing." This would be hours after prosecutors say Reed hit and killed O'Keefe, so the body should have been in the yard according to their theory. Lauren testified the same facts during a Reed trial late this year, shortly after he lost his wife. That's very sad. So it said the second time around was easier for him. Farron's and Karen Reed greeted him with cheers when she emerged with the courthouse, and it seems Brian was cheering right along with him. And that is the end of the blurb. So not much information there, but we do appreciate. If I could get an interview with Lucky, that would be like the best interview. I want my interview with Lucky. I want it more than an interview with Yannetti or Jackson or Karen Reed or Brennan. I'll take an interview with Brennan, by the way. If he wants to give an interview, that'd be fine. Or the judge. But I want my interview with Lucky. Lucky's the greatest. Lucky's the best. All right, let's watch this interview with Karen Reed's brother and father after the verdict was delivered. Yeah, we do have some wonderful stuff, merch related to Lucky too. Can I do an interview and roast Jen McCabe? I tell you what, if Jen McCabe wants to do an interview, I'll do an interview, and I will do my absolute best to be a fair interviewer, which will be a little challenging for me personally, but I'll do my best. If Jen McCabe wants to do an interview, I'll just try to be a fair and neutral interviewer and allow her to speak, because I'm sure that will be interesting unto itself. I have no doubt.
You've had the day, right? A little bit of time to maybe have some celebrations yesterday. How are we feeling right now?
Go ahead.
Relieved. First and foremost, proud. Karen.
Man's wearing a Brooks Brothers polo. Respect Brooks Brothers.
Proud of this legal team. Proud of my parents.
Is Karen Reed's father wearing a Lexus polo shirt? Of all the polo shirts to wear, Karen Reed's father is wearing a Lexus polo shirt? Okay. Karen's brother works at a Lexus dealership? Okay. When I go to the Lexus dealership, when I go to Karen Reed's brother's Lexus dealership, what package do I ask for so that my Lexus is capable of going into space? Does anyone know what package name to ask for? Because I'm only interested in Lexuses that are capable of going to space. So what package is that? Does anyone know?
Dad?
Still numb. You know, you after living 3.5 years of this nightmare, this terror, this fright, up against this power of the state and its unlimited resources to come after you. It's a nightmare. It's been hell, as I've said on many, many occasions. And right now, to have it over, it seems surreal. We were up till 2:33.
Yeah, she gets her Lexus back. She is entitled to get her Lexus back in the same condition it currently is, which is, without its taillight and also without its center console. So yeah, she can get her Lexus back immediately in its current condition. Maybe she can take it to her brother's dealership and they can make it better again. Yeah.
We're tired, we're numb, but we're so grateful. We're so blessed to Almighty God that, we have this outcome. Yeah.
And you're sitting or standing maybe in the courtroom, waiting for that outcome. What's going through your mind? Can you kind of walk me through your internal thoughts there?
Well, it's very, it's something I would not wish on anyone who has a loved one, whether it be a significant other or a child. And the child can be 45, as in Karen's case, or it can be 15 or whatever it may be. I mean, so many days. You think of the first trial went on for multiple months. There have been multiple hearings, and now the second trial, multiple months, multiple witnesses over the course of the last 2+ years. And you see these court officers, and they're very professional, very kind, very accommodating. Good morning, have a nice weekend, so on and so forth. But in that moment when it's announced the jury has a verdict, you'll see 2 or 3 of those officers come behind your daughter and stand there. And their position is to be sure that if a guilty is announced and it carries with it a likely imprisonment, that they're going to immediately cuff her. And that idea of embracing her or holding her and being able to kiss her and walk out with her is gone. That is unnerving, and I've always felt that. And that's why we marshaled every resource we could, drained every account we could, galvanized every effort among women who really started a lot of this, because many of them have felt objectified, dehumanized, victimized. not respected, and have identified with Karen that grace, that fight, that resolve to not give up. And I tell you, if it had not been for them, they're in the thousands, and I've met many, I won't say I've met thousands, but I've met several hundred women at standouts outside of court, and I'll say to them, thank you so much. And I'll hear things, you know, I wish I would have had a father like you, and I'll say to them, I'm sure you did, and they'll say, no, you didn't. I said, well, you know, with all respect, the fact that you're here, there has to be some DNA imparted on you that came from him, so be proud of, you know, your dad. And I mean that, you know. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but we're grateful. Everything comes to an end, and this nightmare is over, and so gratified and so fortunate we had this great team of lawyers. I mean, as you saw them,
yep,
they're just so passionate, so smart, so dedicated, and have so much fight, so much resolve. We're very, very fortunate. And you know, when you think of the Sandra Birchmore case that happened in Norfolk County,
yep,
investigated by some of the same who were part of
yep.
the Karen Reed case, and I'm not going to, you know, deceive myself into thinking Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore are two outliers on a data point curve, and that there are not others who have been victimized, but maybe haven't been as lucky and as blessed as we have to have this movement and to have these attorneys so smart, so dedicated to fight for Karen's freedom. And
Karen's right there with them. She really is. She's so strong, and in many ways, she's a leader of this movement as well. They see a bit of themselves in Karen, whether it be just their gender or what she's gone through. But you know, the lawyers have talked about it, whether it be Alan, David, Bob, Liza, all of them have talked about how Karen is really an integral part of this defense team, and she was from the very beginning.
The Fort Wayne County judge is now...
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we were with her this morning, we were with her last night in the Seaport, and we talked to her a couple of times today.
How's she feeling?
Elated. She's just waking up today from a nightmare. She was telling us when she went back after court yesterday and after the verdicts and her freedom, and she went back to her hotel room where the entire defense team was staying and looked at her various attire, her suits that she wears, and she said, okay, the immediate thought was, what am I going to wear tomorrow?
Fair.
And it just hit her. Well, there is no more tomorrow. So, you know, just so happy for her and so proud of her. And we're blessed. We're blessed that the good Lord has seen this to a justifiable end, for sure.
Nathan, I asked you this question earlier too. What's next for Karen? Maybe a book in the works, or what are we thinking here?
I don't know what she's going to do. I think a book is a possibility, you know, about these experiences, her life, her story.
Got plenty to write about.
Yeah, and even before this, you know, what she's done for a living and her health issues that she's had, those challenges.
If she winds up working at the Lexus dealership, that'll be hilarious. I got a job for her at sales, man. Tell her about the magic of Lexuses. Shit.
Make for quite a story. And then you add in, obviously, these legal issues and the family and everything. I think there's a book there somewhere down the road.
Do you think she'll stay in the area?
I don't know. That's up to her. Yeah. You know, we'd love her, whatever she wants to do.
Yeah.
Whatever she wants to do. She wants to go to California, Florida, stay in New England, it's her call.
Go to Australia.
Travel.
I'd like to say some good things about Texas. Texas is a beautiful state, lots of wide open spaces, big cities. We got everything down here. We got the coast. We got the Gulf of America. We got it all, baby. Come down to Texas, man. We got great barbecue. Fantastic.
We'll do something.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed, Bill, and really as I walked up here, it's all about getting back to normal. You guys are doing the yard work. You're working around the house. Is this the first time you've really been able to do these things?
Well, it's the first time this week, and it's the first time in the three and a half years where there would be plowing this driveway or whether it be doing lawn work last year or spreading mulch. It's the first time I've done anything leisurely in 3.5 years where I haven't had in the recesses of my mind that threat that I could lose Karen. And that's very comforting. That's the power of Almighty God.
We talked about it just an hour or two ago. The difference feels like you can actually put your phone down today and not worry, is there, a concerning call or text coming through. And today feels, I don't want to speak for my father, but it feels like there's that relief there of, it's okay, if I missed the call, everything's probably okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
No parent, no loved one should experience what I've experienced, and my wife and my son here just should not. The justice system should be in place that at various levels there are gatekeepers who evaluate the evidence, who evaluate the strength or weaknesses of the case, and make an astute, informed, and proper decision. And when you think of what's happened in this case, the Department of Justice, federal government was involved, and provided 3,000 plus pages. Also the ARCA, the scientists from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia area, who concluded based on their independent study that the injuries to John O'Keefe were not the result of being struck by that vehicle, nor was the damage to the vehicle the result of striking a 6'1", 216-pound individual. And then it was the Department of Justice that also provided you with the infamous Proctor text. And then with all of that, they still go forward. And then on March 19th, 12 days before retrial 2 launches, they fire the lead detective. They fire me, the lead detective. And we still had to be put through the ringer. People may say it's absurd, it's scandalous. In our position, it's frightful.
It's scary. Truly.
And so nobody, and I would tell everyone who can watch this, take back your government. Get out there and vote. Do not be apathetic. Get out there and make your vote count and hold your leaders accountable. And if you don't like what you see, hold them accountable by changing your vote and going elsewhere. But that's the power of America, the power of your vote. There are 800,000 people living in Norfolk County, the richest county in Massachusetts, by the way. And my understanding is only 70,000 of them, less than 10%, voted in the last election. So it's important. Get out there and take back, make your voices heard.
Good sentiment.
Yeah.
Anything else that you guys want to say that I have not asked?
I would say in regards to the supporters,
Yes.
They put us over the top. That level of support, what we heard in that courtroom yesterday, when you're in there, there's a 3 to 5 minute delay between what's said there and what's maybe coming through on the TV or on radio and what people are hearing outside on their phones. And when we heard not guilty and the crowd goes nuts, it was palpable. It came through your body. It was like Mick Jagger or Taylor Swift came out on stage at Gillette and the place went nuts. I mean, Mass State Police told us as we were leaving there were better than 3,000 people outside, supporters, just lining the streets. Security everywhere. It's amazing. And that's because of Karen. That's because of her story. That's because of the team and her supporters. So a huge thank you to her supporters. And I know a ton of them come out of Rhode Island. We see it. We've seen it at standouts in Rhode Island. I work in Rhode Island. I see it constantly. So all around New England, all around the globe.
Yeah, to hear that applause and it reverberate through that courtroom and everybody heard it, it was just, for one of the few times over the last three plus years, I was proud to be an American. I said, this is what it's about. And thank God I had them, behind me. It was just, gave you goosebumps when it just riveted through the court. And it was unmistakable. And when we came out, it was just
all over again.
All
round
over
2.
again. Yeah.
Alan Jackson said to us, he hugged us in another courtroom before we walked out, and he just looked at us and he went, "I'll never forget that sound."
Yeah.
And we won't either.
Gives me
I bet you won't.
Explain it now.
Yep.
I bet you won't.
Anything else that you guys want to say?
Thanks for making the story part of your broadcasts, in your newscasts, and then I know you typically run some special focus of it in maybe the 7 o'clock hour with Gene Valicenti and Katie Benoit, so we appreciate that. The more people learn about it and then they do their own investigation, 90% come to the same conclusion. Karen Reed was and is factually innocent, so thank you.
Awesome. Very cool. Let me catch up on some super chats, and then we're going to snipe Laura. I think the stream might be over, but that's okay. We'll watch it anyway. Lulu became an uncivilian. Let's see what else we had. Sub Rosa became an uncivilian. Connie, 299, thank you. K9's $10 for the Juror Fund. Info Nurs became an uncivilian. Carly, $1.99, and then $1.99. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Appreciate you spending time with me, the 3,000 of you who are here. We're having a good time. Let's see. What else can we do? Let's go to Laura, and see what he had to say with his interview. That was an hour long. Okay. Let's watch this thing. We'll
What's up, everybody?
Watch this interview and react to that for a while. How you doing, Peter? I haven't really gotten to know Peter very well. I'm struggling to think if we've ever even been on stream together at the same time. I'm not sure. Maybe we have, but I can't recall for sure. Peter's a pretty cool guy. He's got an interesting setup here. He's got some lawn chairs and some turf, little fake tree lawyer, kind of thing on the background. I mean, his setup is kind of cool. I'm not really sure it's my look, but it's cool. It reminds me of what is it? Like the setup that they what's his name uses? The boyfriend of Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig has that whole fake outdoor set that he uses for interviews. Kind of reminds me of that kind of look. Not sure it's really working for me, but okay. I kind of like mine. It's just my living room, and then I just have this nice little shelf and some art. It's kind of clean. So we have a nice little background with some cool things on it. So that's cool. But his is more studio-esque. So because I've got a lighting right over here. I've got natural lighting and stuff like that. So it's not as studio. His is more studio. I'll let you debate which is better or not, but whatever. In any event, let's listen to what he's got going on here.
Welcome back into another episode of The Lawyer.
No need to compare. I just thought it was interesting. I suppose there's no need to compare, but I'm allowed to compare, right? I mean, I'm allowed to say, oh, this is interesting, and just look at it and just kind of be like, oh, this is interesting or whatever. I mean, whatever. Anyways, pressing on.
And today we're still talking about the Karen Reed verdict. We're going to talk about what happened with the false alarm verdict. We're going to talk about how it must feel for Karen Reed and her team now after getting the good news. We're going to talk about Hank Brennan's reaction and how he argued for the sentence potentially for Karen Reed on her OUI. We'll talk about some potential interviews.
It's a little dark also. I mean, I'm sure the lighting is very deliberate, but the back is a little dark, but I'm also not really sure about what this slotted thing is supposed to be like, the slotted bamboo. I'm not really sure about that either, but all right, well, whatever.
And things like that, all that and more with Mark Betterow.
Might be acoustic dampeners. Maybe that's fair. Soundproofing could be.
Mark,
that's fair.
It's over, man. It's over. We have a verdict. We have finality. Probably going to be the end of the road because of the verdict that it is, obviously being not guilty everywhere that mattered. What was your reaction when you first heard it?
Like a lot of other lawyers, I mean, not unexpected. It struck me and many others as always a reasonable doubt case. It was seemingly everywhere. But when you see it and it finally happens and, you have the, what some people call the butt dial verdict before the actual verdict, you just, at some point you scratch your head and say, this case, I mean, anything weird, odd, unpredictable, sketchy, seems to happen surrounding this case. But the actual verdict, I'm not surprised at all. I think there never was anywhere near proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So I think they got it right.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I tried this case in a courtroom with a client nobody knows, we'd be supremely confident in a not guilty verdict with a normal jury and a normal prosecutor, normal judge, normal case. This was anything but normal. But I do think that you can start to understand, because some people, maybe including myself, the first trial, I didn't know anything about it going in, watching it the first time around. And we heard the defense was supremely confident in a not guilty verdict. That's why they tried the case the way that they did, called the witnesses or lack of witnesses that they called the first case, or limited certain parts of their case in chief, because they thought they were going to win. They thought this was going to be a not guilty verdict because of everything they knew about the case. And I think we understand that as trial two.
I also am curious, like, what camera and what lens he's using, because his he's using some kind of lens with a different focal range. Okay, more technical stuff.
We understood this case is just different. So
Peter just hit 500K. Good for him. Lawyer, hitting 500K. 513K, actually. So even better than that. Good for him. Good for him hitting 513K. He's obviously doing something right, Maybe we'll hit 513K someday too. We just hit 151K. So we got that going on for us. We're only short by, what's the math on that? 360 or something, I think.
Talk about the difference between being supremely confident round one and what they did versus maybe not as confident round two and putting on a more robust case, as they called it. And why do you think it worked?
Well, I think clearly they were confident the first time, but I think they were also confident the second time. The difference was when you have lawyers that are that skilled, that comfortable in their own skin, that confident, that they are willing.
Ian just hit 300K. Awesome.
That there's enough confidence in your own ability to maybe reevaluate and pivot and do things a little differently. And I think the biggest difference between the first trial and the second trial, you hear me say trial 1.0 and 2.0. I can't stand that. But the biggest difference was going in on a classic defense, which is there's a burden of proof. They have it. It's substantially high, and they don't come close to meeting it, as opposed to the first time, where there were certainly arguments and evidence to support that, but many people felt maybe too far down the rabbit hole of assuming a burden in that, not legally, but practically speaking, in the eyes of the jury, by trying to establish what actually happened. And there was a ton of evidence they offered, or the prosecution offered, and they certainly tried to exploit in the first trial, regarding 2 or 3 people must have done something in the basement. And you make that litmus test when you're the defense, and oftentimes that's just assuming more than you need to. So this time it was much, much more reasonable doubt. But I think most importantly, it was wrapped around science. And science in a trial, if you have it on your side, is always going to win, because you have medical science, engineering science, that's hard science, that's mathematics, physics, again, medicine, that's always going to win over video clips of, well, maybe I hit them, and witnesses with inconsistencies. And then the evidence that they had to kind of support the science supported the allegation that the police might have done something entirely sketchy. The prosecution didn't call Proctor. That was a gift. They chose not to call him as well. They didn't have to, obviously, as it turned out.
He's using a 4K camera on a platform that supports at least 1080. Well, yeah, I have 1080 streaming. I have a 1080 camera, but there's really no reason to have a 4K camera unless I'm 4K streaming, right? Because it'd be down. I guess you do perhaps get a little bit more from the down sample. But, I mean, this camera is 1080 and this platform is 1080. We're streaming in 1080. So we've got all that going for us. So, yeah, something with a lens, I think, probably. But yeah.
but they had some two key civilian witnesses who were airtight, and if you believe them,
the lens is helping a lot,
which I think the jury did, and
the lens is doing a lot of work.
Credible to me, would support the science by establishing she seriously was framed. I mean, that
we're just using a kit lens these days because it allows us to control the zoom a little better. I could break out my prime lens and put that back on, but yeah, at the moment we're just using the kit lens. Chloe Albert said at some point, I think someone in the house killed John O'Keefe. We could actually change the lens midstream. There's nothing wrong with, we could change the strength. We could change the lens, but it would change the framing. It'd be interesting if we did. Maybe we should try it. Maybe we should change the lens back. What camera do I have? It's the Sony Alpha 5100. It's an older camera, but it works great, right? So it's just the Sony Alpha 5100. And it does everything you need. It's fantastic.
There's no joke there. The Officer Barros, no incentive to lie, right? And he makes it clear, absolutely not, that a taillight is not in the condition that the state police claimed when they found the car. Dogs are waking up. Sorry about that. Plow driver, who's just plowing the roads, says there's no body on the lawn. And without the science, that's still powerful evidence.
Oh, you can't see the video. Sorry.
Factor that in.
My fault.
There's no manner of death by the prosecution's own medical examiner. I don't see injuries consistent with a car accident. Two other forensic pathologists who say, I don't see any evidence of a collision, a car collision. One of them says, I do see dog bites. Another one says, I see animal bites. The prosecution expert says, I can't exclude animal bites. You back that up with, two PhD high-level engineers, one of whom focuses on the car and says, this is not consistent. Another one who focuses on kinetics and the movement of the human body and whatnot says, I don't see John O'Keefe's arm adding up. You pile that all on top of each other, and
the autofocus,
there's overwhelming reasonable doubt, and that's what they focused on this case, and it worked perfectly for them.
Yeah, and you and I talked a lot about, would you call this witness? Would you call that witness? Why would you? Why wouldn't you? And there was just a lot of thought around not overdoing it, but make sure you don't miss things that are really important. If you have something that's a gift like Proctor, maybe you use it. And I thought there's so many different domino effects you could talk about. Well, they could have called this witness, or they shouldn't have called this one, or whatever it may be. At the end of the day, with the verdict that you got, you don't second guess much, right?
No, I mean, look, who cares?
Exactly.
They won. So, and lawyers, this is what we do. We analyze, overanalyze. It's interesting. People care. At the end of the day, Karen Reed was acquitted of all these significant charges. So winning is everything in this situation. Again, as analyzing it, you can't help but wonder, right? And we're allowed to do that. And, if you saw the interview last night of Michael Proctor, all that did in my mind was embolden me and say, my God, I wish that guy testified, because he is just awful and did himself no favors. His demeanor was terrible. I think he was lying again on TV last night with some of his explanations. His body language was terrible. Would have been great to see, but you're right. This is a result-oriented business, and they overwhelmingly won, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and a lot of times people say you pay for the result, but with Proctor, I mean, his timeline didn't match up with when his text and how he said things developed. I mean, that was just a mess. We're going to talk about interviews a little bit later, but as far as the decisions they made, maybe one of the more surprising decisions, something they didn't do trial one, something people definitely disagreed with, I found it pretty interesting, was adding the OUI as a lesser included. She ends up getting convicted of the OUI, not guilty everywhere else, which is why we're talking about not guilty everywhere that matters. When you put forth something like that, it's easy to say, okay, you gave them something to convict on. And I think a lot of that comes from the research from the first trial, maybe the research from some people in the community, or, the public saying, well, to let her off scot-free when there's a dead police officer, or whatever, however you want to look at it. In my opinion, they pretty clearly found there was no collision between Karen Reed's car and John O'Keefe's body, and that Karen Reed's Lexus did not cause John O'Keefe to die. Like, to me, they had ample opportunity, even with like maybe they didn't touch, because of the explanations and the way the jury instructions were written. If they felt like her car caused John O'Keefe to fall backwards in any way and die, they could have convicted her on something. They didn't, which leaves open the big question of the defense, and people in the defense's camp can still point to conspiracy, cover up, corruption, and the feds still need to do an investigation. I think Alessi, there's already a clip out saying, we know what happened. We saw the evidence up close and personal. There's no way this should be over. I've been saying maybe the feds can investigate the investigation again. I find it really hard to believe they're ever going to be able to convict anybody else of this unless they have some kind of a confession, because whoever else ends up getting investigated or ever charged would just point to Karen Reed as reasonable doubt. And maybe you can't prove it, but it's definitely something I think another jury would look at and think about.
Yeah, I mean, the irony is if somebody were to be charged, which I agree is unlikely, but I do think they should look into it. I mean, I have an idea of what, Bob is talking about and whatnot, and I get it. But if somebody were to be charged, first of all, it would never be in Massachusetts state court. That's right. Just certainly not.
Is that any better? Change the filter. Is that any better? Change the color temperature a little bit. Change the color balance a little bit. Is that any better? Might be a little better.
Under this district attorney, who will probably be gone in a few months, hopefully. Anyway, but the incredible irony is that criminal defendant, if they hired lawyers like you or me, which obviously they would not do for a lot of obvious reasons, but if they hired lawyers, they would put forth a third-party culprit defense, and it would be a viable defense, and it would be Karen did it. And yeah, so if there were to be an investigation, it's already almost certainly lost, short of compelling proof, physical proof, that would be more than somebody saying, I was told by this person that they did it, or that kind of evidence, because this investigation was botched from the jump. And there is no viable physical evidence. There is no physical evidence that can be used against anyone else, because the Canton police and state police had no real interest in securing that evidence. If the feds are still sniffing around, that's fine. But, there's a large difference between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Norfolk DA's office. I mean, the Norfolk DA's office, as you saw in this case, they think they have a hope and a prayer and a hunch. They just arrest and indict and say, what the hell? That's not how federal prosecutors run investigations. They don't indict or arrest unless they think it's airtight, meaning it's going to survive a trial, not let's see what a jury will do. I mean, that's kind of the fundamental difference. So, they should look into it. There's a lot of oddities, a lot of disturbing things, whether it relates to law enforcement, perhaps some other people, but to get justice for John O'Keefe by holding someone else other than Karen, now that she'll never be held responsible, rightly so, certainly in my view, I mean, I think the family is going to have to accept that the likelihood of ever getting answers is never going to happen. And it's certainly never going to happen.
Saturation is flat
if they remain aligned with the people that they're aligned with now. I mean, that's not a criticism as much as a reality. I mean, they're going to tell you Karen did it, and, the jury got it wrong and don't believe in conspiracies.
That'll do.
Yeah, I think the way that, they look at it from the outside and people asking questions like that'd be so unfair if they could use Karen Reed as a third-party culprit, like you just said. But that's almost the definition of a third-party culprit. You just take the Massachusetts State Police, Canton PD, Norfolk DA's file, and that's what you turn over to the judge as your evidence of a third-party culprit. That is enough to point the.
All right, so that's a little bit more flat. Yeah, I think it's workable. Yeah.
Finger at Karen Reed if you are another defendant to say it might have been her, versus we have a TikTok video, and what they were trying to pull together for a third-party culprit falls way short of what they would have as far as the file on this case.
Again, you would have such an advantage if you were a criminal defense attorney representing, person X charged with something to do with the death of John O'Keefe. First of all, the advantage you'd have is every single person in Norfolk County, in fact, Massachusetts, the country, the world, knows what happened. They know that someone else was famously tried twice for this crime. And I mean, you could give an opening statement and just talk about the police. All they did was look at her, and here's why. And they found taillight, and they did this. And even though I don't think any of that is credible evidence at all, that other prospective defendant would have reasonable doubt as well and no burden of proof. And they would argue, look at all this evidence going in the other direction. And yeah, she might have been acquitted. I mean, the jury would have to know that. How could they not?
Yeah.
But the reality is it's not going to happen unless there is, video of somebody doing something or just compelling evidence that has not yet come to light. It's not going to happen because somebody says, hey, I was told by person Y that they were involved in this. And that's a basis to start doing anything. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Or one person flips and said, I lied. Actually, this is what happened. We did see John O'Keefe walk in the house, but I don't know what happened. It's like one eyewitness is not going to flip this. And again, I think the evidence falls so short of Karen Reed as far as convicting beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that any other defendant tried would still have potentially Karen Reed's best piece of evidence, which was the horrible investigation and prosecution done of this case. So that would not change. They still just did not collect enough, did not record enough, did not produce enough records and chain of custody, and just everything that they did wrong in this case. Any other criminal defendant would have that same exact argument as well. And when it comes down to it, I think proving who ended John O'Keefe's life is something I would be very surprised if they ever really went forward on. But that doesn't change the corruption and cover up and maybe pin it on the girl type of evidence or planting of evidence. That to me could have legs if they wanted to investigate it.
I agree, but I do think you're never going to right the wrong of what happened and justice for all involved by charging someone else who's never going to get convicted. I think justice in this case, and this may not be how John O'Keefe's family and people who think Karen is guilty view it, but the fallout from this case and any sense of justice really has to be throw the bums out. I mean, goal number one should be get rid of Michael Morrissey at the ballot box anyway. He's got to go. I mean, the amount of resources he wasted on this, he still won't make any comments. There's no gag order. I don't think he should comment on the evidence. I get that. Case is sealed. It's not proper for a prosecutor to do that, but he still should answer the question of the taxpayer resources that he wasted on outside persons when he had an office capable of doing it. The state police, that whole unit, it needs to be fumigated. It's awful. I mean, the best practices of the Canton police, everything in this case was a disaster. And I think it is worthy of investigation, certainly finding out whether it's the feds. And I think, perhaps the proper avenue of investigation may very well be a 1983 suit. I mean, we'll see. And, they can certainly, Karen has the right to do that if it's a viable case against the government entities, and federal civil discovery in a case like that can be very telling one way or the other. And we'll see what she does.
Yeah, I think it'll be difficult. I mean, just because of the immunity involved and how those cases usually go, the high profile nature of this case would obviously help.
Yeah.
And obviously they have some resources over there, right? Because we just saw them spend over $1 million on this case. And frankly, it was almost more embarrassing for Morrissey than it was for Brennan, how all this played out when, like you said, the not free lawyers, but whatever they're paying their salaries, theoretically got more guilty votes than Hank Brennan did after all the money and time they spent on him the second time around. And they learned nothing. They should have just gotten rid of counts 1 and 3, and maybe they would have been better off to simplify it. They chose not to because they were trying to do everything they could to throw the book at her. Those are all decisions that come from the top.
They brought in Brennan ostensibly to be the shot caller, although who knows really. But the reality is for somebody as experienced as he is, the decision making, whether it was him or Morrissey in this case, was disgraceful in the sense what you just said. Forget, they went all the way seeking cert from the Supreme Court, obviously, on the double jeopardy issue related to the charge and the leaving the scene of the accident causing death charge. And whatever the law was, because the verdict was never published, I mean, for Christ's sake, we're all intelligent people and lawyers. They acquitted. Let's forget the legal definition. Every juror stepping forward is telling you we acquitted on those charges. Even the jurors who contacted the DA's office during that whole spectacle were saying that's all true. If you can't read the room and read the tea leaves on that and say that if this is about a fair trial and doing this right, maybe what I ought to do is try this as a manslaughter charge based upon drunk driving, out of control, recklessness. If you're going to try the case, I wouldn't have tried any of this. I wouldn't have indicted this. But if you're going to try it, that's obviously the charge. And they overtry it. They try to tell you, this is all about a fair trial. And then you see the lead up to the trial. I want David Yanetti's text messages because of, a throwaway comment that Karen said. And you're thinking, this is gross. I mean, are you kidding me? No serious prosecutor would do that. You saw some of the pretrial motion practice. We're going to move to preclude your key experts over you didn't provide us a report or something when it turns out they did that you claimed you got from the feds. And we're going to move to exclude every single expert you want to call on everything. And this wasn't a prosecution. It was a persecution. And it was a defense trying to prosecute. And just by simply saying, we want her to have a fair trial, but we're going to do everything in our power to prevent her from having a fair trial. And we're going to try to limit her from even defending herself. And she ought to try this case with one hand tied behind her back. And this whole process that you saw from the DA's office itself to when they, brought in a ringer to try the case to the completion of the case, this whole process was just gross. I mean, this was, a national spectacle, in my view, a national embarrassment, so many people watching. And that's why so many people were into this and out there, at the courthouse, and why this turned into a complete movement. They just see the awesome power of the state being exploited and abused to just get one person by any means necessary. And that's terrifying.
Yeah, and trying to block experts, trying to block her from the ability to even put on a defense, blocking her choice of defense lawyers when she wanted to add to her team because she had too many, and finding ways to not let that happen.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, legitimately speaking, it was gross, which is why I'm going to play a clip here. I was surprised at this. I don't know why I was surprised, because this is what happens. And if you don't do this, it's embarrassing. But there were so many times throughout the process where Hank Brennan did something I was like, no way he's actually going to do that. And he did. So I'm going to play the clip, and then I want to talk about your reaction.
All right. So, Mr. Yannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation.
I have thoughts about this, obviously. I watched this live yesterday with Melanie. And I said then, it's remarkable to me that the most human thing I've seen Brennan do from the day he jumped in until the very end, and the only magnanimous thing I think he's done throughout this whole process was at the very end when he was thoroughly humiliated and vanquished, but finally put his sword down and basically said, let's end this. There's no need to have anyone come back. There's no need to argue for jail. And it was absolutely the right thing to do. It's interesting to note, even when he said that, David had to start arguing, not assuming the judge would go with it. And she had to cut him off and say, no, we're going to do it the first time. I mean, that's how programmed they were to believe that they were fighting in essence, two prosecutors throughout this process. But, you know, I did
Not
think.
even just that. Not even just that, Mark. Brendan was like, we're ready to go to sentencing right now. Yanetti's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go to sidebar real quick. I want to figure out what you're going to ask for before I agree to go into sentencing right now.
And I mean, now the cynic in me also says that one of the reasons Brendan agreed to this was to prevent himself the humiliation from coming back a week later and getting heckled and all of that. But look, it
hasn't stopped him before.
No, although this is now, I mean, this is humiliating. I mean, you just got a misdemeanor drunk driving conviction that she wasn't even charged with, that was specifically requested by the defense after 2 trials. And as you noted earlier, you know, according to what we read previously, you know, Adam Lally got 8 or 9 jurors to at least say she's probably guilty of manslaughter. And I think that analysis is a little simplistic and unfair. I don't think it means Adam Lally is a better lawyer than Hank Brennan. That is not true. That's not really the point. But, I mean, he did the right thing. She should have walked out of there yesterday with this behind her. There should be no week of thinking whether jail is an issue. So, you know, I give him credit for that and nothing else, though. I think what he did throughout the course of this case was just disgraceful. And this was not prosecution. This was persecution. And, you know, he keeps saying details matter, words matter. You keep saying you want to give her a fair trial. Words matter, but actions matter more. And you may have been saying, I'm trying to, you know, protect her right, but your conduct speaks volumes. You weren't. And the gaslighting that went on throughout the course of his involvement in the case, I thought was just terrible. And, you know, everyone involved with the prosecution in this case, they should have a lot of questions to answer. They just look terrible, and they deserve what they got. I mean, this is the right outcome.
Yeah, I thought he was a good loser. He lost like a gentleman. That's what you should do. Because I'll just tell you, he could have asked for jail time. He could have tried to come up with all sorts of aggravating factors. He could have done all sorts of things. And some judges would have looked down on you for trying that. I'm not so sure Judge Cannoni would have if he would have tried that. But when he asked for that, she certainly was not going to do anything else at that point, because then it would have just been a full-blown deal. But I did really appreciate that he did that in one sense. But in another, it reminded me just, again, the difference between a defense lawyer and a prosecutor. As defense lawyers, sometimes you go to trial knowing your client's probably going to get convicted, picking apart an investigation, maybe. You're not going to put on a defense. Your client's not going to testify. You're going to cross-examine witnesses. You're going to try to create or highlight reasonable doubt throughout the trial with this jury. And you go and you lose at the end, and you take your medicine, and then you go fight for sentencing and try to get them the most fair sentence you possibly can. And it's no sweat off. I'm amazed sometimes at how, you know, people can argue with a straight face and pound the fist on the table. And, you know, I've done it myself. I've watched my dad do it. I've seen criminal defense lawyers go into motion hearings knowing you're going to lose these, but arguing your butt off, and then you lose and you move on. And it's just part of life. It's our job as lawyers. That's almost what it felt like here for Hank Brennan, which is just not how prosecutors should operate. Prosecutors should not pound their fist knowing they're going to lose.
That, and one of the things that just shocked me, again, he's a very experienced, you know, lawyer. He's been around. He's obviously tried a lot of cases, very comfortable in the courtroom. He knows how this works. And he's certainly smart enough to know that first and foremost, as a lawyer, and in particular a prosecutor, the guy in the white hat who has the burden of proof and has to lead the jury to the promised land beyond the wall of reasonable doubt, that nothing matters more than your credibility. And if the jury has doubts about your credibility, then your task is a lot harder. And I can't fathom that a lawyer of that experience and that level of skill and awareness would resort to, as the trial was ending, clearly, you know, I got the impression he realized he was on the verge of losing. I thought his cross-examination started going down, just like, you know, what I call, you know, your questions get lazier. Not that he was lazy, but intellectually, the doubt is creeping in, your mind is doing things, and you just naturally start to flag a little bit. But beyond that, he was with a serious
Just want to say I love you guys in chat. Sorry about that. Just want to say I love you guys. You guys are awesome. And I appreciate you being here, spending time with me. For the 3,000 of you here, you guys are awesome. Really appreciate it. It's very validating when you see like the subscribes and you see the likes and everything. Just want to take a moment to say thank you and appreciate it. Because I want to do things that you guys like, and that when you guys are here and spending time with me, and so many of you are spending time with me, tells me I'm doing something right. And that's validating because, I appreciate the positive feedback. I want to succeed in my craft. This is part of my craft, and, I want to succeed in it. And you guys being here tells me something I'm doing is succeeding. And so that's great. And I just want to say thank you, spending some time with me. You guys are awesome.
Face asking about ham sandwiches and how long it took you to eat the ham sandwich, and Uber rides and limo rides and deleted messages about scheduling. And I'm thinking, this is a serious lawyer asking an engineer who was hired by the Justice Department before they ever knew who Karen Reed was. And what he's trying to suggest to the jury was that this guy, was basically an advocate for the defense. And he can't possibly believe that, especially when, dude, look at your expert, okay? And the reality is, if you make like a winners and losers column in this kind of thing, once you get past Morrissey and Brennan and Proctor, the obvious losers, hello, Aperture, as a firm and their credibility, they're in the top tier of loser on this thing. But Brennan hired them, and that goes to his credibility.
The Aperture Science button, every time they're mentioned, is funny every single time. It's funny every single time. That's why I made a key, so I could just press a button.
Aperture Science.
I will miss those guys. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hit the button anymore because they won't be mentioned anymore. That'll be sad. That'll be sad when that moment of joy is taken away from me. Oh, well. Couldn't last forever.
Look at these people. The classic experts for hire, pay us to say anything and we'll do our best to fit the square peg in the round hole. And, that was a just colossal blunder, obviously. But, I think Brennan sacrificed his credibility again and again and again. And the jury, I think, sees that.
It's almost like he took this case knowing it was going to be an uphill battle, as if he was a criminal defense lawyer coming in. And again, I don't have any problem with any criminal defense lawyer representing the worst of the worst, coming up with an argument. If you got to go to trial because there's no offers, you go to trial. You talk about the typos in a police report. Can we really trust the rest of the work you did, officer? And those types of arguments. I just can't explain enough. And this case has been such a lesson to the world in the difference between what a prosecutor should be and what a criminal defense. Their jobs are different.
Yes, and he was so miscast. He, in hindsight, knowing his method, his style, everything you just described, why anyone would think he would be a good prosecutor for this case is mind-boggling. On the other hand, if he had been defense counsel in this case, and someone like Karen would never hire someone like him, but if he were a defense counsel in this case, I think he probably would have done a spectacular job.
Probably.
Poking holes and the actual problems with the civilians, the corruption angle and that sort of thing. That's the irony is, if you got into this case on the other side, you would have been damn effective. But as the white hat prosecutor, oof.
Yeah, the sarcasm and the kind of like bully style cross, it can work sometimes. It really doesn't work with the witnesses he tried it with, especially Russell and Laposada and Arca. Yeah, it really, he kind of picked his spots wrong, which is obviously, it's very obvious at times when that happens. But I was really glad to see he did that with the sentencing. Anybody that handles any DUIs and you have first time DUI, it's like clockwork. Like you go, unless there's something crazy about the case, like it is what it is. And if you go to trial and you lose, you get this. And everybody knows that. And that's how it should be, because there was no death caused by this DUI. That was very clear from this jury. People are asking how this is going to affect the civil case. They didn't prove anything really necessary for the civil case to use as some kind of res judicata, meaning a decision that's already been made. Sure, she was drunk driving. You can use that in the civil case, but it doesn't prove that she actually hit him and caused his death. That's what you need to prove in a wrongful death case.
There's no causation of death. That's right. I mean, yes, they certainly have powerful evidence of intoxication and probably res judicata, I guess. I would even know to me on that issue.
The timing issue is something I would argue as a civil defense lawyer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even putting that aside, I mean, look, there's still videos of her drinking at the bar.
Absolutely.
There are the clips. So whatever. But, the people who are saying, well, the civil case and she's toast. Not at all. There's proof that she was intoxicated at a time the jury believes she was driving. That doesn't translate to causing John O'Keefe's death. And to the contrary, this jury found an ocean of reasonable doubt on that. Now, the standard's different, obviously, but, if you look at the evidence in this case, forget burdens of proof in a legal sense. If you had to come out and just say which side is more probable, like a more civil standard, right? Just, a preponderance, given the ARCA testimony, given the medical testimony, given the Barrows testimony, given Loughran, vis-a-vis the prosecution testimony, although they had no burden of proof at all, I would say the preponderance of the evidence shows there was no collision with her.
So I've handled thousands of car accident and truck accident cases over the last 15 years. And I have never had a civil defendant even try to prove that there was no collision, ever, ever. Never even seen that argument, because usually they can't. They don't even go that route. It's usually you're asking for too much money, right? That's 99%, especially the ones that go to trial. So I definitely think she could win at trial. But if we're talking real talk and we're just huddling around here and we're talking to Karen Reed, here's what I'm doing. I'm writing a letter to my insurance company saying, offer the policy. If they'll take it and go away, I'm not going to admit any wrongdoing. I want to be done with this. You guys are going to spend that money on this trial. It's going to be years of this. I want to move on. I want to do something else in my life than talk about this case. And I would have no problem with her doing that. I get it. Stand on business.
You know what I think we should do as a chat, because there's 3,000 of us here. I think we can use our forces for good collectively. I think we should use our forces for good. I think we should, you and I, workshop new career ideas for Proctor. I think that this is something that we as a chat can really do, because he's been dishonorably discharged from the police, and, he's looking for new employment. And, I think that we collectively have a lot of knowledge and experience, and we can really put together some dynamite suggestions for Mr. Proctor. So in chat, I want to hear your best pitch. What do you think Mr. Proctor's next career should be?
Justice, principle, all of that, but more and more years of heartache and misery versus the insurance you pay for, stroking a check, if they'll go away with that and they can say, we won on the civil standard, whatever. That's in real life. If it was me, I'll just say, if it was me, that's what I would tell my insurance company to do. But she's been through a lot, so I get whatever decision she makes.
What about this? If you're the O'Keefes, okay, do you want a few shekels with non-admission, or do you want, I want to play this out and get a finding for a sense of, you did it?
Yeah. I think that'll be a discussion with their lawyers, right? How much they think they can prove and what risks they want to take, and tell them, hey, there's a very real chance we go in and lose this and it gets even worse, versus she can say it's a non-admission all she wants, but what will people in the public think when she paid you money for ending John O'Keefe's life? You can spin this either way. Just like Hank Brennan right now on his website can go say, prosecutor Karen Reed found guilty on one of the charges. Bada bing, bada bang. Lawyers spin like nobody, right?
It's funny because, prosecutors do keep track of that stuff. Absolutely. I know this. Okay. I was that. But I will tell you this. No self-respecting prosecutor would ever go around and say, this was a conviction. I don't care that the jury said guilty of a misdemeanor drunk driving charge. You just tried the biggest murder case in the country that ended after a hung jury, and they specifically brought you in to bring home the bacon, right? And the only reason there was a conviction on a drunk driving charge is because the defense tactically wanted that as a potential off-ramp to lead the jury away from the indicted charges, and the jury did it. Okay, they took the off-ramp, but if you're going to walk around and say, I got a conviction, you need to get your head checked. That is, I mean, this is an absolute, unequivocal, unmistakable loss for the prosecution. There's
Proctor could work as a crash test dummy. I saw in chat. Hold on. Where's my button? Here it is. Nice.
no way to spin this. They lost, period, full stop.
Yeah. I've seen lawyers post like, we won this motion hearing on the motion to continue or something. It's like, lawyers do stuff like that. So it is what it is. And maybe 10 years from now, I think Brandon will put it up there like conviction or whatever on his website, but it's too famous. Everybody knows how this went. And with the context, it's definitely a loss. That's why people couldn't understand. And again, in the legal world and the lawyer world, the same thing. People are going to disagree with me about that civil side of the case, about telling, your insurance company to pay, but you got to realize these are people's real lives, right? We may watch it. For us, it's a job. We go into the office, we fight the case. And I tell clients all the time, do you want to file suit? Do you not want to file suit? It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm going to be doing this every single day, regardless, whether it's your case or somebody else's case, but this is your life. Here's what it looks like. Is this something you want to go through, right? Because there still is an aspect of stress and misery and the monkey on your back, to where if you can get rid of it all in a way that it's not going to change your life, you pay for this insurance, they can make it go away, and you can move on to something else. If it were me, or if it
Proctor should go work for Aperture. I mean, if there was ever a match made in heaven, Proctor working for Aperture has got to be it. Yeah, it's too on point.
If it was my daughter, I'd be like, let's just move on. Let's just move on. You've been vindicated. You've been exonerated. But again, you can't also blame them if they go the other direction. They're like, no, I want to continue to clear my name. Let's continue to fight it. People were always asking me, is she going to have the same lawyers? Unlikely, unless they want to or want to help or want to, advise. But usually your insurance company will hire lawyers of their own that they have on some kind of retainer. And unless you're going to pay private, individual, personal counsel yourself, the insurance company's not going to come in and hire Alan Jackson and Bob Alessi and whatever.
She's got the insurance lawyers on that lawsuit, which of course has been kicking around.
Right.
And that case, whatever, it is what it is. It's so small potatoes in the grand scheme of where we are. The only interesting thing about that case at this point is they can depose Karen now. That the Fifth Amendment cloak has been lifted. She's not in any legal jeopardy. So, that'll be, and by the way, she's not bashful, so I'm sure she welcomes that. So I don't think, it would be those lawyers for that. It almost certainly would be for, if she pursues litigation herself. But that, again,
Sure.
that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day.
Yeah. I mean, there's still, the civil world is one that can last considerably longer than what happens in the criminal justice system. And there's so many different options because private people and lawyers can push that. And it's not, and again, that just, again, is a separation of what's supposed to be the protections of government and law enforcement and how that works versus civil, where like you can get sued for anything at any time if you can get a lawyer to do it. That's not how it should be on the criminal side.
No. And if they do pursue legal action, everything changes. And the biggest significant change is the forum. The days of Norfolk County Court and Canoni are over. You're in U.S. District Court in Boston filing suit, and that changes everything just in terms of, the whole Canton, Dedham, Norfolk County stuff, shenanigans. That'll be very different if that's the way this goes.
Yeah. I do think there are issues, just the first trial with some people voting guilty and what they do have and don't have. They're probably, as much as the glass chart with Proctor. We don't need to get into that now, but there's a lot there, but it's so murky. It's just so murky when you go down.
It's so tough to get past. They get so much immunity. And also, the only thing that's interesting is, prosecutors, they do get some of that immunity lifted if they're involved in the, investigation, which usually would be, before an arrest. And in this case, the arrest came so fast. But by all accounts, the prosecution was heavily involved in every aspect of the case. And even after she was arrested, they continued the investigation. They upgraded the charges as the prosecution was investigating. And there were some real interesting arguments that could be made that the DA's office could be lumped into it and may not have absolute immunity. It's just, again, I don't want to get too in the weeds, but it is interesting.
To me, the thing that's interesting about it is the high profile nature. If this was Jane Doe and she called you and said, I got tried twice, hung jury, and then guilty on OUI, not guilty, you say, I'm sorry. It's just not, it's not a viable case. Like, if we're being real, right? But that's something that the high profile nature and the public push.
The game changer for me.
Okay, this is one of the weirder direct messages I've gotten from my channel. First of all, how are they able to direct message me? It's a whole nurse set of problems. But I got a message from a company called Vast GG. Vast give away your portal to premium prizes. Hey, Uncivil Law, just saw your recent giveaway on YouTube. Wanted to quickly share Vast, a platform we built to help make giveaways smoother, smarter, and way more effective. What? There's a free tier, and it's been proven to deliver better results for creators looking to grow their audience organically. What the hell? You can grow across mobile platforms at once. Genuine YouTube subs, anytime you have to specify that, that's not a great sign. Genuine YouTube subs, video views, likes, and comments, and we'll even help promote your giveaways through our channels. We've got a social reach of over 2 million gamers. We've worked with creators like Ninja and Summit 1G. Would love to help you too. What the fuck? Like, I need help with my giveaways. The giveaways seem to be working fine. But thanks for that, DM. That's different. Okay. I'm not sure why I need a special platform just for giveaways. Okay.
Again, this is so far speculative.
Yeah.
But Barros, if he told the truth, which he did, and if he was credible, which I believe he was, he didn't remember when he saw the photo. That's clear. He was wrong. Doesn't mean he's not credible, but he was wrong. But you can't believe both that Barros told the truth and was credible, and that the state police did not plant evidence. Like, they don't go together. You kind of, if
I'm on the other side of that, though, I'm not sure it was the same strength or exact nature and comments the very first time they spoke versus how he was in trial.
Seriously, what help do I need to do giveaways? It's not that hard. I just do the little thing. I do the fun little thing. I have Nightbot monitor for the specific phrase I want. I then have Nightbot. I just click it literally is like roll winner, I think it is. And it just selects somebody at random. And I'm like, hey, you won. Please send me the email to do this. And how much help do I need?
This very last time. That's what you'd have to dig into more, I guess.
But again, civil discovery is a more than me, is a fascinating thing. And what I go back to is Barros's original report from that day does not appear to match what the state police said about the taillight. And Barros testified as a prosecution witness after meeting with them, prepping with them, and they never asked him at the first trial after he said, well, there was a crack or whatever. They never showed him the picture, which is such an obvious thing to do, and say, is that what the taillight looked like? Because that would be devastating evidence against Karen. And they never did it. And then after the first trial, what does he do? This guy runs to the defense, basically. Throws himself to them and says, you saw when he testified how much he wanted to get this off his chest and how emphatic and emotional in some level he was. And, that to me, if you're thinking about like 1983 or whatever, about, planting evidence, Fourth Amendment, civil violations, and all that stuff. I mean, that would get the gears grinding in my head as a major red flag to follow up on. Something's not right there.
Yeah, civil discovery settles a lot of cases because we're only talking about money, right? We're not necessarily talking about throwing somebody in jail or making sure a menace to society is out of the way. And it's like, if they don't want to turn something over, well, if you don't want to turn that over and I think I'm entitled to it, how much are we going to get to where we need to get to settle the case? And a lot of times it is if they don't want to turn something over. So again, maybe more unanswered questions. Maybe there will be some pressure points that can be pushed to get some kind of resolution done. But it's definitely going to be interesting. I think you mentioned the false verdict. I meant to ask you this. Have you ever had that happen before?
Of course not. I don't.
Yeah, I haven't either. I didn't know. I'm asking everybody to see if anybody's had it.
I think you could ask every single lawyer in America who's living today, who's tried a case, criminal or civil, and you would have 100% say, once again, only in this case. I mean, that was
pretty much
relief. I mean, and most people immediately assume, oh my God, they're fixing this.
Yeah.
And then, you think about it for the 5 minutes, and then it occurred to me, we were talking about this as we were watching this in real time yesterday. This is probably that convoluted slip, and they submit it. They're done with the deliberate.
What's 1983? 42 USC 1983. It's the law that allows you to sue the police for wrongful conduct under federal law for color of law. So we just speak about it in shorthand, 1983. We just refer to it. We speak to it in shorthand. But it's the go-to law for suing the police, in addition to other things. So you can sue them in federal court. Well, strictly speaking, you don't have to sue them in federal court. You can sue in state law under a federal cause of action, but whatever. Anyway, so yeah, it's just a standard. It's your standard master hook for suing the police, and then you sue them for a whole bunch of other stuff on top. So yeah. Deprivation of civil rights using color of law, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Aperture Science. Aperture Science.
Good times.
Operations, and then somebody says, did we check the box right? Did we do, and you say, yeah. Well, oh shit, what if? Forget it, do over. And they did have a verdict within like 3 minutes after, 5 minutes, whatever it was, which I mean, I don't think they were deliberating and changing. I mean, you're probably never going to see that, non-verdict, butt dial verdict, but it was probably confirming the slip. I don't know what else it could be at this point, but the way that played out in real time was just another complete black eye for how this case.
I mean, even the clerk of court, when he was asking about the jury verdict slip, fucked it up. Even the clerk of court fucked it up because he asked, with respect to count 2, are you guilty or not guilty? And I knew instantly the moment he asked that question, I'm like, that question is incomplete. I knew it instantly. And then there was confusion because he asked the wrong. Also, it's just a weird way of doing it. Why do you ask the jury that question that way? It's a very weird way of doing it, right? I've seen other courts where they're like, juror number 1, what'd you find? And they'll the juror themselves will recite it. Or more common, the clerk will just recite it to them. They'll be like, as to count 1, we, the members of the jury, with respect to the murder charge, find the defendant not guilty. With respect to count 2, murder, manslaughter, OUI, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the lesser included of OUI. With respect to count 3, leaving the scene of the accident, we find the defendant not guilty. Members of the jury, is this your verdict? So forth and so on. So sometimes you'll have them just read it themselves. They give the verdict form, and sometimes it's the foreman just reads the verdict out loud. Sometimes the clerk just reads the verdict. But this is a weird one because only the clerk has the form. The jury no longer has the form because it's in the clerk's hand. And it's like, what's your verdict? I'm like, I don't know. Which box did we check? I don't remember. It was 5 seconds ago. It's a very weird way of doing things. I don't understand why we're doing things this way. It's very weird. And then it was just confusion because he's like, not guilty. And the judge was like, of. And then he said not guilty of the main charge or lesser included, which also didn't really clarify things because it was bullshit. The whole thing was bullshit. Proctor calling about your extended warranty. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. Or calling as a scammer, calling to inform me about that warrant that's out for my arrest. I haven't got any good scam calls in a long time, though. Not that I picked them up anyway. I really want to get that scam call that says, you know, we have a warrant out for your arrest and the marshals are on their way. I really want to get that scam call because if it ever happens again, if I ever get that call, I'm just going to confess. That's my plan. They're going to call me and be like, yeah, we have a warrant out for your arrest. The marshal's out for you for back taxes. But if you settle right now, I can call the whole thing back. I'm just going to be like, guys, I knew this moment was going to happen. I've just been breaking the law this entire time. And I just want to come clean. I'm ready to turn myself in and do my time. Where can I report to? They won't know what to do. They won't know what to do.
Was conducted. I mean, we reach a verdict over lunch. We notify the court officer who takes the verdict, and the judge is like, well, it wasn't published, so it didn't happen. And you sit there and you say, well, what court officer? Who's watching the jury? What's in the slip? Where's that slip going? And you just say, why is everything about this case so sketchy? But it really, it encapsulates all the public's problem with this case. There's so much reason to doubt in the public's eye everything that's happened in this case for 3.5 years about fundamental fairness, shenanigans afoot, all kinds of things, that they see this kind of stuff and your first instinct is they're doing it again. They're gonna like put it on the girl again, as they say. And it really raises the larger problem, which is people have no confidence in how this case was investigated, how it was prosecuted, how it was adjudicated. I mean, it really raised a lot of eyebrows in a lot of people to say, this is why we support Karen Reed, because they do believe this could happen to anyone. For some reason, it happened to her, and just nothing is happening normal in this case. And that is true. Nothing about this case appeared to be normal or like you've seen anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million different things and scenarios you can go through about what happened, but nothing was put on the record. Nothing was actually protected. So I do think we might hear about it. If any of these jurors get interviewed, I would think that's got to be one of the first questions. What the heck happened with that first verdict? Will they answer? Will they not? I don't know, but very interesting.
I can't think that would be one of the first questions. That's got to be numero uno. I mean, that is totally. And I listen. I think there are so many fascinating questions for these jurors, and you know, I wonder if they'll be more apt to speak than the first jury, only because there's no controversy in terms of, oh my God, the jury. You know, they sent no notes indicating we're struggling with each other or what to do. They sent a few notes.
All right, let's change out this lens on my camera and see what happens. This should be interesting.
I mean, you know, we don't know how.
I'm going to get all blurry for a while. This is going to be fun.
I had some lawyers texting me like, you never know, maybe juries are being coy and they're playing hide the ball. And I was like, it really is all pointing to, and it was like, oh, you predicted it, Peter, guilty on it's like the jury told us with the notes. Like, it would have been shocking if it was anything other than what it was based on all their notes, which to me is good. It's logical thought process, working through it like the jury, which you can understand how they get to not guilty.
I'm not in favor of the conviction on OUI. I think if it was standalone misdemeanor trial,
great trial,
like you or me were doing, I think she'd be acquitted, no question. But forget that. But the best thing that happened in a jury deliberating for 4.5 days, they sent two specific notes about certain facts. They sent 2 notes seeking clarification on the messy legal instructions, and then they acquitted on 3 counts, but they did convict her of something. Anybody who is like, oh, you know, the jury is corrupt and unjust, get the hell out of here. They literally, if they did anything else, made it clear that there's no corruption in the jury. There's nothing in the jury process. They deliberated for 4 days. There's no controversy. They weren't, tearing each other's throats out over anything. They asked questions, they got answers, they came back, and they gave both sides something, whether you agree with it or not. And that's the best way, for these, people, most of whom live, on the Twitter law school online, that who complain about, oh my God, the jury was full of plants and this. The jury is the big winner in this whole thing because they did it the way you would want a jury to do it, methodically, carefully, professionally. And, it's tough to argue with the way they handled the process.
Yeah. And also just on that same line with, who could have been on the jury, a free Karen Reed or whatever, a diehard probably would never have convicted on OUI, number one. Number two, most of my trials, I pick the jury in a day. Sometimes we'll come back the next morning with certain things and just confirm and swear them in. That's very different than the way the jury was picked in this case. So,
yeah, is this working for anybody? Is this working for anybody? Even if I brought the lens back, so that it wasn't like right on top of me. I don't know, man. That's a lot of closeness, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if we need that in my life. That's a lot. It's a little close. We're a little intimate now, you and I, man. I don't know about that one. I don't know. It is a very good lens. It's a very good lens, but I'd have to move the lens, and I'd have to move it much further away. And yeah, but it is a very good lens. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think we're gonna switch back for now. Oh Lord.
So nothing should have slipped through the cracks on this case where you had multiple overnights to do more research. You can come back and strike somebody the next day you didn't think you were going to strike yesterday. I mean, they were digging in social media. So, I mean, this would have had to be somebody that really knew how to hide their tracks if there was something out there. Like, this was not just your average everyday jury where I'm picking a jury a lot of times and I try to dig in as much as I can. I always ask for more time, try to get them talking, try to build relational equity with them. But I know that I don't know everything about this person. They could be lying to me. This person's not talking enough. I don't feel like I have a good read. That didn't happen here. No. That really didn't happen here with these jurors. So I'd be surprised if there was some rogue juror.
No, I mean, I think, again, it's just Twitter law school chat more than anything. People, I mean, whatever your view of the case is, there's nothing at all to suggest the jury did anything other than carefully consider what it was they wanted to consider. And when you look at the notes, it seems clear to me, although you're not in the room, so you're speculating to some extent, that right away they were more focused on a misdemeanor and were ready to throw aside the car collision and the indicted charges. And what I found most fascinating about the notes was the note about the clips, because Brennan made that, the centerpiece of his case. And people like us were saying, that's like his strongest evidence. Not that it's that strong, but, it is what it is. And after 30 days of playing clips and arguing clips and using clips in summation, and the defense really taking the approach, yeah, whatever, just we're not even going to address it because it's meaningless. That resonated to some extent because the note from the jury was fascinating. Are the clips evidence? I mean, you want to talk about a kick in the nuts to the prosecutor, spend all this time, and the jury is like, does this mean anything at all? Like, what are those? Wow.
I think, is that where they called her Karen? The clips of Karen, are those evidence?
They called the defendant. They called her Karen, and they asked if that was evidence. I mean, if you ever want to get insight into the jury's thinking, I think that was it. And I think they literally deliberated a freaking misdemeanor drunk driving case for 4 days and were ready to and that's why I think the other notes are like, well, what's the impact if we convict on the lesser? What does that mean about the greater? I think the only reasonable interpretation of that was we don't want to convict her of manslaughter and send her to prison if we just think she committed this ticky-tack drunk driving. So are we good with that, Judge? I mean, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, and I don't want to downplay drunk driving, obviously, and I know you aren't either, but it's important to compare what was being prosecuted and how we ended up here. That is really important, number one. Number two, I also think a couple things help the defense. And one of them is the length of the trial. I actually think helped them. The limitation of the closing argument, I actually think may have helped focus them. It forced Jackson to be focused. I mean, I don't think it would have been better if it was 2 hours. I really don't. I think he did it in the time period and hit everything he needed to. And it probably avoided them going down rabbit holes that they didn't need to go down, like the video clips that everybody wanted context for. But a lot of those were months ago. Right. A lot of the Commonwealth's best evidence was months ago. And it's like, so, and passing on the rebuttal. I mean, that was just like, they ended with days and days.
I think that's enough of that interview, kind of, to be honest. I want to watch some Turtle Boy stuff because I believe Turtle Boy did a thing, and I want to watch some Turtle Boy stuff in honor of our boy. In honor of our boy, Mr. Turtle himself. I'd like to watch Turtle Boy for a little while from 14 hours ago. So I probably won't watch this entire thing, but I'll probably watch it for like 2 hours or something. I'll also speed it up a little bit because, it's so long. But let's put the playback speed to 1.25 and we'll see what we can do there. And this has been a good stream. Thank you all for being part of this. There's still 2,700 of you here, which is awesome. I appreciate that. If you wouldn't mind sending a super chat my way, I'd appreciate it. Also, by the way, we do have some great merch. And so let's do a little bit of our merch store because there's some great stuff there, and people have sent me emails and everyone seems to be happy with the merch. They seem to be happy with the quality of the merch. Everyone who sent me an email seems to like the merch. So, there's that. Let me get this link. Yes, I want to leave YouTube for the purposes of this discussion. God damn it. Yes, please. All right, cool. Welcome to our merch store. Callie the Beef Fish welcomes you. We got some good stuff. We got, of course, a Not Guilty shirt. So you can celebrate the Not Guilty, Not Guilty, Not Guilty in various shades of pink. It says Free Karen Reed there, in little text. So you can have that little celebration. That's nice. Then we've got the ham sandwich mug from the ham discussion. Thank you. $250 from Ginger. 3855. That's a very generous super chat. Thank you very much, Ginger, for that very, very generous super chat. That's very, very thoughtful. Quintessence for $20 says, your commentary has been hilarious. Always interesting and fun time. Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah. Have I been looking at the second juror interviews? Yeah, I think we've done all the juror interviews at this point. As many as we could find. Runkles tonight. Yeah, I think we've done basically everything at this point. So very, very cool. Thank you, Ginger. Again, that's really, really cool. I really appreciate that. You're helping to fund my watch fund, which is really appreciated. Thank you very much. I recently pulled the trigger, like as in yesterday, and decided to buy that Zen U1 that I've had my eye on. So the original, the OG version of the watch I have now. So it was like $1,300. And I was like, do I want to do it? Do I not want to do it? Is the watch I have good enough? I still don't know, honestly, whether or not I made the right decision, but the watch actually was relatively low priced. And so I figured, well, if I change my mind, I can get my money back out of this by selling it again. So I was like, what the fuck? Let's give it a shot. So yeah, we gave that a shot. So it's being sent from Japan. I found a deal in Japan. So it's being sent from Japan, and hopefully that'll arrive, and we'll see how that goes. So we'll see how that's going to work. So we'll give it a shot. In any event, we can get your ham sandwich mug from our merch store. That's good. The Not Guilty mug. The Not Guilty mug is very good. With the I love you. That's very good. Nika Dicta. Text here also. I need Tank's top merch, please. Well, we've got lots of great merch. It's all top merch. Not Guilty stickers. Don't be a hankhole. How are my eyes? My eyes are doing okay. Yeah, I bought the really nice ones. These are the cheap ones from Amazon that were like $12. And then I bought the nice ones from whatever company it was for like $120. And those are supposed to arrive in a couple days. So we'll see how much that helps or doesn't with light sensitivity issues. But it seems to be helping a little bit. But yeah, We got trial by sidebar. We got some sidebar mug, justice for Chloe. Justice for Chloe still remains a real thing, so all that's good. It's an expensive timepiece. Well, that's the cheap used version. That watch is like $4,000. So I actually got a very good deal on it on a used one. It seems like it's in really good condition too. So yeah, that watch is like, it's a lot. It's like $3,800 or something. It's an expensive watch. So yeah, getting it for $1,300 was actually a pretty good deal. So we'll see how that goes. Do I get migraines? No, I don't get migraines. Just causes my eyes to hurt a lot. We got the Lexus in space mug, of course, because your Lexus may in fact just suddenly take off for Lexus or take off for space and all that good stuff. So you want the Lexus in space merch. Proctor the taillight fairy. Someone recently won this in our giveaway. This is one of the items they selected, this Proctor the taillight fairy mug. So you don't even know they make watches that expensive? Have you not heard of Rolex? You didn't know they made watches that were like $4,000? Have you not heard of Rolex? Because that's like the starting point. It goes up from there. Yeah, I mean, okay. Wait until you find out about the expensive brands. AP, Patek Philippe, Journe, Richard Mille. Wait till you find out about the expensive stuff. Do the mugs shatter easily? I suppose they shatter as easily as any other mug, and then you can scatter those pieces around the snow. So that'll be fine. BS degree currently pursuing. We got that mug. Current hats. We got that one. Unexpected black hole. The unexpected black hole explains many, many things. Explains many, many things. Yeah. You can get a Richard Mille for $20,000. Wow, I didn't know they made them that cheap. Sidebar for whiskey. Some drinking glasses. Yuri's lunchbox. Very cool. Of course, Spinny Fan merch. We all miss Spinny Fan. We all miss Spinny Fan very, very much. We miss Spinny Fan a lot. Yeah. Don't Be a Dick merch. Arca stuff. We've got the Solo Evidence Cup. This was an item someone recently selected once. The Sin U1 has a depth rating of 1,000 meters. The watch I just bought has a depth rating of 1,000 meters. So just in case I need to dive to 3,000 feet below water. Well, actually, it's been tested at 1,200 meters. But yeah, just in case I need to dive 3,000 meters below water, I'm covered. It's really important. It's very critical. You have an 850-pound G-Shock? That's pretty expensive for a G-Shock. You must have one of the nicer ones, maybe a titanium model or something. We've of course got the You Are Muted and You Are Unmuted mug. It says You Are Unmuted in green on one side and You Are Muted in red on the other side. Very useful for the office to tell people to shut the fuck up. Learning from the misfortunes of others and other mugs. Yeah. We've of course got the Evidence Collection Cup, the Evidence Solo Cup. This is probably our most biggest seller. It's a glass tribute to the Evidence Collection Cup. It says property of Canton PD, but it can be yours. The Vostok Amphibia. The Vostok is interesting. I don't think it can go 1,000 meters. I don't think the Vostok is that resistant, but the Vostok watches are interesting, but not my cup of tea. But they're a very interesting diver. That's not very expensive if you don't mind the Russian thing. So yeah, they can go like 200 meters though. They're interesting though. Can someone tell you if this is live? It is not live. Shady 62 Minx. It is not live, which is why I'm not able to respond to your comments in real time. Thank you for asking. All right, cool. let us do Turtle Boy and see what he has to say about stuff.
Some of you 18 wonderful people are watching this here program tonight. If you didn't know who I was before, welcome. You're going to have a great time here. Make sure you smash that subscribe button. If you shouldn't have been watching me during the trial. I hope you weren't watching me during the trial. It's a big no-no, right? But if you watch me now, that's okay. And it's actually encouraged because you're going to hear the truth now. You're about to find out all types of shit that Auntie Bev hid from you, all types of stuff, right? Oh, wait, you didn't even hear about the butt dials. You didn't even hear about the destruction of the cell phones, nothing like that. You didn't hear Nicole Albert's story about Chloe. Oh, and there's this guy named Tristan Morris. Oh, you didn't meet him. You didn't meet this other gentleman by the name of Joseph Paul. Ho, ho, ho. Or Brian Tully. He was in the parking lot. He was waiting for the victory yesterday. It never came. Oh, and then there's this other thing called the FBI. You ever heard of them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were the other agency that they kept referring to. So, you might have seen the signs. The FBI, DOJ hired ARCA. Yes, they did. I bet you guys were trying to figure that out. I wonder who hired them. The answer was FBI. If you had that, then you get a bingo. So good job. Awesome. So we love the jurors here. You guys are heroes. You did the right thing. We were very jaded from the last trial because I interviewed a juror and he seemed like a nice guy. But
he's an idiot.
What he told me what was going on in the jury deliberation room, we were all like, oh my God, please don't ever let me get indicted for a crime I didn't commit. And I don't want my life in the hands of people like that. Well, you have restored our faith in the judicial system, in the jury process. You did it. You guys did it. So anyway, yeah, welcome guys. Welcome. So, all right, cool. Yeah. If you're new here, my name is Aiden Carney. I am, what else do we have here? I got a variety of nicknames you can call me. You can call me Uncle Turtle Boy. You can call me Dr. Turtle Boy if you'd like, because if Judd Welcher is a doctor, then I'm definitely a doctor too. You can call me Daddy if you'd like. I know that can be a little bit weird. That can be a little bit weird for some people, but it can also be fun for other people and playful. So I will allow it. You can call me, let's see, what else can you call me? Oh, by the way, Jers, I was the one, the Lucky Loughran thing, the blogger that he was saying threatened Lucky Loughran. I would never threaten Lucky Loughran. Complete lie. All right. He said that because he was just trying to be like, oh, Lucky's not telling the truth. Turtle Boy made him do it. I'm the blogger. He wouldn't say my name, but I was the one that he was referring to. Another mystery solved there. What else? You can call me Journalism Jesus if you'd like, if you're spiritual. You can call me A. Timothy Carney. That's my true crime name. It's also my Facebook name, so follow me on Facebook. I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Thursday night, and go ahead and smash that subscribe button for me there. How many subs are we up to now? We're up to 142,988. Can we get to 143? My Twitter and my YouTube are in this constant war over who's gotten more. During the trial, YouTube surpassed Twitter. And in the last day or two, my Twitter is blown up because everyone's following my Twitter because of the posts from the courtroom. Did you guys know? So I went out to dinner last night. So we need 142,988 subs. 12 more we need for 143,000. I'm just going to refresh real quick. There it is, 143,049. 143,049. Okay. Yeah, man, this chat's explosive tonight, man. Explosive. It's gonna be a big one. That's what she said. Anyway, yeah, if it's your first time here, welcome. Welcome, Wants the Truth. It's gonna be dope. You're gonna have a great time. All right, cool. Yeah, so sorry I didn't get to do a show last night. I'm sure everyone would have been in the mood for a huge show, but I had to go out to dinner with Karen Reed and her lawyers. I'm not turning that down. No way. I mean, I didn't even get to say. I'll tell you all about my experience, but I got whisked out of the courtroom so fast. They did not like juror media. You must leave now. Whoa. And then they tunnel us out. Next thing you know, I'm walking out behind the Petro. He's getting booed. It was crazy. And so I didn't, and then Karen came out and I briefly hugged her, but there was no time for nothing. There was no time for nothing. So I'm like, we met up with our team at this steakhouse called, I think, Maestro's in the Seaport, and had a delicious meal of food. There was lobster mac and cheese. There was steak. There was mashed potatoes, and there was asparagus, and it was delicious, and I ate it all, and it was awesome. It was a whole meal of food. And who else was there? I got to hang out with the interns. Shout out to the interns, who are amazingly talented people who did all the work behind the scenes, putting in the motions in Lemonade and writing a lot of these motions and doing a lot of this work. They did this all for free, right, while going through law school. That's talent, man. These are smart people. When I talk about a team effort, bro, this was a team effort and a half. They apparently took a photo in the courtroom while they were waiting for the verdict, the other courtroom that they were put in. And, I'll tell you all about it. It's just fun, crazy. So I met with them. They were cool. I sat next to the Alessi girls. He has 2 daughters who are wonderful. Got to talk to them for a long time. Bobby Scissorhands was there with his wife, and David Unetti was there with his wife. We had Alan Jackson, obviously, was there. Karen was there. Karen's parents were there. Karen's brother was there. Adam Goldman, he's did I say that right? I always forget. It's Goldman or Goldstein. I don't want to fuck it up. Sorry, Adam. I'm blanking on your last name. But anyway, Adam's like my court buddy who I sat next to every day for all the pretrial hearings. Like I feel like I've gotten to know these people. It's like a small family, you know, and it was a unit. And, you know, even though I work independently of them, I don't like take marching orders from, no, Arca was not there. Arca was not there. There was no ham sandwiches. Arca only eats ham sandwiches. So there was no ham sandwiches there last night. All right. So that it was cool. You know, it was cool. Yeah, you know, so yeah. Let's see who else. Oh, and you know, Meredith was there, and and my friend Jeff there. So Jeff Caligari, you might have seen him around. You might have noticed during the last week or so at the courthouse. Like there's been a documentary team following me around. So they're doing a documentary about the Karen Reed case through the lens of Turtle Boy, right? And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be so much better than Terry's documentary, which was the first one that came out on Discovery ID. It was trash. So people that documentary, Terry was promised. Like she felt betrayed by Karen Reed because there was a mistrial. Can you believe that? It was going to be a very pro Karen documentary, and then it turned into a mistrial, right? And she felt like, oh, I thought this was going to be an acquittal. What? And then she's like, well, I guess I'm going to interview the McAlberts now, and that's when she added them to the documentary. So she sucks. And there's also now this other documentary coming out by Sandpaper, and let me tell you,
What time is Runkle again? I forgot. Is it? It's probably my redirect. I can just look it up. 6:30 my time, so that's 2 hours 50 minutes from now. Okay. It says 6:30 p.m. I'm assuming, well, maybe he changed it since then. You know, I should double check. That's fair. What am I doing? Runkle. 6:30 p.m. my time. So yeah, 3 hours from now. Okay. Fair enough. 3 hours from now. Okay.
Stink. Okay. So Sandpaper is this British company that is, you know, they try to win awards, these British documentarians, and they try to make it artsy and do all this stuff. And yes, Alan Jackson is married, but he's a 5-year-old, and they live in California, so they weren't there. But she does fly in periodically for the trial. Anyway, so as I was saying, so this company Sandpaper, they're doing a doc on this too, and they got the deal with Netflix. So they're going to do like a whole telling of the John O'Keefe story and Karen Reed and blah, 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 blah. Nobody wants to hear that. Literally, there is absolutely no one in the world who wants to hear from Jennifer McCabe at all. Because she's just going to lie. Who would ever want to hear a documentary where Jennifer McCabe is the protagonist? And Krusty Panties is supposedly in it. Krusty. Like that, I mean, Krusty just lies all the time, so she could just be saying that. But like Plevin, you know Plevin's in it. You know he's in it. It's like, it's not serious when people like that are in it. It's just not a serious doc at all. So how did they get started? Well, they reached out after they heard about it through Gretchen Voss in Boston Magazine. And so they thought Gretchen Voss was like real plugged into the story. Like she was like the go-to. So she's the one that they worked with. And they reached out to me at one point and like wanted to interview me for the doc. And I said no, because I was actually signed with the Wahlbergs at the time to do a doc with them. And I said, I have an exclusivity agreement. I can't even talk to you. Okay, cool. And I'm glad I didn't, because it's...
Can we watch Runkle through my channel? That doesn't really make sense. I was just planning on redirecting you over there. I think it would be somewhat disrespectful in this situation. Yeah, I think it'd be somewhat disrespectful in this situation to stream snipe him as he's doing that interview. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't feel right. So I think I'm just going to redirect you guys over there so you can watch it directly on him. Yeah, I'm just going to teleport you over there.
It's going to be McAlbert propaganda, and I'm not doing that. So it's this chick Zora who's the director for it, and she started showing up like the last week, right? She started showing up like the last week, looking for footage, like looking for interviews with people. They came over to us and they're like, "We film." I'm like, "No, you can't film. I don't want it." And I warn people, don't talk to her, because she's just looking for she's trying to make you look bad. Like this, it's going to be a pro McAlbert thing, and there's no market for that.
I accidentally stepped on Runkle one time too in recent memory, and it was a very, very minor thing. I mean, like, you know, we're still very, very good friends, obviously, but like, so like, I stepped on a story he was planning on covering, and you know, so I definitely want to respect his space. He's my friend. I like Runkle. He's a great guy. So yeah.
There's absolutely no market for the McAlberts or the good guys. And I think she realized that for the first time yesterday. They're not from here. They don't even live. They don't live in this country. They don't understand the vibes in this state for Karen Reed. Like, it's overwhelmingly pro Karen Reed. Karen Reed is a superstar at this point. You know, she's famous. She's more famous than me. You know, she can't go out anywhere without getting recognized. Absolutely nowhere. When we went out yesterday, and we were in this private room, there was people in the bar area that were like, "Can we get in? Can we meet them?" Like, they all wanted to meet Karen. And then David Yannetti came out, and oh my God, you would think he was like Paul McCartney coming out there, and all women are starting to come over, and everybody wants to take a picture. Like, it was wild. It was just absolutely wild. They are superstars, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. And so, like, trying to make, you saw what it was like at the courthouse yesterday. You saw over 3,000 people. That was the estimate that was there yesterday, screaming, and not a single person was there to support the Commonwealth. Not one. Not one. All right. There was literally nobody there that was there to support this unjust prosecution. And I think that Zora saw this, and she's like, "Oh my God, I hitched my train to the wrong. I hitched my wagon to the wrong train. Like, I'm screwed. What are we gonna do?" And so she's desperate for footage. She has been. So I signed with another doc company called Compelling Pictures with my guy Jeff, and it's a great company. They did Bohemian Rhapsody, they did the Whitney Houston movie, and they do docs. And so they're like, his goal is to do a doc. He's got my rights to the doc, and he's got my movie rights. So, because that's what he really wants to do, is the Hollywood movie, right? And so the doc is going to come first, and it's going to kind of build up the movie. That's what's going to happen. So that was announced yesterday too, that the movie will be coming out. I don't know. The doc should be out by the end of the year. All right. I don't know how many more months it's going to take, but by the end of the year, the doc should be out, and then we start doing the movie, right? Now, I asked Jeff yesterday, can I play myself? Because like a lot of people say that no one can play you like you. And he's like, absolutely not. So that was shot down. But like, it's going to be like the names that he's throwing out there to play me in this movie, because I'm going to be the main character in this movie, are just wild, like wild names. Like when you hear these names, the names he's throwing out for Karen Reed, like, it's wild. So it's going to be awesome. Like, the acquittal just adds on. Like, the acquittal was just like, okay. But Jeff said that if Karen was convicted, that he was so dedicated to this, because he's a Boston guy. He lives in LA now, but he's a Boston guy, right? He's a North Shore guy, actually. And so he's like, if Karen's convicted, God forbid, like you can tell her, like, this is going to be like a trial 4 thing. Because he can't talk to her because she's under contract with Terry until July. All right. So, we can't even have discussions about her joining. He has exclusivity agreements with me, David Yannetti, Karen's dad, Karen's brother, his mother, right? The whole Reed family, Richie from Microdots, which is big because Richie's got the best film, and we need that because Richie's been with me since day one. Like, he's got the best footage around. So, like, Microdots is the fucking bomb. Everybody loves goddamn Microdots, So, getting all the, he's got all the major players that you want. And that's who people want to see in a documentary, is Karen's legal team, Karen's family. They're the protagonists. They're the good guys. Like, read the room, Zora. Read the room. I don't know what's wrong with her. Like, we tried to convince her. I didn't, because she didn't talk to me. But I could have talked her into it. I know I could have. Because they got the Netflix deal. And obviously Netflix is like the pinnacle of streaming services. And I'm like, if you're not on Netflix, then what's the point? Netflix is like cultural. Like, it sets cultural. Like, anything on Netflix is just bigger than anything else, But after seeing the Karen documentary on ID Discovery, it's like, it really doesn't matter what streaming service you're on. People are going to go to it anyway. Like, her documentary was seen by millions and millions and millions of people. There's a lot of people watching right now that found out about this through that documentary. So, like, it doesn't matter if we don't know what ours is going to be on, right? That's up to Jeff to figure out, right? We're just making it, and then whoever wants it can get it, okay? And that's it. It's going to be awesome, right? I don't give a shit what it's on. You're going to go to it no matter what. You're going to go to it. So it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. And I just can't wait. If you thought the Karen, the first documentary wasn't bad. The Terry's documentary wasn't bad. It was cool. I mean, it's like, if you're into this shit, it was awesome. You can't get enough of this shit, But now, like, think of how much better ours is going to be. And the worst one is going to be the Netflix one. Like, that one's going to be bad. And I'm so happy that this happened, because Zora apparently thought she's another person who was manipulated by Jennifer McCabe and believed that Turtle Boy is the bad guy in this, and Turtle Boy's intimidating witnesses, and Jennifer McCabe's innocent, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So you can't reach a person like that. If you think shit like that, then you're just not reachable. And I think when she was there yesterday, she's like, how could she not be like, holy fuck, my doc is going to suck. Like, this is the film that I'm going to get? Is thousands of people, women, children, elderly, everyone down there screaming for Karen Reed and cheering on this beautiful thing. And I have to present this as a bad thing? Oh, good luck. Good luck. So she's got no interview. So she's down there scrounging for interviews, like a homeless person looking for a piece of bread. And she was so desperate, apparently, that she went to Karen's hotel yesterday. And she waited outside the hotel like a freaking piranha waiting for some food. It's sad to see. It's sad to see. And it couldn't have happened. It's just perfect. It's fucking perfect. Like, good. Fuck her. Like, that's what I say. Like, she made a grown-up choice. She made a grown-up choice not to do business with us, because we said in the negotiations we were willing to work with her. And she would have had access to me. And she would have had access to David Yannetti and Karen's family and blah, 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 all of them. But one condition. And this was the negotiating point. No Gretchen. That's it. Right? That's it. Like, we got editorial control. Meaning, Jeff is like, I'm not doing a project in which they can make you look like the bad guy. He's like, if Karen gets convicted, we're doing a trial 4 type documentary, and we're taking the approach that an injustice has occurred. So that's it. We were like, that's it. We want editorial control. Gretchen, see you later. Okay. And they just couldn't do it. They wanted Gretchen. And why? Gretchen wrote one story. She wrote one story in Boston Magazine. She doesn't even have a job. Like, she's useless. Nobody likes Gretchen. She's the Jen McCabe of the media line. Nobody wants her there. And like, everybody's like, oh fuck. All the women in the clerk's office who I love, By the way, I fucking love the women of the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse Clerk's Office. They are some of the nicest and most pleasant people I've ever dealt with, and cool and friendly. And I feel like I built a rapport with these people. And I love Sue O'Connell, and I love Ted Daniel, and I love Christina Rex. Like I love like these people. You get to, like you work with these people, and like you're like, oh man, I kind of had these people wrong. These are actually good reporters. They're talented. You can shit on, you can criticize them all you want. You can say the Paul Keefe interview was weak. You know, I get it, all that stuff. But like they're good at their job, man. I don't give a shit. They're good at their job, right? So anyway, it's been a wild ride, man. It's been an absolutely wild ride. So yeah, that documentary is gonna suck. That documentary is going to be no bueno. So I see everybody in the comments talking about these garage pictures. So I just posted the garage pictures before. Now that the trial's over, I feel comfortable sharing these. Okay. So I don't know what this means. And maybe we need to bring up the Dr. La Posada. Whatchamacallit, the Dr. La Posada testimony. But these pictures are from the garage. And I believe they were taken in like July or August of 2023. I'm not entirely sure. The homeowners at 34 Fairview support Karen Reed. Okay. I've met her before. She's a nice lady. She feels betrayed because they did not Ravis Realty, the McAlbert Realtors of America that support the McAlbert murderers. They did not tell the new homeowner that, oh yeah, you're moving into a house that's like going to be a tourist attraction. All right. But so she's allowed Karen attorneys and private investigator full access to the house, full access. And this picture is from the garage. Okay. Now I don't know what this means. I don't know if they tested it. I don't know. But there's like a ridge right here, apparently. And I'm not 100% sure of this, but when Dr. La Posada testified, I got to bring up that exchange. Like, I want to say Alan Jackson asks her about, is there anything like in the garage that matches up with? Because remember she said that the laceration in the back of John's head had a very specific pattern to it, she said. Remember she said it was ridged to the surface that it hit? Remember she said that? And I want to say, I got to listen to it again, but I'm pretty sure Alan Jackson asked her, like, is there something in the garage that matches that? Objection. Remember Hank objected to it right away? Like he knew what Alan Jackson was getting at here. Like I'm not entirely sure. I have a lot of questions for Karen Reed when she gets a free moment. She's extremely busy, as you can imagine. But I would like to know, like, did they try to enter this picture into evidence? Because it sounded like Hank knows about granular in nature. That was the word she used, granular in nature. Like, does Hank know about this picture? That's what I want to know. Does Hank know about this? Did they try to enter this into evidence and it got like denied? By the way, I can't wait till the sidebar shit comes out. All the good shit I'm told happens at sidebar. Like I can't wait to read that. So like, remember, chat. I gotta read the chat. I haven't checked the chat. But was there some exchange with Dr. La Posada where they talked about a ridged surface and like something in the garage, and then Hank immediately objected, and it was sustained? Am I on to something? I'm sure the internet, within 5 minutes, will have found exactly what I'm talking about. But I'd seen this picture at that point. I knew this picture existed, and I'm like, is that what they're talking about? Remember, I kind of hinted on here that I don't know anything about that picture. This is the picture I didn't know anything about. Okay, and so it seemed like they showed Dr. La Posada this picture. That was what I took from that, is that they showed her this picture because remember he hit his head, right? They would not allow garage testimony, right? They kept talking about the garage objection. They suggested that, and that's Alan Jackson, of course, right there. They suggested that the battery temperature matched up what the temperature would have been in the garage. The clear insinuation is that John was either beaten in the garage or they moved his body and kept him in the garage how about let's talk about that 507 phone call. You want to know some tea about the 507 phone call that Jen McCabe called? When Jen McCabe called Nicole Albert at 507 and they spoke on the phone for 23 seconds, right? That was not introduced in the first trial. We didn't even know about it. Of course, Jen denied it. She's like, I don't know anything about those. Those records are wrong. You don't understand. It's the, get Ian Whiffen in here. He'll explain it. Get my lawyer Ian Whiffen in here. So, you know who found that 507 phone call was there the entire time. It was there the entire, they didn't fucking they didn't do it in another search and find it. No, it was there the entire time. And if you look at the 94-page affidavit that Alan Jackson filed April 12th, 2023, that got my attention, in which they first put the Google search in, the 227, they do all that, and they showed Jen McCabe's entire phone records. Jen McCabe's phone records that day start at like 5:30, right? And it looks like the chat knows. The chat knows. Mark Betterow found that. Mark Betterow found the 507 phone call. Like, I mean, I talked to Karen about it, and when she told me in like November, in like February, about the 507 call. And so I'm like, obviously I can't say anything. Trial's coming up. Like, they don't want to give them anything. They don't want to give the prosecution anything because the prosecution will use it. I'm like, don't you have to hand that over with discovery? And she's like, yeah, but we're giving them a big pile of shit, and we're just gonna be one thing that's in there, and we'll see if they even notice it. You know, we don't announce stuff anymore. They used to announce stuff, and then all that would do is give the prosecution a chance to come up with some new lies and shit, right? And so Betterow, when he was working with the team for a few weeks there, like in anticipation of being part of the team, and he was going to do the Kerry Roberts cross-examination. Like he wanted a piece of Kerry Roberts. And I think Alan ended up doing it. He did fine. But I would love to see Betterow in this trial. Oh my God. I mean, we all appreciated his commentary on the Young Jerks and Nurse Kim and all the other fine programs, Defense Diaries that he appeared on, the YouTube presentations during the trial. It wasn't the same without him. But, he would have been great. He would have been awesome. But either way, he provided a service in his brief time with the team. He found this phone call. He found that 507 phone call. And they were all like, oh my God, how did we miss this? And that's when it kind of hit. Like, it all started coming together. The 507 phone call that Jennifer McCabe made to Nicole Albert was to tell them if the body's not out there yet, you have to put him out there. That's what the 507 phone call was for. Because remember, like I think that Ford Edge was parked there to prevent the plow from driving by. To prevent it. Like, it worked. Lucky didn't go by anymore. He stopped going by, remember? Yeah, how did the channel know it was better? Like, that's crazy. But either way, so the theory now is that John was either beaten inside the garage or a fight happened in the garage. And remember, David Yannetti, when he brought that PI up, he's like, so how many feet is it into the garage? And you could walk right in there and go right into the garage. For all we know, Higgins and them were like just in the garage, hanging out, whatever. Maybe the fucking dog was in there, I don't know. And they brought, yo, O'Keefe, come here. And they sucker punched him, something like that. And what if he fell down and he hit his head on that? What if this is what he hit his head on? What that? But this, like, I don't want to say this. It's just, again, we got to go back and we got to watch the Dr. Laposado testimony because she was asked something specific about this, the ridged surface, the granular surface in the garage. Okay. And we know how John died. John died from falling. Okay. He wasn't hit with a lead pipe. He wasn't hit by a car, right? John fell down. He was knocked down and he hit his head awkwardly and he split it open. And it was probably like a 1 in a million freak thing, you know? And then he started, and a lot of people in the chat are like, is that blood? I don't know. I have no idea what that is. I have no clue what that is. No clue.
You know, it's interesting. I really did not anticipate this stream was going to be 5 hours long. When I started this stream in the long ago in the far I'm I thought it was going to be like 20 minutes long and we're still here. Oh man. Well, that's what happens, I guess, when you have an audience, man. I'm sort of running a little bit out of steam and I need a little bit of a break. Because I've been doing it 5.5 hours and not for the first time, incidentally. Like, I've been streaming a lot of hours, a lot of days. I'm a little tired. So I think I'll tell you what, we'll watch this for a little bit longer and then I think I'm gonna end this thing because I need a break. We'll watch it for a little longer and then I'll sign off. So, but it's hard to give up an audience when you've got 2,800 people. I'm not going to lie. For 2,800 people, I do magic tricks if I knew any. I can make myself disappear. I've got that going on, but other than that, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, Lord. Yeah, we'll watch a little bit more of this and then we'll call it a day.
No clue what that is. I find it hard to believe that they would just leave all that blood there.
Yeah, I find that exceptionally hard to believe.
At least I don't think that's blood. I really don't think that's blood. Like, here's another angle of it. I don't know why I circled that, but you know, there it is. It's funny because I finally got to change Karen Reed's. I have Karen Reed listed as a different person in my phone in case the cops snatch it up. You know, and I finally got to put her because like some communicate. Like, I could put her in as like my mom or like I could put her in as anything, my dad, whoever. And there's certain conversations they just wouldn't read, right? Or they wouldn't be allowed to read. And so I finally changed it back. Changed it today. All right, we got our biggest audience ever. We got almost 20,000 people watching. Smash that subscribe button. It's stain or paint. I mean, some people think it's to cover up the blood. I mean, what is the chat saying here? If it's not blood, what the fuck is it? I don't know. And it's kind of like, I don't think that's blood, but like, could you paint over blood? Could you do that? I mean, if there's blood stains on it, I don't know. But they weren't allowed to even push the garage theory. And the problem with the garage theory is it contradicts with the phone going up and down 3 flights of stairs. That's my problem with it, right? And so I think it was better that they didn't even go there. You know, it's like, it's not, trial one was all about like figuring out, like explaining why they thought that this happened. Like, oh, here it came in here, he's invited down the stairs, and then this person hit him, and this person hit him, and then the dog got him, and then they did this. They didn't want to go there. They didn't want to go there. They didn't want to let these people lie because I don't know if it was Alessi's daughter that told me this. I think it was Alessi's daughter that told me this. That, you know, that her dad said that like data and science doesn't lie. Like
there's absolutely no way on this earth it's blood. I mean, a police officer would surely know to clean up blood. Get some OxyClean and you'll be fine, man. I mean, you know, come on. I mean, yeah. I mean, really, you know, it's definitely not blood. That's ridiculous, right? I don't know what it is.
Only one truth. There's only one side of data, right? And facts. There's only one side of it. But there's two sides of a butt dial. You know what I mean? Like, you give Brian Higgins, like, okay, you get confronted with a 222 phone call. Explain that. Oh, I was fucking my wife. Duh. Why give them a chance to do that? Why give them a chance to do that? Anyway, I understand I'm competing with Dateline right now, too. Michael Proctor's doing a tour. And boy, did he get fat, huh? Oh my God. Proctor is a fatty. He looks like his sister back when she played the tuba in high school. He's not looking too good. He's not starving, that's for sure. And it was just such a good day yesterday because not only was Karen Reed freed, but then the Proctor thing was even better. And the McAlbert response, the press release that they had was even better because they won't go quietly. And it's so awesome. It's so awesome watching them kick and scream and beg for someone to throw them a lifeline. And we're all just sitting there laughing at them and watching them drown. That's what we're doing, aren't we? Watching Proctor last night desperately try. He thinks he can go on 2020 in Dateline and repair his image. Are you kidding me, bro? You can't. It's beyond repair. His
not
best
with
move.
not with that.
Change his
You
name,
can't.
or just get a job working for Marty Kraft. Like that's what they all do. I don't know. Instead, he's going on TV trying to make himself likable. Like, dude, you're never going to be likable, dude. Ever. So anyway, we'll try to play some clips from that too. But yeah, how wild is this shit? I mean, what do you guys think of that? I don't know what to think. Again, I don't want to be like, I'm just showing you the pictures. These are the pictures, okay? These are pictures from the garage. We'll get the Dr. Lapisada testimony. We'll analyze it. We'll have a good time another time. Okay, cool. All right, look at guys. If you want to have your messages read out loud tonight on the program, since there's over 20,000 people watching tonight, nice, all right, just on YouTube alone, biggest show we've ever had, make sure you guys can click the link at the top for Turtle Chat, and you can pay whatever amount of money you want, and you can write a message. But the message has to be brief. I can't read your goddamn centigraph. I'm not going to do it. And if you say something stupid, I'm going to roast you. I don't care if you're paying my bills. I'm going to roast you, right? You can also cash at me at $ Uncle Turtle Boy, and we can do it that way. So let's start off with some Turtle Chats here. Let's see how we're doing. Okay. I think it's going to be a long show. It's my prediction.
Yeah, probably.
Oh boy, there's a bunch of Turtle Chats. Okay.
Yeah, 5 hours,
I would just
man.
like to point out that Natalie, the German, abandoned Karen, tried to fuck her over, tried to hurt her, all because she was a jealous bitch who was mad that Karen wouldn't be her best friend. How'd that work out for Natalie, huh? How'd that work out? How's life going for her? Because Karen Reed's freed and she's stuck with the McAlberts and Krusty. We all make choices in life. We all make choices. Okay. This is from, I'll start with Oksana. She sent 150 yesterday. She said, you did it, Aiden. You did it. You stared down an entire system built on lies and corruption and intimidation, and you never blinked. You stood when others were too scared. You spoke when others stayed silent, and you refused to back down even when they tried to silence you. Karen Reed walks free. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Oksana. That's very kind of you. I did my best, and yesterday was a great day. We'll talk all about it, so thank you. Morrissey's bitch tit sends $10 and says, holy shit, Turtle, we fucking did it.
All right, I'm not going to listen to him read super chats as much as that's no, that's okay. I'm good. So I think we'll call it here. Well, I'll watch this 2 minutes of Karen Reed parents speaking, and then I'm going to call it a day. So let's watch this 2 minutes, and then I'm going to sign off.
I feel like I'm floating. That's what Karen Reed's mom said a short time ago. Reed's parents gave 25 Investigates reporter Ted Daniel their first sit-down interview since Reed was acquitted of her most serious charges. And Ted joins us now in studio. Ted.
Yeah, I can't really just let Turtle Boy running for long periods of time. That's not really cool. Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing like even in principle I'm reacting to, that's not really cool. So yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one just around it. But thanks anyway.
You traveled south to speak to the Reeds.
Yeah, Mark, we spoke to Bill and Janet Reed at their home in Dighton, where Karen has also been living. They just returned from Boston Seaport, where they spent the night with their daughter and her team celebrating until 2 a.m.
Alan Jackson came up to me moments before that jury came in, and he squeezed my back.
Thank you, Lisa.
Looked at my wife and he said, guys, we got this.
Bill and Janet Reed, 24 hours after the verdict heard across the country.
I knew then I only had to hear one not guilty, and I knew it was going to be okay. And I grabbed Bill and Nathan. They were sitting outside of me just to hold them, and their arms were both shaking.
Bill Reed says the cheers outside the courthouse did not go unnoticed.
When they erupted, it made me proud to be an American.
Nice.
You know, that people were behind us, and when it erupted and filtered through that courtroom.
Janet Reed tells me she hopes her daughter is able to get time away from Massachusetts. She says the 1-year probation she received for her drunk driving conviction does not prevent her from leaving the state.
Nice. I mean, it has to be the most expensive DUI conviction in the history of prosecutions, right?
Yep.
I can't think of one that's even close.
Defense attorney and law tuber Peter Tragos says the O'Keefe family can still pursue their wrongful death lawsuit against Reed in civil court. He believes the civil case would be stronger had Reed been convicted of murder.
If they would have got this conviction, it's a slam dunk case, and they're just trying to prove how much. What is it worth? What is John O'Keefe's life worth? They would have just been arguing about damages if this would have been a guilty verdict.
The O'Keefe family has a much different view of what happened. They believe Karen Reed got away with murder. Reed herself with her family members and legal team in Boston still when we spoke with her parents.
All right, friends, colleagues, Romans, German, let me just read the super chats that came in, if there were any more, and then I'm going to hit the end stream button. Let's see what super chats came in. I think there were actually a couple. Let's see. Sub Rosa became an uncivilian. Connie Ribaldo became an uncivilian, or gave $2.99. Carrie Nines gave $10. Info Nurse became an uncivilian. Carly gave 2 times $1.99. Adriana B became an uncivilian. My cat's name is Karen, sent 5 gift memberships. Chloe Albert's Revenge for 499 said, at this point, I think someone in the house killed John O'Keefe, John Benet Ramsey, Jimmy Hoffa, JFK. The investigation was so bad it pointed at all crimes. That's nice. Stephen Hayes for $5 said, lawyer you know is the one in a billion man who knows how to use a hair product. Stephanie became an uncivilian. Chloe Albert's Revenge for $4.99 said, Michael Morrissey should be proud. He prosecuted the world's priciest moving violation. Facts. He should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Stephen Hayes for $5 said, at Matt W., the ham sandwich thing was just nuts. I'll never make one again without laughing a little, then grabbing the kosher dills. Chloe Albert's Revenge for $9.99 said, Proctor's new job, Prince of New Anglia with land. I need to transfer into your name. Please send me your bank account info and I'll put dollars in your account. You only have to send me back 40%. The rest is yours. Outstanding. Quintessence for 20 says, your commentary has been hilarious. Always interesting and funny. Thank you. Derek Croissant gave $1.99 to give me a foam hand with, saying number 1. Nikita Dietra for $1.99 said, Texas here. I need Texas top merch, please. Melanie Simek said, what a fun day this has been. Thanks, Kurt. Quintessence became an uncivilian. Just Rhonda said to let the thing run, but I can't really do that. And Lisa gifted 10 gift memberships. All right, my friend, this has been fun. I've had fun. You've had fun. It's been a great day. I'm going to send you over to Runkle. Make sure when you're over there, to say Uncivil sent you. And then, of course, when the stream itself occurs, be nice, be polite, be cordial. Don't be a troll. Don't feed the trolls. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be excellent. I'll be hanging around in chat, probably with my mod wrench. I'm probably timing people out like it's going out of style today, I imagine. I'm just anticipating. But I'll be there in support. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.